Martial Peak Chapter 2157 to Chapter 2190. This puppet had a strange appearance, looking like a giant lizard that walked upright. Its forelimbs were short while its hind limbs were extremely well developed. It gave off an indescribably ferocious aura. As soon as it looked at Xianxia, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a dark red light. A casual attack with the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master? These puppets are truly extraordinary. Xianxia felt the impact of the energy from the light and his face changed slightly as he immediately dodged to the side. The light brushed past Xianxia's body and hit a cultivator who came in after him. This cultivator was quite lucky because before he came in, he had summoned a defensive artifact that looked like an artifact armor and wore it on his body. His original intention was to prevent Wu Cheng from suddenly killing him, but by a freak combination of factors, he had saved his life. Kong, with a loud bang, the cultivator could not help but stumble back a few steps as the light from his artifact armor flashed wildly, causing him to cry out in shock, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, a large number of people rushed in from the entrance, and even Gong Winshan, who was at the rear, revealed himself. It could be said that of the cultivator who had stayed outside the Flowing Time Temple before, except for the few who were killed by Wu Cheng, there were only 3 who had been rejected and could not enter. As soon as the auras of living beings increased, the puppets that were besieging Xiaochen and the others also scattered, greatly reducing the pressure on Xiaochen and the others. Their stomachs were filled with anger. Killing moves were launched one after another, causing the nearby puppets to be thrown off their feet. From time to time, a puppet would be smashed into pieces by powerful attacks and fall to the ground. Inside each of the shattered puppets, there would always be a fist-sized crystal that exuded rich energy fluctuations. Spirit Energy Heart. Someone exclaimed as they stared greedily at the crystal. Xianxia's brow twitched. He instantly realized what this thing was. The heart of spirit energy was the core component of the burly puppet. Without it, no matter how lifelike the puppet was, it was merely a dead object. Only when the heart of spirit energy was placed in the puppet could it truly function. However, the heart of spirit energy was extremely difficult to refine. It required the cooperation of a master refiner and a puppet master in order to have a chance of successfully refining it. Therefore, its price had always been high, especially the high-grade heart of spirit energy. It was something that could only be discovered but not sought. There were over 100 puppets in the hall, each of which was at least Dao Source grade. In other words, there were over 100 spirit energy hearts here. If he could bring out all these spirit energy hearts and find a puppet master to refine them into shells, he would be able to create an army of Dao Source realm level puppets. A cultivator from a top force like Xiaochen, Kong Qi, and Xiao Bai might not care too much about the value of these heart of spirit. However, the cultivator who came from a small sect or family was different. Among these great forces, it was often extremely difficult to cultivate a Dao Source realm master, but a single spirit energy heart was equivalent to a Dao Source realm master's combat power. For this reason, how could these cultivator not fight for it? Even if their own sect could not refine a puppet shell, a single heart of spirit energy could be sold for a lot of source crystals. Therefore, after the initial panic, the cultivator who rushed in all became bloodthirsty. They summoned their artifacts and used their killing moves to attack the puppets. Even though the number of puppets was huge, their strength was also not bad, but the puppets could not display their full strength without someone controlling them, so they were quickly forced to retreat. The cultivators who rushed in didn't care about the puppets at all, either attacking them in groups of 3 or 5 or confidently challenging them one-on-one. Almost every moment, a puppet was destroyed, but the price the cultivators had to pay was extremely small. Only a few of them were seriously injured, and not a single one of them died. Xianxia also took the opportunity to kill a few puppets and harvested a few heart of spirit energy, which he threw into his space ring. As time passed, the number of puppets in the hall became fewer and fewer, while the cultivator became fiercer and fiercer. It was only a matter of time before all the puppets were annihilated. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. Everyone was slightly surprised and all looked at it intently. In mid-air, a pentagonal light spun a few times, then with lightning speed, turned into a stream of light and drilled into the arm of a male cultivator. The cultivator did not seem to have figured out what was going on. He only felt a burning pain in his arm, causing him to cry out in shock. Pentagonal star seal. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she shouted. These puppets actually have star seals? Xiaochen had a complicated expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at the puppets around him, trying to see if there were any other star seals. He had destroyed at least 6 or 7 puppets, but such a good thing didn't fall into his lap. He couldn't help but feel a little upset in his heart. Huh? This is a star seal? After hearing Lan Sun's cry, the male cultivator was stunned for a while before he immediately grinned and laughed. I actually got a star seal? Ha 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 ha, it seems that the heavens are also looking after me. He was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Even if some of the people around him did not like his publicity, they could only envy him. However, after this scene, the cultivator's interest in killing and fighting over the puppets obviously increased a lot, and there was even a scene of several people fighting over a puppet. Somewhere in the main hall, a man and a woman, who seemed to be brother and sister of the same sect, were nervously and fearfully attacking a leopard-shaped puppet. This puppet looked almost no different from a real cheetah. It was extremely flexible, but fortunately, this puppet seemed to have no other abilities besides pouncing and biting at close range. Therefore, even if the strength of these two people was not too high, it was not a problem for them to take it down. What made the two nervous was not the strength of this cheetah puppet, but the triangular mark on its forehead. The mark was not unusual. If it was before, these two people might not care too much about it, but after experiencing the scene just now, how could they not guess what it was? Was this most likely a star seal? Previously, dozens of star seals had fallen into the Flowing Time Temple. Hidden in every corner of this temple, it was normal for there to be 3 to 5 star seals among the hundreds of puppets. The brother and sister were not of high birth, and their strength was not too strong. They were afraid that after killing this cheetah puppet, the phenomenon of obtaining a star seal would be discovered by others, thus planting a seed of disaster. Don't look at how happy the guy who obtained the 5-pointed star seal was now. He must have been targeted by many people, and they were just waiting to attack him when he was alone. Thinking of this, the brother and sister looked at each other and nodded as if they had a tacit understanding. They did not immediately kill him, but instead fought and retreated, leading the cheetah puppet in front of them into the depths of the temple. They wanted to get out of everyone's sight and then obtain a star seal. The main hall was in chaos. Even if the actions of these two people were a little obvious, no one would care. They just thought that they were not strong enough and were forced to do so. The plan and action of the two people were very successful, but just as they were about to leave the crowd, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. One hand clenched into a fist. The figure smashed down fiercely. The brother and sister's hearts sank, but it was too late for them to act. There was a loud bang. The cheetah puppet was directly smashed to pieces, and at the same time, the triangular star seal on its forehead flew out, blooming with light as it flew towards the figure falling from the sky. Just a triangular star seal? The figure glanced at the back of his hand and seemed to be very dissatisfied before turning around to attack the other puppets. Seeing this, the woman of the brother and sister bit her red lips and opened her mouth to say something. However, the man's complexion changed. Tugging at the woman's clothes, he slowly shook his head and whispered, "This person is called Luo Yuan, we can't afford to provoke him." "But that star seal." The woman had an unwilling look on her face. The man smiled bitterly, "Just pretend you didn't notice." "That's clearly ours," the woman said angrily. The woman said angrily. If they had known that Luo Yuan would suddenly appear, they would have dealt with the cheetah puppet earlier, saving them the trouble of making a wedding dress for someone else. The man comforted the woman again, and only then did she stop looking for trouble with Luo Yuan. The man understood that there was no reason to talk to people like Luo Yuan. If you tried to reason with him, he would just use his fists. The killing in the hall lasted for a full hour. Dozens of top Dao Source Realm cultivator from the southern territories' various sects and families finally destroyed all the puppets after paying a small price. Not to mention the valuable spirit energy heart, 3 star seals appeared. In addition to the 5-pointed star seal obtained by the man at the beginning and the triangular star seal obtained by Luo Yuan, there was also a rhombus-shaped star seal similar to the one on the back of Xianxia's hand. This star seal was obtained by Murong Xiaoxiao by luck, so Xiaoxiao was naturally overjoyed, because now, she was qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea and search for her own emperor's path. It wasn't until now that everyone had time to take a good look at the hall. The hall covered a large area and was now covered in puppet fragments. Looking around, there was an obvious passage in front of them that seemed to be the only exit. There were no puppets guarding the exit, nor were there any traces of spirit arrays, so it seemed very safe. However, everyone was cautious and did not rush towards the exit, instead finding a place to sit cross-legged and restore their strength while waiting for the first person to come forward. Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce suddenly came up behind Gong Wenshan again and asked with a flattering expression, "Brother Gong, what do you think of the situation over there?" Gong Wenshan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Kong, I find that you are even more shameless than before. Why do you always ask me about everything? I didn't create this flowing time temple." Kong Qi grinned meaningfully and said, "Capable people do more work." With Brother Gong's understanding of spirit arrays, if there was any danger over there, you would have seen through it immediately. Since you're shamelessly flattering me. Gong Wenshan snorted, stood up reluctantly, and walked over. "Then I'll go take a look." Gong Wenshan muttered to himself as he walked towards the exit. Kong Qi couldn't help feeling stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had indeed come here to ask Gong Wenshan to check if there were any spirit arrays at the exit, but he hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily, without any intention of refusing. This was completely inconsistent with Gong Wenshan's usual character. Considering all this, Kong Qi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward to catch up. "How can I let Brother Gong take such risks alone? This Kong is willing to accompany you. As brothers, we should share joys and sorrows." "Are you sure?" Gong Wenshan tilted his head and looked at him with a teasing look. Kong Qi's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts, mainly because the other party's expression was too intriguing, making him feel a little anxious. He didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy the other party, but in the end, he grit his teeth and said, "I'm sure." "Good." Gong Wenshan shrugged his shoulders and continued walking forward. "Just follow me closely." Hearing this, Kong Qi was overjoyed, knowing that his answer just now was definitely correct, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, "Naturally, Brother Gong should be careful." As the two spoke, they arrived at the only exit in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the cultivator who was meditating in the main hall also paid close attention to Gong Wenshan's movements, fearing they would miss something. Gong Wenshan's ability to break spirit arrays had been witnessed by everyone before. If there was a hidden spirit array at the entrance, Gong Wenshan would definitely be able to see through it. For a time, everyone held their breath, waiting for the results to appear. Gong Wenshan stood in front of the entrance and carefully observed it, his expression constantly changing, causing everyone around him to be on edge. After a long time, he said leisurely, "Sure enough, there is no mistake. This entrance is just an ordinary one, there is no danger." Saying so, he walked directly towards the entrance. Kong Qi hurriedly followed. The two disappeared from the entrance in the blink of an eye. "What a bunch of tricks!" Xiaochen snorted discontentedly. When he saw Gong Wenshan's expression change several times before, he thought he had discovered something, but in the end, this result made Xiaochen feel like he had been played. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "This Brother Gong is also a proud and arrogant person. Come to think of it. Have you noticed?" Xiao Bai suddenly came to the two of them, looked around, and said solemnly, "Wu Chang is not here." Xiaochen frowned. "What do you mean? What does his presence have to do with us?" Xiao Bai glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Lan Sun. "What do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on me?" Xiaochen was immediately unhappy. Lan Sun frowned. He suddenly thought of something. What Brother Xiao Bai means is, Gong Wenshan was the one who prevented Wu Chang from entering this place? Xiao Bai nodded solemnly. "That's exactly what I thought. Gong Wenshan was able to break this barrier, so perhaps he can also control it. Everyone else has basically entered, so there's no reason Wu Chang couldn't. There is only one explanation for this situation: Gong Wenshan didn't let him in." At this point, Xiao Bai sighed and looked at Lan Sun sincerely. "Your Highness, I am Azure Sun Temple Xiao Bai. I'm not. Brother Xiaobai. I know. Lan Sen smiled, but you have the same surname as Big Brother Xiao Chen, so I can't call you that. Didn't that young Kai call you Xiaobai before, so I. Does Brother Xiaobai care about this? Not at all. Xiaobai denied flatly, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he said coldly, after we get out, I'll tear that guy's mouth. If you delay any longer, everyone else will have left, so let's go first. Xiao Chen couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only change the subject. Lan Sen turned her head and found that almost all the cultivator in the hall had left, leaving only the few of them still standing in place. She nodded and said, then let's go. Xiaobai winked at Moron Xiao Xiao and the two of them immediately used their movement skills to rush towards the entrance. Damn it, we've been tricked. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting as soon as he rushed into the entrance. This was because the world in front of him suddenly twisted and changed, transforming into an empty grassland. This grassland was filled with tall grass, and in his field of vision, there were blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass. The environment was extremely beautiful, but this was obviously not a scene that should exist in the flowing time temple. An illusion array? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood still. He wasn't surprised by the scene in front of him, perhaps because he had a faint premonition that something similar would happen before he came in. The reason for this was naturally because of Gong Winshan. From the way he dealt with Wu Chang before, Yang Kai could tell that Gong Winshan was definitely not as approachable and calm as he appeared on the surface. On the contrary, this guy seemed to be unable to bear the slightest loss and was full of evil tricks. Wu Chang had only threatened him with a few words, yet he had forced Wu Chang to stop outside the flowing time temple, forcing him to watch helplessly as everyone else entered the temple. From this, it could be seen that this person was a vengeful person. Kong Qi asked him to investigate the only exit, and Gong Winshan readily agreed, but Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. Gong Winshan didn't seem like the kind of person who would make sacrifices. His personality was destined to lack a noble and selfless character. Of course, this was human nature. Sure enough, this entrance wasn't like what Gong Winshan said, but rather a pleasant surprise waiting for everyone. Yang Kai just didn't know if this illusion array was arranged by Gong Winshan himself or if it was something that existed in the flowing time temple itself. If it was the former, it would be easy to deal with. In such a short time, even if Gong Winshan was a spirit array grandmaster, it was impossible for him to arrange such a profound illusion array. Perhaps he had just summoned an array plate to hinder the pace of those who came after him. If that was the case, the illusion array in front of them could be broken quickly. After all, Gong Winshan's strength was obvious. But if it was something that existed in the flowing time temple itself, that would be a bit terrifying. Because even Gong Winshan hadn't noticed anything wrong before and had rushed in with a confident look on his face. This illusion array was so exquisite that even someone like Gong Winshan had been deceived, so how could others possibly break it? Perhaps they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the tension in his heart, and comforted himself, I hope it was Gong Winshan's doing. While speaking, Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes, but when he finished speaking, he suddenly opened them again. A vertical golden light had appeared in his left pupil, giving off a dignified and solemn aura, as if it could pierce through the void and see through all illusions. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and looked around. After a short while, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At this point, he had determined that this illusion array wasn't something that existed in the flowing time temple itself, but something that Gong Winshan had arranged on the spot because it was under his demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai had quickly found the weakness of this illusion array. He had also seen through the distorted and illusory scene. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't try to break the array violently, but instead walked out along the weak point. At the same time, in an almost identical illusion, Lan Sen was holding something that looked like a night pearl in her hand. The night pearl exuded a soft light, dispelling the illusory scene around her, and emitting a clear light in front of her, guiding her on the way forward. Xiao Chen followed closely behind her and coldly snorted, it's just a trivial illusion array. Let me break it directly, why go through so much trouble, Your Highness? Lan Sen pursed her lips and smiled, as a person, one should fulfill the wishes of others. Gongwen Shan didn't hesitate to use an array plate to arrange this illusion array in order to delay the speed of others. If we break this array, won't all those people come out? I don't want to do such a thing, they won't give me any benefits. Your Highness, you. Xiaochen stared at Lan Sun's back in amazement. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the princess, who had always been pure and kind, would be contaminated by the Great Thousand Worlds. For a moment, Xiaochen felt a sharp pain in his heart. On the other side, Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao both had their eyes closed, groping around in this illusion array like blind people. They seemed to be walking casually, but in fact, they were slowly moving out, making it impossible to tell how they were doing it. An illusion array? Ridiculous, in the face of absolute strength, everything is trash. Luo Yuan had always adhered to the truth that strength was supreme, so even after falling into this illusion array, he didn't flinch, instead pushing his source qi and using his strongest moves to bombard his surroundings. However, these attacks, which were enough to crush a Dao Source Realm cultivator, didn't even cause a ripple after they hit the surrounding area, like stones sinking into the sea. Although this illusion array was hastily arranged by Gongwen Shan using an array plate in a short period of time, how could it be easily broken by brute force? The Gong family was a master of spirit arrays, so before Gongwen Shan arranged this illusion array, he had already taken into account the combat power of Luo Yuan and the others, making sure that even if they tried to break it by brute force, it would not be completed in a short time. The reactions of these top masters were basically the same as the reactions of other Dao Source Realm cultivators after falling into an illusion array. Those who understood spirit arrays would try to find the array core and crack it. Those who didn't understand spirit arrays would naturally have to resort to brute force. Yang Kai and Lan Sun, on the other hand, could easily find the weak points of the spirit array with the help of a special power. Naturally, they could easily walk out of this illusion array. After spending less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai had already reached the outside of the illusion array, and the field of vision in front of him distorted again. The blue sky and white clouds suddenly disappeared and were replaced by a dark and deep passage. Yang Kai immediately withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and with a tap of his foot, rushed to the bottom of the passage. Looking ahead, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why are there so many forks? In front of him, there were at least a dozen forks in the passage ahead, each of which he couldn't see what was inside. Each of these forks gave him a creepy feeling, as if they were all leading to the same road of no return. With so many forks, it was obvious that some were safe and some were dangerous, but Yang Kai didn't know which one to choose for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and choose a path at random. Just as he disappeared, Lan Sun and Xiaochen also escaped from the illusion array, and Yang Kai's back just happened to be printed in Lan Sun's field of vision. Huh? Lan Sun's eyes showed surprise. He was faster than me? What? Xiaochen followed behind Lan Sun and didn't notice the situation ahead, so he couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head and glanced back. She found that the two of them were only 10 steps away from the previous entrance. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no trace of other people. She knew the power of the illusion array and was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. She said to Xiaochen, "Let's keep going." After a while, the two came to the front of the fork. Lan Sun deliberately chose a different path from Yang Kai's and walked in. Although there were many forks here, the light was not dim. There were some strange glowing stones around the forks, emitting a soft light. Yang Kai radiated his divine sense to a distance of 20 feet around him. While being vigilant of possible dangers, he groped forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and listened carefully. The sound of fighting vaguely came from the front, and there seemed to be a trace of bloody smell. Startled, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He held his breath. He slowly walked forward. After a while, he came to an empty hall. Although the area of this hall was not as big as the place where everyone entered at the beginning, it was not small. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance, and there was not much strange about it. There was only a pool in the middle of the hall. It was more than 45 feet deep, and it was unknown what was originally inside, but at the moment, it was empty. On the left side of the hall, there was a long table with 2 spirit fruits on it. The spirit fruits had been here for who knows how many flowing time, Great Emperor, but they still looked as fresh as new and even exuded a strong fragrance. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They looked like 2 ripe peaches, making people salivate. This is the flowing time great emperor fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized what this spirit fruit was. He had previously obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Suanmu, the third disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills, under the Yuan Furnace Mountain. The jade slip recorded the names, appearances, and refining methods of various rare spirit herbs and medicines in the star boundary in detail. Yang Kai had already memorized the contents of the jade slip, so how could he not recognize it? So the flowing time great emperor is something that only exists in the flowing time temple. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although he already knew that the flowing time great emperor was a fruit, he knew that the flowing time great emperor was not a fruit. However, he had never associated it with the flowing time temple. Now that he had seen the flowing time great emperor fruit, he immediately understood. The flowing time great emperor fruit had a very strange effect. It did not have any substantial help to a cultivator's cultivation. But even so, it did not hinder its rarity and preciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu, it was recorded that the flowing time fruit had 2 diametrically opposite effects. One was that it could rejuvenate a person's youth, allowing an elderly person to regain their youthful appearance for a short period of time, while the other was like a poison of time. It could make a young man age in the blink of an eye. If one did not know how to distinguish between different flowing time great emperor fruits, no one would dare to take them rashly. Not to mention whether the second effect was useful or not, the first effect would definitely make countless cultivators go crazy, especially female cultivators. Which one of them did not want to be young forever? Which one of them did not want to be young forever? But no matter how high their cultivation was or how exquisite their youth-retaining technique was, the flowing time great emperor would still leave some marks on their bodies. As time passed, these marks would become more and more obvious. But if there was a flowing time great emperor fruit that could rejuvenate a person, it would be different. Even an old woman would become peerless in the blink of an eye. Of course, this did not mean that the flowing time great emperor fruit was only useful for women. For those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan but had no hope of breaking through, the flowing time great emperor fruit was undoubtedly a good medicine to increase their lifespan. It could make a cultivator return to their physical state decades or even hundreds of years ago, which was equivalent to adding decades or even hundreds of years of lifespan out of thin air. To some extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than an emperor artifact. After Yang Kai recognized the flowing time great emperor fruit, he immediately became spirited. If this spirit fruit fell into the hands of others, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of effect it would have, but in his hands, it would be incredible. He was an alchemist and could use the flowing time great emperor fruit as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of flowing time great emperor pills. This was an almost extinct spirit pill that represented a huge amount of capital and wealth. Yang Kai quietly swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the center of the hall. There, a man and a monster were fighting. The sounds of fighting that Yang Kai had heard before were also made by them. This man was none other than Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the monster, it was blood-red in color, as if it was made entirely of blood, and its entire body exuded a nauseating bloody aura. This blood monster had a humanoid upper body, a round head, and 2 arms. Its lower body, however, was in the shape of a flowing top. As it ran around the hall, it waved its fists, which were wrapped in a thick bloody aura, as if it could explode the air. The light of source chi around Kong Qi's body blossomed as his expression became dignified. From time to time, he would display a powerful attack towards the blood monster, seemingly probing for its weakness. A cultivator like Kong Qi was generally a cautious person. After encountering a strong enemy, he would not act unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Before Yang Kai arrived, Kong Qi had been dealing with this blood monster for a while and had basically figured out the other party's routines and moves. He was now looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to this blood monster. How did I end up on the same path as this guy? Yang Kai hid in the dark and frowned. There were more than a dozen forks in the road before. He had just chosen one at random and hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. But fortunately, Kong Qi had walked ahead of him, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been the one dealing with this blood monster at this moment. Looking at the battlefield, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two flowing time-grade emperor fruits on the long table, and a despicable idea came to his mind uncontrollably. While this guy is attracting the blood monster's attention, I can secretly take away the flowing time-grade emperor fruits. That wouldn't be too much, right? Before this, Yang Kai had never had any dealings with Kong Qi. There was no gratitude or grievance between them, so when this idea came to him, Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed his nihility secret technique, restrained all his aura, and then cautiously walked towards the other side. After displaying his nihility secret technique, Yang Kai didn't really exist in the void, but instead completely isolated his aura, making it impossible for others to spy on his existence with their divine sense. Unless the person spying on him had a divine sense strong enough to penetrate the void. The only weakness of this secret technique was that others could see him with the naked eye. The hall wasn't too big, so if Yang Kai acted too fiercely, he would obviously expose his whereabouts, but he was also a cautious person, so he waited until Kong Qi and the blood monster had both entered his blind spot before suddenly taking action. Rushing forward. Because he didn't need to worry about being detected by the divine senses of others. As such, Yang Kai's actions could be said to be unscrupulous. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived in front of the long table and reached out to grab the two flowing time-grade emperor fruits, intending to put them into his space ring. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a light curtain-like barrier appeared above the long table, directly blocking Yang Kai's hand. Crap! Yang Kai muttered to himself, knowing that he definitely wouldn't be able to sneak around under the eyes of others. Sure enough, the moment the light curtain flashed, Kong Qi and the blood monster, who were fighting fiercely, both noticed it and cast their gazes towards it. Kong Qi had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that someone would be able to steal his spoils without him noticing. He couldn't help but tease, "Friend, your cultivation isn't high, but your courage isn't small. It's just so." Yang Kai answered casually, his source chi erupting from his body as he punched the light curtain on the long table. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai might as well openly snatch the fruits. The barrier on this light curtain was indeed extraordinary. Even after experiencing countless flowing time-grade emperor fruits, it was still able to function, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, it finally shattered. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, grabbing one of the flowing time-grade emperor fruits and throwing it directly into his space ring. You! Kong Qi looked angry. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. After he came in, he found the two flowing time-grade emperor fruits, but before he could take them, the blood pool in the hall suddenly roiled and quickly condensed into a huge blood monster. Kong Qi had no choice but to fight with this blood monster, wanting to finish it off as soon as possible so he could collect the spoils. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere and snatch what should have been his? Roar. After the flowing time-grade emperor fruits were taken away by Yang Kai, the blood monster, which was already shrouded in a violent and hostile aura, let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai madly, throwing a huge punch at him. This blow. Kong Qi's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. He had just fought with this blood monster for a long time and thought he had a good grasp of its strength, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Judging from its attack on Yang Kai, it was clear that this blood monster was definitely not as easy to deal with as he had thought. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and sneered, muttering to himself, "First Order Dao Source Realm is going to be killed instantly?" In his opinion, even if he wanted to defend against this blow, it would not be easy, so wouldn't a mere First Order Dao Source Realm be killed in the blink of an eye? Kong, a violent explosion, a violent shockwave, and a wave of blood flooded the place where Yang Kai stood. Seeking death. Kong Qi stared ahead and coldly snorted, his eyes carefully searching the chaotic area, trying to find the space ring left behind by Yang Kai after his death. However, there was nothing there. Could it be that even his space ring was destroyed? Kong Qi's face turned slightly pale. He wasn't shocked by the strength of this blood monster, but by the treasures in Yang Kai's space ring. Not to mention what good things Yang Kai had in his possession, the two unusual spirit fruits were absolutely valuable. If Yang Kai's space ring had really been destroyed by this blood monster, everything in it would have been banished to the void, never to be found again. Just as Kong Qi was lost in thought, the blood monster roared again and a blood-red light burst from its body, radiating outwards. What's going on? Kong Qi frowned and hurriedly leapt into the air to avoid the red light. At the same time, the blood-red light spread out and filled the entire hall, forming a red light curtain that sealed all the entrances and exits. The next moment, at the exit, the red light curtain caved in slightly and a figure strangely appeared, as if it had been ejected. There's such a trick? Kai Yang was stunned while he spoke. While speaking, he threw a punch. He punched towards the light curtain. To his surprise, although this light curtain looked extremely thin, it was actually extremely tough. His punch, which was full of power, actually did not break it, only leaving behind a fist mark. Moreover, this fist mark also recovered in a very short time. You. Kong Qi, who was floating mid-air, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Looking at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You're not dead?" A cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm was actually unscathed under the blood monster's attack and had even managed to escape to the exit without anyone noticing. If it weren't for the blood monster being vigilant and using some unknown method to seal the exit, Kong Qi would have already escaped. At that time, the furious blood monster would definitely vent its anger on Kong Qi. In the end, Kong Qi would not only fail to eat the meat he had eaten, he would also be in trouble. This little brat is too insidious and vicious, he's simply inhuman. After Kong Qi understood this, his anger surged, wishing he could rush down and join forces with the blood monster to beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Haha. Hello, brother Kong. Yang Kai greeted Kong Qi a little awkwardly. Originally, he could have feigned death and escaped, leaving Kong Qi to deal with this blood monster alone. Unfortunately, his plan could not keep up with the changes and he was trapped in the end. Hello my ass. Kong Qi's face became gloomy as he snorted, but if you die, I'll be happy. He and Yang Kai had never met before, and seeing how the other party had acted just now, his first impression of Yang Kai was naturally not very good, feeling that this person was both evil and treacherous. Since this person was not someone he could befriend, he naturally would not treat kindly. Yang Kai didn't mind and simply smiled. Brother Kong is too polite, as the saying goes, at home you rely on your parents, but outside you rely on your friends. Who's your friend? Kong Qi didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting him, his veins bulging. Good. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as his figure flickered and he dodged a killing blow from the blood monster. Since he secretly took the two flowing time Great Emperor fruits, this blood monster seemed to regard him as the murderer of its father and attacked him fiercely, completely ignoring Kong Qi. The blood monster's body was huge, and Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it wasn't difficult for him to avoid it. The only thing that made Yang Kai vigilant was the blood qi emanating from this monster's body. This strange blood qi seemed to have some kind of corrosive power that was constantly corroding his source qi and trying to invade his body. While avoiding the blood monster's attacks, Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, why don't you come down and help me kill this blood monster?" Kong Qi crossed his arms and sneered, "Why should I go down and help? It's looking for you, not me, your life or death has nothing to do with me." Brother Kong's words are wrong. Yang Kai shook his head, his voice coming out intermittently. While moving at high speed, his voice was somewhat erratic. As you can see, this hall seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. Unless we kill it, we won't be able to leave this place. Brother Kong, are you willing to be trapped here? Kong Qi smiled and said, "I can wait until it kills you." Yang Kai sneered and said, "With all due respect, Brother Kong, although your strength is good, if you want to kill this monster alone, won't it be difficult?" Kong Qi's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Yang Kai said was true. If it were before Yang Kai came here, Kong Qi would have been confident that he could easily take down this blood monster, but judging from the combat power it was displaying at this moment, it was obvious it had been hiding some of its strength. Even if Kong Qi used his trump card, he would have to pay a price to kill this blood monster. What's more, only the heavens knew what dangers awaited them, so unless he had no other choice, Kong Qi was unwilling to use the power he didn't want to use. Thinking so, Kong Qi's expression became serious as he narrowed his eyes towards Yang Kai and said meaningfully, "Your Excellency seems to be an extraordinary person. Only now did he suddenly notice that while dealing with this blood monster, Yang Kai was also casually chatting with him. This was definitely not something a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could do, and combined with his previous strange performance, Kong Qi couldn't help wondering which sect this young man came from and why he possessed such strength. Brother Kong is too polite. This Yang is just a little confident in his movement skill. As Yang Kai spoke, he deliberately paused mid-air, waiting for the blood monster's attack to reach him before suddenly disappearing, as if he was deliberately showing off. Just a movement skill. Kong Qi muttered to himself, not intending to verify this, instead shouting loudly, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what you took before. I'll give you one." Yang Kai seemed to know what he was going to say. He immediately replied. Just as he finished speaking, something flew over from Yang Kai's side. Kong Qi frowned and reached out to catch it, quickly discovering that it was the spirit fruit that had been placed on the long table before. So straightforward? Yang Kai's action stunned Kong Qi. Brother Kong, if you and I join forces to kill this enemy, we can split the spoils in half, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You can't monopolize it. Yang Kai's voice came out again. Kong Qi carefully checked the spirit fruit in his hand. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, Kong Qi solemnly put it into his space ring and said lightly, although you're a little disagreeable, since you're so sincere, this Kong will cooperate with you. Yang Kai grinned, Brother Kong is really smart. Delay it well, this Kong needs some time to perform this move. Saying so, Kong Qi's source chi shook. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a golden copper coin appeared in his palm, and after a loud shout, he madly poured his source chi into it. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of powerful secret technique Kong Qi was about to use, and it was one he was using with the help of an artifact. The power of this technique was definitely extraordinary. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Kong Qi's face as he focused on delaying the enemy. Kong Qi did this out of self-confidence. Although he felt that Yang Kai was an extraordinary cultivator from the first-order Dao Source Realm, he didn't think Yang Kai was stronger than him. Yang Kai being able to contend with the blood monster for so long was only because of his outstanding movement skill and speed. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to the blood monster, he would have to take action himself. As such, he took on the role of the main attacker. Sure enough, Yang Kai didn't disappoint him, leading the blood monster around the hall. Not a single hair on the blood monster's body was touched. On the contrary, as the energy fluctuations around Kong Qi continued to rise, the blood monster seemed to faintly feel uneasy and became more and more irritable. At a certain moment, the blood monster finally gave up chasing Yang Kai and instead turned its head to stare at Kong Qi with its scarlet eyes. With a loud roar, its huge body transformed into a blood-red beam of light and rushed straight towards Kong Qi. Kong Qi's eyes narrowed and he almost gave up on condensing his secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of him, waving his 10 fingers as he sent out a series of golden blood threads. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light as the countless golden blood threads entwined with each other and condensed into a golden shield in the blink of an eye. Kong, when the blood monster's body hit the golden blood shield, its huge body was immediately exposed and it was forced back several steps. At the same time, the shield condensed from golden blood threads dissipated and transformed back into countless golden blood threads. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took them all back into his body before quickly asking, Brother Kong, if you're ready, you should act quickly, I won't be able to stop it a second time. What a coincidence, I was just about to begin. Kong Qi grinned, his expression becoming solemn in the next moment as he flicked his finger and sent the golden copper coin in his hand flying out. His hands danced in the air, forming a series of hand seals as he muttered, Coin fall, primordial unity chi. Xiao. In midair, the coin suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of coins appeared. Each coin emitted a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, as if it had a strong ability to shrink, constantly growing larger and smaller. Under the control of Kong Qi's divine sense, these countless coins flew towards the blood monster in unison. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. At a glance, the arrogant blood monster was now wrapped like a rice dumpling by the countless gold and copper coins. Seeing this scene, Xianxia vaguely had a premonition of Kang Qi's next move and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as Xianxia was about to move, Kang Qi suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as these words fell, a buzzing sound rang out. The countless gold and copper coins seemed to have turned into extremely sharp weapons at this moment. They suddenly shrank and cut through the blood monster's body. As the golden light dissipated, the countless copper coins turned back into a single coin and were taken back by Kang Qi. However, the blood monster that stood on the spot suddenly collapsed. When it fell, its body turned into pieces that were as thin as cicadas' wings, turning into pus that flowed all over the ground. The hall was soon filled with a nauseating smell. Unable to withstand a single blow, Kang Qi landed from midair with a confident look and coldly snorted. If it weren't for his slightly pale face, his words would undoubtedly have been more convincing. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of his strength. Xianxia smiled faintly, but just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression suddenly changed and he looked around with rapt attention. "What's wrong?" Kang Qi saw Xianxia's startled expression and couldn't help frowning. "Brother Kang, haven't you noticed that the barrier around this room hasn't been removed?" Xianxia glanced at the entrance and asked. After hearing what he said, Kang Qi's looked left and right in hindsight. Wondering, he asked, "It's true, why is that?" "There are two possibilities." Xianxia's face sank as he looked at Kang Qi solemnly and said, "The first possibility is that this barrier was originally set up in this room and has nothing to do with the blood monster, so even if it died, the barrier around it still remains. Even if it died, the barrier still hasn't disappeared." Then the other possibility. Kang Qi was not a fool, so how could he not understand what Xianxia was trying to say? As he spoke, he glanced towards the ground and shouted, "It's not dead." As soon as his voice fell, the pool of blood-red pus on the ground squirmed rapidly and poured into the pool in the center of the room, as if it were alive. "He's really not dead?" Kang Qi was shocked. The blood monster had already been cut into countless thin pieces by Xianxia's secret technique and artifact, but even so, it still hadn't been destroyed. From this, one could see how bizarre it was. This blood pool is the key. Xianxia seemed to have realized something. As he spoke, the blood in the blood pool kept boiling and bubbling. It looked like another blood monster was about to be born. How troublesome. Kang Qi couldn't help retreating a few steps, his face filled with worry as he proposed, "How about you and I join forces? Break the restriction. It's better to leave first." Kang Qi really didn't want to fight against this strange and almost unkillable monster. Xianxia stood where he was and turned a deaf ear to him. "Did you hear what I said?" Kang Qi frowned and shouted. "Oh." Xianxia finally responded and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. I suddenly have a good idea." "What?" Kang Qi asked in amazement. But Xianxia didn't answer him and instead stood in front of the blood pool, assuming a strange posture as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward. At the same time, he raised his qi and called out. Raising his hand, Xianxia shouted, "Ocean divine art, absorb." "What the hell?" Kang Qi's mouth twitched, really not knowing what to say to Xianxia, because even with his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of a secret art called the Ocean divine art. It was obvious that this secret art was either made up by Xianxia himself or was some kind of garbage secret art. But in the next moment, a scene that made Kang Qi's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared. The churning blood in the blood pool was actually sucked up by Xianxia, and it continuously flowed into his palm, disappearing without a trace. The blood in the blood pool churned even more violently and vaguely roaring and struggling could be heard, but because the body of the blood monster had not yet been fully formed, it was unable to resist and could only be pulled towards Xianxia's palm. Yang Kai's palm was like a bottomless pit at this moment, sucking in the blood full of evil aura. Kang Chi was dumbfounded and could not help feeling a storm in the depths of his heart, constantly rubbing his eyes and telling himself that this was an illusion. But no matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was extremely real. At the same time, Yang Kai maintained his strange posture in Kang Chi's blind spot, holding the sealed world bead in his hand as he communicated with his embodiment with his divine sense. "Are you sure you can refine this thing?" The embodiment replied, "This blood contains a huge amount of energy and is of great use to me. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art devours everything, so how can this trivial blood be an exception? I've even refined 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators." "Good, since you say so." Yang Kai no longer said anything. If the embodiment had not suddenly sent him a message just now, he would not have used the sealed world bead to suck this pool of blood into his sealed world bead. After a pause, he exhorted, "But you still have to be careful, don't let those evil thoughts contaminate your soul." "I understand." Inside the hall, Kang Chi's expression was one of surprise, shock, amazement, and so on. As time passed, the pool of blood soon disappeared along with the indistinct wails. At the same time, the light screen restriction that sealed the room was broken. After the blood was completely sucked dry, Kai Yan drew a circle in the air with his hands, condensed his qi into his dantian, and assumed a posture of finishing his cultivation. After turning around, he didn't forget to pat his stomach and burp, looking like he was very full. Kang Chi's face turned green. "Brother Kong, it was a pleasure working with you. You're truly worthy of being an elite of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. That falling gold coin just now really opened my eyes. You truly live up to your reputation. Brother Kong's name is well deserved." As he spoke to hear, he paused for a moment. Tilting his head, he looked at Kang Chi. "Why are you making such an expression?" Kang Chi's mouth twitched as he said, "I just want to ask, your body, is there any abnormal reaction?" "I don't." Kai Yang replied, while continuing to walk forward. Kang Chi took a few steps back and raised his hand, "Don't come over, just stand there and talk." If Kang Chi's attitude towards Yang Kai before was one of disgust and vigilance, but now, it was pure disgust. He looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a maggot crawling out of a cesspool, not daring to look directly at him. "Brother Kong seems to be a person who loves cleanliness," Yang Kai grinned and said meaningfully. "It has nothing to do with cleanliness." Kang Chi endured the discomfort in his abdomen and replied quickly, immediately closing his mouth and nose. "By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell Brother Kong. You should ask your Chamber of Commerce's elders about this spirit fruit after you go back. Identify the variety and effect before making any plans, but don't eat it easily." Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and cautioned. After all, although the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits looked the same, they were very different. The one Yang Kai gave to Kang Chi had a small problem. If Kang Chi suffered because of this, he would not be able to escape responsibility. "You don't need to remind me of this kind of thing." Kang Chi frowned. He secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too concerned. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned, saying, "This matter is over, how about we?" But before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Kang Chi cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Turning around, Kang Chi rushed out of the hall. He didn't even bother to say anything like, "See you again," as if he didn't want to see Yang Kai again. He really ran away fast. Yang Kai looked in the direction Kang Chi disappeared and muttered to himself. After standing in place for a moment, he didn't turn around and instead followed Kang Chi. Although he had accidentally chosen the same fork as Kang Chi, it was already too late. But at this moment, it was probably too late to return. The other cultivators had probably also escaped from the illusory array and rushed into different forks. Even if Yang Kai made a choice, he would still have to follow the same path as the others, so he simply didn't want to waste time. After this hall, there was still a corridor dotted with strange stones. There seemed to be a few small barriers along the way, but they were all broken by Kang Chi. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was safe and sound. After walking for about half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and grinned towards the figure standing in front of him. "Brother Kong, why are you waiting for me here? Did you encounter some kind of trouble?" "No." Seeing him approaching, Kangqi felt an inexplicable sense of panic and stepped back a few steps before asking, "There is a fork here, which one do you want to take?" Yang Kai heard this and glanced around and found that there were indeed 2 forks, but there weren't many of them, only 2. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai immediately understood why Kangqi had deliberately waited here. This guy obviously didn't want to take the same path as him, so he waited here to confirm, not even hesitating to delay. "Which one does Brother Kong want to take?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Kangqi's mouth twitched as he said, "Whichever one you take, I'll take the other." "Is that so? I still want to follow Brother Kong. Don't mention this again." Kangqi hurriedly stopped him and said coldly, "Hurry up and choose, don't dawdle." "Then let's go this way." Kai Yang pointed to the fork on the right. Saying so, Kangqi's figure flickered and rushed into the left fork, disappearing soon after. "This guy is quite interesting." Yang Kai stared in the direction Kangqi disappeared and grinned meaningfully before turning around and stepping into the right fork. In fact, even if Kangqi hadn't deliberately waited for him here, Yang Kai would have chosen a different direction. Although it was good to have someone leading the way, if all the benefits fell into someone else's hands, Yang Kai didn't want to see that happen. The rest of the way was quite peaceful, and although there were a few small barriers, they were all successfully broken by Yang Kai. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. With the light guiding the way, Yang Kai couldn't help quickening his pace. Not long after, he passed through the door. What he saw was a straight white jade staircase, pure and flawless. It was impossible to see the end of it, and it was difficult for his divine sense to see the end of it. At the bottom of this white jade staircase, to the right of Yang Kai, there was a stone tablet with a line of large characters engraved on it. Yang Kai looked down and read, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase?" He frowned with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this white jade staircase, but he didn't dare to move forward rashly, lest he encounter any danger. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so after thinking for a while, he directly summoned Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time, so she should know more about the Flowing Time Temple than he did. With a flash of light, Xianxia's figure appeared. She looked around blankly at first, as if she didn't know where she was now. "This is the Flowing Time Temple," Yang Kai said from the side. "Huh?" Xianxia responded in surprise, and immediately said with joy, "You really found the Flowing Time Temple?" "And it was a coincidence. I don't know why it appeared," Yang Kai said. "Take a look at this first." While speaking, Yang Kai pointed to the white jade staircase in front of him and the stone tablet beside him. Xianxia glanced at the stone tablet and her tender body trembled. "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase? You really know?" Yang Kai observed her expression. He immediately understood that she should have some understanding of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the secret behind this?" Xianxia took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "The stairway of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is said to contain the understanding and control of the principles of time of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Those who step on this stairway can be cleansed by the principles of time. It is of great benefit to the cultivator." Her eyes were shining, and she was eager to try it out. "What if it fails?" Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia was startled. She stammered for a while before saying, "I don't know. Probably there will be some terrible consequences." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that Xianxia didn't know much about the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but she was still better than him. Seeing that Yang Kai was pondering, Xianxia pursed her red lips and said, "Whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try." Yang Kai glanced at her. He smiled and said, "Since it's an opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. And call Ruashi out too." While speaking, he stretched out his hand again and called Zhang Ruashi out. After explaining the wonders of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase to Zhang Ruashi, Yang Kai looked at her and said, "It's up to you whether you want to go up or not, although I don't know what the consequences will be if you fail. But it shouldn't be too wonderful." But don't worry, if it really comes to that, I will take you into the small sealed world. I want to go up. To Yang Kai's surprise, Zhang Ruoxi didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. Instead, she expressed her opinion very actively. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. This little girl is young, but she's quite energetic. In that case, let's go together. Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, don't go too far away from me, otherwise, something will happen. I may not be able to take you into the small sealed world in time. Zhang Ruoxi nodded nervously, her face slightly flushed because of excitement. Hua Qingxi smiled charmingly, then you have to follow behind elder sister well. Yang Kai glanced at her, sneered, and stepped up the white jade stairs. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi's expressions became serious and they stepped up side by side. Suddenly, a pure white energy emerged from the white jade stairs and turned into a cloud that shrouded the three of them, giving them the illusion that they were walking on clouds. At the same time, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a strange force pour into his body. Like a catalyst, it cleansed the source chi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea, making his source chi and spiritual energy more vigorous and condensed. This force was indescribable, as if the flowing time Great Emperor was passing, and as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, his strength was also increasing step by step. It was clearly just a moment, but the three of them felt like a long time had passed. A wonderful feeling lingered in their hearts. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi were both at ease. After confirming that the two of them were fine, he took another step forward. As the feeling grew stronger, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he opened his mind to accept the baptism of the principles of time on the stairs. His source chi and spiritual energy became more and more vigorous and pure. At the beginning, Yang Kai still had the leisure to observe the situation of Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, lest the two of them couldn't bear the principles of time and something unexpected happened. But as he climbed up the stairs, Yang Kai gradually became immersed in this seemingly slow but rapid feeling of becoming stronger, and for a while, he was unable to extricate himself. Is this the principles of time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of admiration on his face. What a strange power. It's obviously only a short period of time, but it makes me feel like a long time has passed, as if I'd been cultivating for a long time. This strange power is even better than the Tao of space. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the front. Yang Kai was shocked. He collected his thoughts and looked up. 7 or 8 steps ahead of him, Zhang Ruoxi was walking forward step by step. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. As she took this step, a halo of energy suddenly burst out from her petite body and spread out in all directions. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't know when Zhang Ruoxi had walked in front of him, and she was so many steps ahead of him. But that wasn't all. The key was that Zhang Ruoxi had clearly broken through a minor realm and reached the second-order origin returning realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it was true. After all, Zhang Ruoxi had just broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago. How could she have broken through another minor realm in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Although Yang Kai himself had gained a lot on the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, it was not to the extent that Zhang Ruoxi had. This little girl is really strange. Yang Kai recalled the day she broke through to the origin returning realm. The giant master's shadow that appeared behind her was at a loss. It really didn't know what kind of bloodline power in her body was that allowed her to break through so quickly. Yang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Zhang Ruoxi so that she wouldn't be too far away from him, but he found that he couldn't call out a single word no matter how hard he tried. Even his divine sense couldn't leave his body and was suppressed as soon as he tried. He looked back again. Seeing that Hua Qingxi was about 6 or 7 steps away from him, she was drenched in sweat and trekking with great difficulty, as if she was struggling to even move. Sure enough, the flowing time Great Emperor's steps weren't a place to test one's cultivation. If it were, Hua Qingxi should be walking at the front. No matter what, Zhang Ruoxi, who had the lowest cultivation, wouldn't have a chance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He stopped in place and waited for Hua Qingxi. In his opinion, Hua Qingxi was probably the first to break down, so he had to take her back to the sealed world bead at the right time. As for Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai could easily catch up with her later. The facts were indeed as Yang Kai expected. After climbing more than half of the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, Hua Qingxi finally couldn't bear the baptism of the principles of time. The benefits she could obtain from stepping on the steps suddenly turned into torture. The erosion of the principles of time made her inexplicably feel like her youth was fading away. She panicked and hurriedly looked up at Yang Kai, wanting to call out to him. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a single word. She was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been paying attention to her movements. As soon as he noticed this, he quickly reached out and directly took her back into the sealed world bead. At this time, Yang Kai looked up again and could only vaguely see Zhang Ruoxi's back. The little girl had at least thrown Yang Kai dozens of steps away, and seemed to be immersed in the various benefits she had obtained, unable to extricate herself. Her steps didn't stop for a moment and she kept going up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to close the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. Somewhere in the flowing time temple, in a dark and boundless hall, there was a faint sound of low breathing and a strong heartbeat. An inexplicable pressure filled this hall. If a living creature came here, they would immediately collapse to the ground. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and even the Emperor realm would tremble before it. At a certain moment, two long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, the two long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were two eyes the size of gongs. This was a pair of beastly eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Golden pupils, red pupils, filled with boundless ruthlessness. Oh? Have these little insects finally found the flowing time temple? A muffled thunderous voice rang out in the dark hall. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out in the darkness. The flame came from a strange giant beast covered in flames. This beast was about 3 stories tall and looked like a tiger or a cow. It looked as if it was made of flames, with a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered in scales. It looked majestic. It seems that this uncle's mission is about to be completed. How many years has it been? This uncle is finally going to be free. A voice that shook the entire hall came from the belly of this strange beast. It stood up and looked around with its eyes as if they could pierce through the void. While looking, it muttered, "Let this uncle see what's so special about these little insects." As far as its eyes could see, none of the dozens of cultivator in the flowing time temple could escape its observation. It didn't forget to comment while looking, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but he still can't enter this uncle's eyes. Huh. This little girl is quite famous. Her physique is good, and her cultivation isn't high, but she has an emperor artifact. Is she a descendant of some great emperors? Well, although she barely meets the requirements, forget it, the great emperors aren't good people." In the flowing time temple, everyone had different opportunities because of the different routes they chose. But at this moment, no matter where they were, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of horror, as if there was a pair of eyes looking down at them from above. This made everyone feel a little creepy and cold. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They couldn't help but think that it was just their imagination. In the dark hall, the strange beast was still observing the surroundings, commenting from time to time. Many elite cultivators were spurned as trash by it, but when it cast its gaze towards the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor, it was surprised. What's with this little insect? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A guy from the First Order Dao Source Realm actually has 5 Emperor artifacts on him? Where did he come from? Even though the strange beast had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen many storms, it was still shocked by Yang Kai's background at this moment because it found that Yang Kai alone had 5 Emperor artifacts. Even the Emperor realm didn't have so many Emperor artifacts, right? The 5 Emperor artifacts it was referring to were naturally the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Sealed World Bead, Insect Enslavement Bracelet, Soul-Splitting Saber, and Myriad Sword. In this flowing time temple, nothing could escape its observation. Is his family all great emperors? The strange beast secretly guessed. Otherwise, such a cultivator. How could he have so many? Emperor artifacts? An emperor artifact was not something that could be found on the streets. One had to know. Even a noble existence like Lan Xun only had one emperor artifact, and that was a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperor's bright moon to prevent her from encountering any accidents. Forget it. Although his aptitude and temperament are excellent, this guy looks like trouble. It's better not to have any contact with him, the strange beast nagged for a while. Then, it shifted its gaze from Yang Kai to Zhang Ruoxi. This little girl, why is she only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The strange beast's eyes flickered with suspicion. How did you enter this place with such a low cultivation? Why are there so many strange things happening when I'm just sleeping? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction and exclaimed, "Wait. This little girl, she actually..." At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and its originally arrogant tone suddenly became one of fear. Even its two terrifying eyes showed a horrified expression, as if it was afraid of Zhang Ruoxi. On that huge head, he was actually dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi also seemed to have reached her limit. The end of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase was clearly not far in front of her, but she couldn't lift her foot no matter how hard she tried. She stubbornly looked up and wanted to take a step forward, but she felt weak all over and her legs were as heavy as lead. The principles of time that filled the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase suddenly broke out at this moment and invaded Zhang Ruoxi's body, wanting to engulf her. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had already caught up to her a dozen steps away, clearly saw Zhang Ruoxi's black hair. In a very short period of time, it became as white as snow. Yang Kai was shocked and realized that something was wrong. He pushed the source qi in his body and rushed forward, trying to shorten the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. But at this point of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, every step was extremely difficult. The distance of a dozen steps was not something that Yang Kai could shorten even if he wanted to. He suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The strange beast in the hall was just as anxious as him. As the guardian of the flowing time temple, it naturally saw Zhang Ruoxi's state and changes. At first, it rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Ruoxi was dead for sure, but soon, it realized something was wrong. Because once Zhang Ruoxi was forced into a dead end, the bloodline power lurking in her body was very likely to awaken. Once that thing was awakened, it would be in big trouble. Thinking so, the strange beast stood up and stretched out a claw towards the void. Space shattered under this blow, and the huge claw crossed the barrier of space and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi before immediately retracting. As it did so, it muttered worriedly, "Oh, oh, 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 oh. I don't know if this is the right thing to do." As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly opened its claws and placed the dazed Zhang Ruoxi in front of it. Zhang Ruoxi obviously didn't understand what was going on. She just felt endless time passing by her body. In that short moment, she felt like 100 years had passed. Her vitality seemed to be draining away, and the aura of death rushed towards her. She wanted to turn around and call out to Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought she was going to die, a huge claw descended from the sky and pulled her back from the gates of hell, bringing her into this dark hall. She looked up and saw a huge burning monster beast in front of her, staring at her with a pair of beastly eyes. Most people who saw such a behemoth would probably turn pale with fright, scream, and run away. Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a bold person, and her cultivation wasn't high, nor was she knowledgeable. It wouldn't be surprising if she fainted from fright. But for some reason, when she looked up and stared at the monster beast, she didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, she had a feeling that the other party should be afraid of her. This feeling was baseless and absurd, but it was a feeling that came from deep within her bones, as natural as breathing, and made people believe it without a doubt. She pursed her red lips and looked up at the huge monster beast, her small figure forming a sharp contrast. Their eyes met, but the monster beast felt its hair stand on end. Its forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and its eyes were flickering. Why do you seem to be afraid of me?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she opened her mouth, the monster beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It looked at her with fear in its eyes. A muffled sound like thunder came from its abdomen, and it laughed dryly, haha, yes, why should I be afraid of you? Xianxia didn't get to the bottom of it, but beckoned to it. Seeing this, the monster beast actually walked over and crawled in front of Xianxia. Its violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment. Faintly, there was a trace of panic and fear. Did you save me? Xianxia asked. The monster beast thought for a while and said, yes. Thank you. Xianxia smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the monster beast's head, but she hesitated and said, I won't hurt you, right? She didn't know why she asked such a question, but she had a feeling that if she touched the monster beast in front of her, it was very likely that it would be hurt. The courage you probably won't. The monster beast replied. Only then did Xianxia put her hand on its forehead and gently touched it. The scorching flame burned Xianxia's white hand, but miraculously, it didn't hurt her at all. Instead, it accompanied her touch. The monster beast actually made a purring sound. It was like the reaction of a cat when it was petted. So shameful, so shameful. This great lord is actually being touched by a little girl like this. This is simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The demonic beast muttered unhappily in its heart, but its body gave a very honest reaction. What's your name? Xianxia suddenly asked again. Xianxia. What a strange name. Xianxia smiled slightly, a confused look in her beautiful eyes, and said, I don't know why, but although this is the first time I've heard this name, it feels very familiar. Do you know why? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head like a rattledrum, thinking in his heart, it's better if you don't understand in your lifetime. Why would this great master take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If that's the case, then this great master's doomsday is coming. Okay. Xianxia said. She withdrew her hand and said sincerely, thank you for saving my life just now, but can I trouble you to send me back? If I suddenly disappear, Mr. will be very worried. Mister? Xianxia heard this and asked suspiciously, the man behind you? Yes, you can see him? Xianxia nodded quickly. Xianxia said proudly, in this temple, no wind or grass can escape this grate. My observation. Just now, I saw that you were in danger, so I brought you here. After a pause, it shook its head and said, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would be protected by others. Although it deliberately lowered its voice when it said this, its voice was loud and clear, so Xianxia still heard it clearly. Xianxia quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment, what are you talking about? Mister is the powerful one, how am I strong? She just thought that Xianxia was talking nonsense to make her happy. One day, you will be strong. Xianxia said meaningfully. Yes, I will work hard. Xianxia was full of enthusiasm. Well, since you and I are fated to meet today, I will give you something. Xianxia suddenly seemed to think of something and said. As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at the void. When it retracted its claws, there was a pink rainbow-colored robe on its claws. The robe was dazzling and emperor aura flowed on it, making it look magnificent. Your strength is still low, so I will give you this pink cloud's phoenix robe. After wearing it, ordinary people probably won't be able to hurt you. Xianxia was very strong, so the ordinary people it mentioned could be understood as a cultivator in the emperor realm. How can I accept this? Although Xianxia liked this robe, her good upbringing made her unable to accept this gift without any reason, so she quickly waved her hand and refused. Just wear it. This is your opportunity. When a cultivator cultivates, opportunities are also a part of their strength. Xianxia said, but in his heart, he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid some blind guy would provoke you and cause your bloodline power to awaken in advance, why would this great master go through so much trouble? It's not easy for me to plan ahead. Once I'm out of here, I should go to the Dragon Island and extort those old dragons. Anyway, this isn't my problem alone. Those old dragons definitely won't sit back and do nothing. At the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety as he tried his best to climb it. Xianxia had suddenly disappeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss. He didn't know what kind of danger this little girl had encountered, or if anything had happened to her. He secretly blamed himself, feeling that if he hadn't been on a whim and wanted Zhang Ruoxi to climb the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase with him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as he was feeling anxious, a flash of light suddenly appeared above him, and a figure appeared. Yang Kai was startled, looked up, and was stunned. Zhang Ruoxi was standing at the top of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, looking at him with a smile. Her hair, which should have turned snow white, was still as black as ink. Was it an illusion? Yang Kai was a little confused. He had clearly seen Zhang Ruoxi disappear mysteriously just now, and he had clearly seen the flowing time force erode her body, causing her to age rapidly, but now she had appeared in front of him, perfectly fine, and she had reached the top of the 9 peaks. Everything seemed so unreal. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and after an incense stick's worth of time, he finally reached the top, panting. As soon as he set foot here, the principles of time that lingered around him disappeared instantly. Looking back, the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase also became ordinary, as if it no longer had the magical power it once had. What happened just now? Yang Kai gasped for breath and asked quickly. Ruoxi was reckless. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a low voice with a guilty look, I was just immersed in the joy of gaining power. I forgot Sir's instructions. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Then how did you? A powerful monster beast saved me. Zhang Ruoxi replied timidly, observing Yang Kai's expression as she spoke, lest he get angry. A powerful monster beast? Yang Kai looked stunned. There's a monster beast in the flowing time temple? What kind of monster beast is it? At this moment, Yang Kai was startled. The flowing time temple had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and now it had suddenly appeared. He thought that there were no living creatures here, but he didn't expect to learn from Zhang Ruoxi that there was a powerful monster beast here. Moreover, it was able to rescue Zhang Ruoxi from the stares of the flowing time Great Emperor, so its strength was obviously extraordinary. This was enough to make him vigilant. I don't know. Zhang Ruoxi thought for a moment but didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly, she giggled and said, but, it says it's called Xianxia. What? Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Qiang. Qi? Yes, that's what he said, Zhang Ruoxi nodded and replied. After that, she tilted her head and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? You're sweating so much. As she spoke, she took out a silk handkerchief. She stood on tiptoe. She gently wiped Yang Kai's face. Haha. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He really didn't know what to say. Sir, are you okay? Zhang Ruoxi asked softly. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yang Kai replied subconsciously, then immediately looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked, Are you sure it said it's called Xianxia? Yes, that's what it said. It didn't do anything to you? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head blankly, no. While speaking, she said happily, that's right, it also gave me something. What? Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. The Saint Qi in her body shook, and a dazzling glow suddenly bloomed from her tender body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, and his heart shook violently. At this moment, a pink close-fitting robe suddenly appeared on Zhang Ruoxi's body. The treasured robe was dazzling and magnificent. Strands of Emperor's aura flowed around it. The treasured robe emitted a powerful Emperor's aura. An Emperor artifact. And it was a defensive Emperor artifact. What the hell is going on? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly and strangely disappeared from the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, and when she came back, she told him that she saw a monster beast named Xianxia. Not only did that monster beast not do anything to her, it even gave her a defensive Emperor artifact. Yang Kai was completely at a loss. After Zhang Ruoxi activated her robe, her whole body was dazzled by the Emperor artifact. She looked at Yang Kai timidly and asked, Is this beautiful? Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, It's beautiful. This is an Emperor artifact. How can it be described as beautiful? Yang Kai held in his heart. Although he had 5 Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive, which showed how rare defensive Emperor artifacts were. Xianxia said it's called the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. Zhang Ruoxi explained, I don't like the pink one, but it's fine as long as Sir says it's beautiful. And it's a gift from someone else. Yang Kai tried to calm himself down, next time you see it, you must thank it properly. Ruoxi will remember, Zhang Ruoxi nodded respectfully. Put it away first. Don't activate its form unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause a lot of trouble. Yes. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi used her divine sense to restrain the light of the pink cloud's phoenix robe. With a flash of light, the robe disappeared. By the way, Ruoxi, did Xianxia say anything else to you? Yang Kai asked cautiously. Zhang Ruoxi heard this, thought for a while, and said, It told me to tell Sir that if you have the chance to enter the final position, you must choose the most useless thing. Choose the most useless thing? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled, what does that mean? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head, I don't know. It sent me back after it said that. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai also knew that this little girl's personality was pure and kind, so it was impossible for her to hide anything from him, let alone deceive him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully inquired about the situation after her meeting with Xianxia, but he didn't obtain much information. Yang Kai couldn't believe it. In the end, he could only think that this was Zhang Ruoxi's opportunity. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator not only return safely after meeting a fierce beast like Xianxia, but also receive an emperor artifact like the pink cloud's phoenix robe? Later, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to enter the small sealed world bead. He sat alone at the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor and calmed down a little. After a long time. Only then did he stand up. At the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor was a door. Yang Kai had noticed it before. If he wanted to leave this place at this moment, he could only go through this door. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the door open. A dazzling light came from the front. Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes and release his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no danger inside. Only then did he step in. A feeling of weightlessness immediately came over him, as if this step had brought him to another space. The aura of a living being suddenly appeared, faintly carrying a trace of familiarity and a strong sense of enmity. Yang Kai was startled and raised his eyes to look ahead. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Where he was now. It seemed to be a high platform. This high platform was round and occupied an area of more than 1,000 feet. Around the high platform, there was a dark abyss. There were ghostly cries and howls coming from below, making one's hair stand on end. It was like a demonic abyss purgatory. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to escape. Looking back, he couldn't see where he came from. The previous door was nowhere to be seen. On this high platform, a man stood holding a sword, waiting quietly. The moment Yang Kai appeared, a pair of eagle-like eyes suddenly shot over and fixed on Yang Kai, full of fighting spirit. For eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to greet. The man, Brother Xiaobai, you're here too, what a coincidence. He found that the person on this high platform was actually Xiaobai of Azure Sun Temple. But for some reason, Murong Xiao, who had been with him all this time, was not by his side. While talking, Yang Kai walked over there, looking around the environment as he walked, but what puzzled him was that this high platform seemed to be an independent space. He couldn't see where he came from, and he couldn't see where he went, as if he was isolated from this world. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what mysteries there were in this place. While he was thinking, he heard a buzzing sound coming from in front of him, and at the same time, a brilliant light flashed. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, allowing the light beam to slash at the tip of his foot, almost injuring him. Yang Kai looked up at Xiaobai and frowned, Brother Xiaobai, what is the meaning of this? Let's fight. Xiaobai shook his long sword and pointed it at Yang Kai, his fighting spirit surging like boiling water. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, there's no need. If you want to fight, wait until we get out of the Four Seasons realm, then I'll fight with you. Here, forget it. Xiaobai slowly shook his head, his face as cold as ice, and quickly said, it is precisely because we are here that we must fight. Hearing this, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and his face sank. What Brother Xiaobai means is, only one of us can leave this place. Xiao Bai said, "It seems that you aren't too stupid." He shouted loudly, "This is a Dao discussion stage, only the winner has the qualifications to move forward." As he spoke, Yang Kai noticed that above this high platform, there were 3 large characters formed of pure energy suspended in midair. These were the words Dao discussion stage. In an instant, he understood. Xiao Bai was probably waiting here for an opponent to discuss the Dao. It was just a coincidence that he had run into him. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he said, "It seems, we really must fight." "Yes. The winner moves on, the loser, what will happen?" Yang Kai asked. Xiao Bai shook his head, "I don't know, most likely death." After saying so, he coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong, are you afraid?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, "No, it's just. I don't want to kill you, brother Xiao Bai. You and I have no grievances, and although you seem to have some complaints about me, we still entered the 4 Seasons realm together. If I really killed you here, how would I explain it to Elder Gao and the others? With just you?" Xiao Bai's eyes flashed as he sneered, "Shameless boasting." "Brother Xiao Bai," Yang Kai said earnestly, "why don't we find a place to sit down and carefully search for a way out of this damned place?" "No, before you came, I had already searched carefully. Between you and me, there is only one way out." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xiao Bai interrupted him and said coldly, "To be honest, with your strength, it is really surprising that you can defeat Shui and snatch his spot. You do have the qualifications to enter the 4 Seasons realm. However, this Xiao is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and Shui's brother, so I can't just sit back and watch him be humiliated. Today, this Xiao will avenge junior brother Shui's death. But you can rest assured that the difference in cultivation between you and me is huge, so this Xiao will not use all of his strength. 60% of my strength is enough to deal with you. If possible, I won't kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai flicked his long sword and floated above Yang Kai's head. His long sword was like water and ice, exuding a resolute chill, and a dazzling sword light poured down. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Since this battle is inevitable, if I offend you in any way, I hope brother Xiao Bai won't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, the place where he stood was covered by sword light and his body was pierced by sword light, but strangely, no blood flowed out and the smile still hung on his face. Xiao Bai's expression changed and his source chi burst forth. His aura was like a rainbow as his body exuded a cold aura like a violent snowstorm. With a backhand swing, his long sword suddenly became extremely huge, as if it was a heavenly sword, and slashed down. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. But his eyes narrowed and he had to escape again. Kong, the giant sword slashed down and the aura surged. Xiao Bai put away his sword and stood there, looking sideways at the void. Where his eyes fell, Yang Kai's figure appeared. "You are really different. It was not by luck that you defeated Shui," Xiao Bai said in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Brother Xiao Bai, was that 60% of your strength? If that's the case, I advise you to use your full strength quickly. Otherwise, rest assured, it was only 30% just now." Xiao Bai said proudly, 30%. Yang Kai murmured, then immediately nodded slightly and praised, as expected of an elite of Azure Sun Temple, "You are very different from the Dao Source Realm cultivators I encountered before. It's not too late to admit defeat." Xiao Bai shouted, swiping his finger across his sword as he spun around. All of a sudden, he wrapped himself in the sword light and turned into a beam of light, aiming straight for Yang Kai's chest. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The energy of the laws coiled around it, and layers of thin ice appeared on the Dao exchange platform as it overflowed with icy coldness. The entire environment of the high platform seemed to have suddenly turned into a cold winter. The faint whistling of the wind sounded in their ears, making them feel cold in their hearts. "Law of ice!" Yang Kai shouted as he felt the erosion and influence of the world principles on his body, causing the surrounding space to solidify. He could not help but let out a roar as a 5-colored light bloomed from his body, dispelling all the discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Waving his sword, he muttered, "Million swords. One man against the pass." Tens of millions of sword chi streaked through the air like a torrential rain, meeting Xiao Baiyi's attack head-on. Another Emperor artifact. Xiao Baiyi's cold snort came from the sword light, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he urged his sword light to meet it head-on. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the shocking sword light cut through the millions of sword chi and arrived in front of Yang Kai without any reduction in power. Asterisk who. Asterisk Xiao Baiyi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes as sharp as a knife, exuding an astonishing aura as he swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and raised his sword to block. Clang! A peerless imposing aura shook out, and the space above the Dao discussion platform was actually sliced into countless cracks by the fine strands of sword chi that emanated from it, and they flashed before vanishing. Xiao Baiyi's whole body froze slightly, but he quickly got rid of the influence of the Emperor artifact. His whole body turned into an afterimage as the long sword in his hand continued to attack Yang Kai. He still had the strength to taunt, although the Emperor artifact is strong, with your strength, how much power can you exert? Shui lost to you because he was careless. Yang Kai's body was like a dragon as he held the myriad sword in his hand, constantly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. He smiled slightly and said, Brother Xiao Bai seems to have a problem with this sword. As the two spoke, their hands did not stop moving at all. The clanging sounds continued to ring out, like music, extremely pleasant to the ears. Relying on the power of an artifact is also a skill. Since you say so. I'll change my sword. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the myriad sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another Dao Source grade mid-rank sword. Xiao Baiyi frowned as he leapt out of the battle and asked, changing your weapon in the middle of the battle, what do you mean? I mean nothing. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, I just don't want to be accused of relying on the power of an Emperor artifact after I beat you. Are you looking down on me? Xiao Baiyi was furious, his white robes fluttering in the wind as he slowly floated up into the air and said coldly, if you change back now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise it'll be too late for regrets. As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky and a snowstorm suddenly appeared. This snowstorm was not fierce at first, but in the blink of an eye, it rolled out a heaven-destroying momentum that wrapped around Xiao Baiyi. A cold voice came out from the snowstorm as Xiao Baiyi muttered, this is only 60% of my strength, if you can't withstand it, you'll die. I advise you to avoid it. As soon as these words fell, he shouted, human sword, rotating annihilation. The snowstorm suddenly turned into an ice dragon, glaring with gong-sized eyes, and pouncing towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai finally put away his mischievous expression and looked at the incoming attack with a dignified expression. Feeling the power contained in it, he said in a deep voice, as expected of the second place of Azure Sun Temple sect martial arts demonstration. Brother Xiao Bai lives up to his name. If only 60% of his strength is this powerful, if he uses his full strength. Although he was praising, his hands were not idle at all. With a shake of his sword, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered, 3,000 sword Dao, Lu Yan Rua Hua. The sword blade turned crimson in an instant, and from it, the figure of a firebird shot out. This figure was exactly the same as Lu Yan's original body. A loud cry rang out as the two attacks collided in the air. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk the ice dragon dissipated and the flames were annihilated. Xiao Baiyi was shaken and shouted, how is this possible? His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a cold tone, what is your relationship with Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land? As an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he naturally had some understanding of Chen Wenhao. The 3,000 sword Dao was clearly comprehended by Chen Wenhao, but at this moment, it was being displayed by Yang Kai. Although it was a little different from the rumors, it seemed to be quite powerful. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai twirled the long sword in his hand and said casually, I just fought with him once and saw him display the 3,000 sword Dao. I thought it was good, so I used it casually. Yang Kai was telling the truth. When he was eroded by the demon sense that day, he did fight with Chen Wenhao. Not only did he fight with Chen Wenhao, but he also fought with Gao Shueting and Feng Ming. The three great emperors' venerable realm masters' ultimate moves were still fresh in Yang Kai's memory and he had a little understanding of them. However, the 3,000 sword Dao he displayed at this moment was similar to what Chen Wenhao himself had comprehended. It was completely different. Yang Kai was just urging the fire sword chi of the five elements indestructible sword chi to condense Liu Yan's form. How could the ultimate moves of the Emperor Realm's masters be so easy to comprehend? The mysteries of these moves could only be understood and displayed by those from the Emperor Realm. However, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao Bai had only heard of the 3,000 sword Dao and had not seen it with his own eyes, so how could he distinguish whether it was true or false? Enough! Xiao Bai shouted angrily, looking very angry, there should be a limit to your nonsense. You're just spouting nonsense, who would believe you? Whether you have a relationship with Master Chen Wenhao or not, today's outcome will not change. His aura suddenly soared, and it seemed that he realized that 60% of his strength was not enough to defeat Yang Kai, so he decided to use more of his strength. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk bolts of lightning suddenly shot out, and on the surface of Xiao Bai's body, the entire Dao discussion stage turned into a sea of lightning in an instant, looking extremely terrifying. You comprehended the ice principles, but you can also use thunder attribute secret techniques? Yang Kai was extremely surprised and praised, Brother Xiao Bai is really extraordinary. In time, I'm afraid you will become the overlord of this star boundary. Flattery is useless. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you're so happy to call me that. Take this, Earth Sword. Falling thunder. Wherever he pointed his sword, thunder roared and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, completely submerging Yang Kai. The power of this falling thunder was so sharp and violent that it seemed to be able to completely seal off space. Yang Kai's brow rose as he shouted, so that's how it is, it's because the name Brother Xiao Bai made you unhappy. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai was wrapped in a sea of lightning, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed as he stared down and frowned, remember, my name is Xiao Bai. I just feel that, the name Brother Xiao Bai is very familiar, Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right? Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of vitality, as if he was not injured at all. Xiao Bai's eyes instantly bulged as he stared down dumbfoundedly. Inside the sea of lightning, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone a huge change. On the surface of his body, a five-colored glow bloomed, and the power of the five elements formed a strong and powerful defense, resisting the damage of the lightning arcs. If that was all, both of his hands were now covered with a layer of fine scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. On his cheeks, forehead, and even all his exposed skin were scales that exuded an amazing aura. Dragon aura! Xiao Bai exclaimed. He felt the aura of a true dragon from where Yang Kai stood. Although this aura was not strong, the terrifying pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. As soon as his voice fell, a golden true dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This true dragon phantom was extremely large, and as it coiled behind Yang Kai, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced in Xiao Bai's direction. Xiao Bai's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat and he couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is extraordinary, so I have to take this seriously. You, be careful. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, his sword shook and in an instant, a five-colored light burst forth as the five elements' indestructible sword chi overflowed, dispersing the thunder sea purgatory in a single breath, revealing Yang Kai's majestic figure. The golden dragon phantom behind him roared towards the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth as it turned into a stream of light and poured into the sword, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash. At that moment, time seemed to flow for thousands of years, traversing countless spaces. The power of a true dragon was enough to shatter the world. Xiao Bai's temples were covered in cold sweat as he was forced back a few steps by the infinite pressure, but soon, he grit his teeth and forced himself to stand still, fiercely pushing his source chi to form a solid barrier around his body. At the same time, he summoned a mirror-like defensive artifact that transformed into a light curtain and blocked in front of him. Kong, as the golden light slashed forward, a violent energy overflowed, causing the entire Dao discussion stage to hum, as if the end of the world had arrived. The turbulent world energy fluctuations did not subside for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared forward coldly. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Bai's face was pale. Standing in the air, Although the light curtain formed by the mirror artifact was still blocking his body, countless cracks had appeared and in the next breath, it shattered into countless fragments. His eyes trembled violently as the divine artifact in his hand let out a mournful cry. Staring at him from afar, Xiaobai grit his teeth and muttered, "You from the first order Dao source realm, how could you possibly achieve this?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Strength. Don't tell me that Brother Little Bai doesn't understand this principle? I don't believe it." Xiaobai roared as a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The source chi that should have been dormant suddenly surged at this moment as he raised his sword and roared, "This is my final move, if you can take it, you win, if you can't, then I'll kill you. Only death." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become solemn, knowing that Xiaobai was about to use his ultimate move. A desperate move on the level of the third order Dao source realm would not be easy to deal with. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, secretly circulating his origin energy. When Xiaobai's words fell, his expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. With a devout and holy look on his face, he flicked his finger on his sword. As the sword buzzed, he turned into countless streaks of light and descended from the sky. An astonishing pressure suddenly descended, causing the void to tremble, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A low voice slowly sounded, "Heavenly sword, shattering star." As soon as these words fell, countless streaks of light burst out from the sky and smashed down. It was as if countless meteors were falling from the sky, making it impossible to avoid and causing despair to fill everyone's hearts. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as his figure leapt forward, abandoning his sword, and instead of retreating, he formed a seal with both hands as space force and space principles suddenly filled the air. Countless dark moon blades flew up to meet the falling streaks of light. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, one black hole after another appeared in the void, swallowing up the incredible energy shockwaves. The violent energy fluctuations shook everyone's mind, as if the Dao discussion stage was about to collapse. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning as he shuttled through the void, searching for Xiaobai's figure. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pushed his source chi and sent a palm strike towards a certain location. *Pa*, at the same time, two muffled groans rang out as Yang Kai retreated a few steps with an ashen face. In a place where no one was present, Xiaobai's figure appeared with a pale face, his aura weak as he fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The vision that filled the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment, leaving only the bleak atmosphere of the aftermath of the great battle in the air. Xiaobai fell heavily to the ground, but immediately stood up like a carp, unable to stand still. His figure swayed and he had no choice but to support himself with his sword to prevent himself from falling. His exposed skin was all cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. On his chest, there was a clear palm print. Only this palm was caused by Yang Kai. Everything else was not the work of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood midair and looked down at the hand he used to attack. At this moment, blood was also flowing out of it. His entire palm had been pierced and the pain was unbearable. There seemed to be a trace of principal strength lingering around the wound, hindering its recovery. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yang Kai urged his strength to dissolve the residual principal strength and said lightly, "Brother Xiaobai, this heavenly sword seems to be beyond the scope of what you can enslave. Was it necessary to go to this extent?" Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique Xiaobai had learned, this last sword was obviously not something Xiaobai could display at this moment. Forcibly using it would inevitably bring harm to himself. Xiaobai's current state was the best proof of this. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiaobai looked miserable, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was hearty and joyful, without the slightest regret or unwillingness. He said, "Of course it was necessary. In the face of a strong enemy, one should do their best. Either you die or I die, what harm is a trivial backlash?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Brother Xiaobai really has the heart of a master. Admirable, admirable." Xiaobai slowly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, in the end, I still couldn't defeat you. First order Dao source realm, haha." He laughed bitterly, his tone extremely complex and containing many emotions. Before this, he never thought that one day he would lose to an opponent from the first order Dao source realm. He was a proud son of heaven and thought highly of himself. In this world, with the exception of a few people, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But today's battle made him realize many things. It was as if he was standing in a waist-deep river and saying that he had seen the sea was ridiculous. Yang Kai. Xiao Bai shouted, throwing out his long sword casually and wobbling, "Do it." He looked like he was about to poke him, and it seemed like he had no intention of fighting back. After all, even his strongest move had been miraculously resolved by Yang Kai, so he no longer had any strength left to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you," Yang Kai grinned. "Are you the only one who wants to fight to the death?" Xiao Bai frowned and said, "If you want to move forward, you have to fight, otherwise, you and I may be trapped here forever." "Not necessarily." Yang Kai denied his point of view. Indeed, as he said before, he had no grievances with Xiao Bai, so there was no need for him to kill him. Moreover, when he fought with Xiao Bai before, the other party did not have any murderous intent, only a high fighting spirit. It was obvious that Xiao Bai did not want to kill him, he simply wanted to fight Yang Kai. This was the mentality of a cultivator who pursued the peak of the martial Tao. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find the exit of the Tao discussion stage. However, this place was just a high platform suspended alone in midair, surrounded by a boundless abyss. It was dark and bottomless, and below it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, as if something bad was about to happen. "The exit is down there?" Yang Kai came to the edge of the Tao discussion stage and looked down. Feeling the strange aura coming from below, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb. If he really jumped down, he did not know what the consequences would be. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would not jump unless he had no other choice. In fact, he had another way to pass through this place. According to Xiao Bai, the exit of this Tao discussion stage would only appear after one person died. If that was the case, if he put Xiao Bai into the sealed world bead, he would probably be able to make the exit appear. However, if he did so, the secret of the sealed world bead would be exposed. So, he urged his space force to try to see if he could teleport away, but in the next moment, he shook his head. He could use his space force, so teleportation was not a problem, but he could only teleport on this Tao discussion stage. This seemed to be an isolated space, so Yang Kai could not teleport to the outside world. "You won't find it." Xiao Bai saw him scurrying around and could not help but remind him, "I said before, I have carefully searched this place and there is no exit at all. I have already lost, do you not even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and was about to say something when the entire Tao discussion stage suddenly buzzed and began to shake. Yang Kai's face became solemn and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Xiao Bai was obviously taken aback, not knowing what was going on. But soon, a surprising scene occurred. In the sky, the three characters hanging high above suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. One of them shot towards Xiao Bai, wrapping him up before he could react and disappearing in a flash. Along with it, Xiao Bai's entire body disappeared. As for the other ray of light, it connected the heavens and the earth. After a series of distortions, it transformed into a light bridge leading upwards. At the end of this light bridge, there was a closed door leading to an unknown world. Yang Kai could not help being startled, frowning for a moment before muttering to himself while staring at the light bridge, "This thing is definitely the way to the exit." Brother Xiao Bai seems to have been teleported out, so, the key is for him to admit defeat? According to the scene just now, it seemed that after Xiao Bai admitted defeat, the Tao discussion stage changed, not only teleporting him away, but also revealing an exit. Looking at it this way, it was naturally clear where the opportunity was at a glance. Deep inside the flowing time temple, a group of masters had gathered. This was the deepest part of the temple, and those who were qualified to come here were the top masters of the Southern Territory's Tao Source Realm. Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, Luo Yuan, Kong Qi, Morong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wenshan, and Bian Yuqing were all present. Among these seven, except for Lan Sun who was in the First Order Tao Source Realm and Gong Wenshan who was in the Second Order Tao Source Realm, everyone else was in the Third Order Tao Source Realm. Needless to say, Lan Sun was the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors and possessed a special constitution. Her strength could not be measured by cultivation alone, so she was absolutely qualified to set foot here. The same was true for Gong Winshan. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than most of the people present, as an array grandmaster, his methods were quite profound, so his strength could not be judged by his cultivation alone, so it was not surprising that he was able to come here. At this moment, among the 7, except for Xiaochen who had been guarding Lan Sun, everyone else was looking for a place to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly waiting for something. Morong Xiaoxiao would glance in a certain direction from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in a circular door of light over 100 meters away from where everyone was standing, and then a figure slowly emerged from the door of light. Everyone noticed this and turned their heads to look. Finally, Luo Yuan seemed to have become impatient and could not help snorting coldly. Morong Xiaoxiao stood up with a smile on her face and walked over, seemingly to greet the newcomer. Everyone else also showed a look of interest, wanting to see who this newcomer was. The figure slowly took shape. Finally, walking out of the light gate, his true face was revealed. Huh? The smile on Morong Xiaoxiao's face froze as she stared at the newcomer in amazement, her expression extremely complicated, a little disappointed, and a little surprised. She did not expect that the last person to come out of this light gate would be Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai, not Xiao Baiyi as she had imagined. The others also wore different expressions, Kong Qi's face twitching as he quickly averted his gaze, as if looking at Yang Kai any longer would tarnish his own. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. So many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the door of light, he saw the 7 figures in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you all here? I was waiting for you. Bian Yuqing smiled and said flirtatiously. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He said, don't joke around. How could I be so important as to trouble you all to wait here? He thought that Bian Yuqing was just joking with him. Who knew? I'm not kidding. We are indeed waiting for you. Gong Winshan also stood up at this time and looked at Yang Kai sternly, but that's not entirely correct. We weren't waiting for you. We were waiting for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head, and looked around before finally fixing his eyes in front of him and saying thoughtfully, it seems that you don't have enough people to break this barrier. Indeed. Gong Winshan nodded. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Yang Kai smiled and looked around. Gong Winshan said with a look of disdain, I don't want to repeat such a troublesome thing twice. After saying so, he ignored Yang Kai. Morong Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips. She said, I'll explain. Junior brother Yang, come over here. She beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked over. Morong Xiaoxiao immediately explained to him. After listening to her description, Kai Yang came to know that in front of the main entrance of the hall, there was a spirit array called the 8 points Yuan returning array. This spirit array wasn't very profound, nor was it very useful. It was also very simple to break. As long as 8 people were gathered and stood in a specific position, this spirit array would break on its own, not requiring any effort from the cultivator. Of course, if there was no one here who was proficient in spirit arrays, they would not be able to see through the mysteries of this spirit array, but this spirit array was really not a problem for Gong Winshan. So, you can only wait here for the last person to arrive? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes, Morong Xiaoxiao nodded gently and smiled, I didn't expect junior brother Yang to be the last person to arrive. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, don't worry, brother Xiao Bai is only slightly injured, his life is not in danger. Morong Xiaoxiao heard this and her eyes lit up, junior brother Yang, you saw brother Xiao? Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Morong Xiaoxiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe he was teleported out, or maybe he's still somewhere in this temple, Yang Kai shrugged. Morong Xiao. Xiao seemed to think of something and covered her mouth as she whispered, junior brother Yang. Did you defeat brother Xiao? Oh? Yang Kai was stunned, listening to what you said. You also went to the Dao discussion platform? That's right. Morong Xiaoxiao replied, I met an opponent there and defeated him before coming here. It seems that everyone's experiences are similar. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. If everyone had experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase and the Dao discussion platform, Then it made sense that there were only 8 people left here at this moment. These 2 checkpoints were not something that just anyone could pass. The rest of them had probably already been eliminated. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned his head to look at the others and was surprised to find that all of them had some star seals on the back of their hands, even Morong Xiao. It seemed that their opportunities in the flowing time temple were quite good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had only obtained a single flowing time Great Emperor fruit when he first arrived at the Two Seasons mountain range and hadn't found any other star seals. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, hurry up and act, I don't have time to waste here. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that 8 people were required to crack the spirit array, how could Luo Yuan have waited here? He would have already killed everyone and driven out all of them. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply nodded to Gong Wenshan and said, Brother Gong, I understand the general situation. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I hope you can advise me on what to do next. Gong Wenshan nodded and said, Since that's the case, everyone will listen to my orders. Stand where I tell you to, but don't move. Although this 8 points yuan returning array is simple to crack, if something goes wrong, Although he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant. Xiaochen smiled and said, Brother Gong, please feel free to instruct us. This matter concerns everyone, so I don't think anyone here will refuse. As he spoke, he glanced over at Luo Yuan. Very good. Gong Wenshan heard this and smiled coldly, forming a series of seals with his hands before pushing them forward. A layer of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. This source Qi solidified and formed a universe heaven and earth seal not far in front of everyone. Immediately, Gong Wenshan pointed his finger and said, I'll have to trouble this friend to stand at the Qian position. He was pointing at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was tactful and without saying a word, his figure leapt forward. He landed accurately in the position indicated by Gong Wenshan. Madam, please take the lead position. He then pointed to Bian Yuqing. You're making me sound older. Bian Yuqing pouted. Grumbling, she also landed in the designated position. You take the Qian position. Gong Wenshan pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and flew to Bian Yuqing's side. Next, under Gong Wenshan's guidance, everyone landed in different positions. During this time, Bian Yuqing smiled at Yang Kai and said, I didn't expect a smelly brat like you could actually make it here. What? Are you looking down on me? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted, this one's strength is something Protector Bian hasn't seen yet. Is that so? Bian Yuqing smiled with interest, her seductive manner overflowing with charm. Hearing you say that, I'd like to see it for myself. You'll have plenty of opportunities. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her before asking, Where's Brother Ko? Isn't he with you? Hearing this, Bian Yuqing's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai said in surprise, It couldn't be. Bian Yuqing sneered, It's not what you think. Ko Wu knows he's not strong enough and stopped at the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs. Oh, that's a pity, Yang Kai sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs were filled with endless dangers, if one could step on them, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Not only him, but the other 7 people who had come here all looked stronger than before, obviously due to the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs. However, Bian Yuqing's words confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Everyone's opportunities were basically the same, especially in the later stages. They had all passed the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs and passed the Dao discussion stage before reaching this place. While the two were talking, everyone had already taken their places, leaving only Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood outside the divinatory seal and carefully checked everyone's positions, confirming that they were not in the wrong place before leaping up and landing in the last position. When his feet touched the ground, he suddenly shouted, Don't move, no matter what you feel, no matter what you feel, don't use your strength, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Seeing him speak so seriously, how could anyone not listen to his advice? Everyone held their breaths and entered a kind of ethereal state. Soon, a humming sound rang out. The surrounding world energy seemed to be flowing rapidly, triggering some kind of chain reaction. Along with this movement, the humming sound in the void grew louder and more intense. Finally, along with a strange sound, the sound of something shattering entered everyone's ears. It wasn't until this moment that Gongwen Shan, who had been nervous all this time, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this 8-point yuan returning array had broken by itself. Gotcha. With a series of cracking sounds, the door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gongwen Shan suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Everyone was startled and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gongwen Shan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. "Damn it, we were tricked." Kong Qi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Xiao. In front of the main hall, human figures flickered. The remaining 7 people used their own methods and rushed forward in a bid to be the first. Gongwen Shan was the first to rush in, causing the others behind him to feel anxious. In the blink of an eye, everyone had flooded into the hall and stood in their respective positions, squinting their eyes as they stared forward. In front of them, a brilliant light shone as the world energy aura surged, as if some kind of treasure had been buried for tens of thousands of years, waiting for its new owner to arrive. Hong long. Just as everyone entered, the door slowly closed with a muffled thunder-like sound. Everyone was slightly surprised, but they quickly calmed down and no longer paid attention to it, instead sweeping their eyes around the hall to investigate the situation. As far as the eye could see, at the rightmost position of the hall, there was a circular light gate. Inside this light gate, there was a dense fog, halos, and illusions. The power of space fluctuated, leading to some unknown place. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to sink. 300 meters in front of everyone, there was a high platform. On this high platform, there were several different things sitting quietly. These are. After seeing the few things on the high platform, everyone showed looks of shock and greed. There weren't many things, only 5 of them. A black oval-shaped shield with dragons and phoenixes carved into its surface and mysterious runes constantly flashed across its surface. A cherry-sized drop of something that looked like a water droplet. It was a strange existence that emitted a 7-colored light and was as soft as water. A spirit pill that wasn't actually a spirit pill. A longan-sized round bead that was a fiery red color. A total of 5 treasures. All of them were placed on top of the high platform. Each treasure was shrouded in a semicircular light curtain visible to the naked eye, like an invisible bowl that had been placed on top of the high platform. Everyone's eyes swept across the 5 treasures one by one before finally fixing on another semicircular light curtain. This one seemed to have originally been a treasure, but for some reason it had disappeared. In other words, there were originally 6 treasures on this high platform. But at this moment there were only 5 left, and the last one had been taken away by someone else. Gudong, Kong Qi gulped as he stared at the black oval shield and said with difficulty, Is this a pseudo-emperor artifact? I can feel a trace of emperor's might from it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a treasure would appear in the depths of the flowing time temple. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared excitedly at the 5 treasures on the high platform. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Although their hearts were itching, none of them dared to make a move. That was because everyone knew in their hearts that although there were 8 people here, there were only 5 treasures. It was simply not enough for everyone to split. If anyone dared to act blindly without thinking, they would definitely be killed. It was very likely that he would be regarded as a hostile target by others. At that time it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, and it was very likely that he would be eliminated directly. Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and kept observing the changes in the expressions of the others. Princess, you are quite knowledgeable, do you recognize what these things are? Gongwen Shan suddenly looked at Lan Sun and asked. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she smiled and said, I know a few. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Gongwen Shan said sincerely. Lan Sun nodded lightly and pointed to the pitch-black oval shield. Brother Kong is right, this is probably a pseudo-emperor artifact. What's a pseudo-emperor artifact? Yang Kai asked. As soon as this remark came out, Everyone cast strange looks at him, as if they felt it was a bit strange that he didn't even know this kind of common-sense question. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, understood that Yang Kai was indeed ignorant. After all, he was a cultivator from a low-level star's territory, so she kindly explained to him, Emperor artifacts are not refined, you should know this, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The birth of an emperor artifact required a cultivator to refine and nourish it for many years. Only after a cultivator broke through to the emperor realm, could they condense their emperor intent into an artifact and infuse their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao into it. Only then could an emperor artifact be born. Some people from the emperor realm fail to succeed when they attempt to refine their artifacts due to various reasons, but the artifact's power does not decrease and instead increases. The artifacts born under such circumstances are called pseudo-emperor artifacts. They surpass the level of Tao source-grade artifacts but are not emperor artifacts. They can be considered semi-finished products. Bian Yuqing said softly with a solemn expression, a good pseudo-emperor artifact is not worse than an ordinary emperor artifact, but some pseudo-emperor artifacts are only slightly better than Tao source-grade artifacts. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Bian Yuqing continued, but, this is a defensive artifact. Even if it is a pseudo-emperor artifact, it is absolutely rare. Its value is far above that of a Tao source-grade high-rank artifact. If one can obtain this shield, I'm afraid no one in the Emperor realm will be able to break through its defense. That's a really good thing. Yang Kai echoed, his eyes burning as he stared at the shield. Although he had a lot of Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive. If he could snatch this shield, he could make up for his shortcomings and at least be able to resist for a while when encountering a strong enemy. Please continue, Your Highness. Kong Qi glared at Yang Kai from the side, seemingly blaming him for his ignorance and interfering with Lan Sun's explanation. Lan Sun didn't care and simply smiled lightly as she pointed to a cherry-sized droplet of water and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Supreme Divine Water. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it's Supreme Divine Water. Gong Wenshan's expression flickered, as if he had some guesses but wasn't sure, but after listening to Lan Sun's words, he immediately confirmed it. Morong Xiaoxiao was surprised, is this the Supreme Divine Water that can allow spirit medicines to grow rapidly with just a drop? Indeed. Lan Sun smiled and nodded. Perhaps because she was taking care of Yang Kai, she slowly explained, with just a single drop of Supreme Divine Water, any spirit medicine can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years old in a very short time, and this time is only a month. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, what princess means is, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass, it can reach a medicinal age of 10,000 years within a month. Exactly. Lan Sun nodded and said indifferently, although Supreme Divine Water is not one of the 3 great divine waters, in terms of efficacy, it is sometimes much more precious than the 3 great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of Supreme Divine Water when I was young, so I recognized it. If it were someone else who said they had seen Supreme Divine Water, everyone would likely be skeptical, but when it came from Lan Sun's mouth, it was a different story. With her identity, status, and even background, she would not tell such a lie. If she said she had seen it, then naturally she had seen it. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small world, there was so much heavy earth that it could only increase the growth rate of spirit medicines by 100 times. In other words, it took a year for a spirit medicine to grow to 100 years old. But this Supreme Divine Water only needed a month to make a spirit medicine reach 10,000 years old. The gap between them was simply incomprehensible. If this drop of Supreme Divine Water was absorbed by the gold and silver tree, wouldn't this strange tree named Firmament gain 10,000 years of sealing power? With so much sealing power, he could remove the seal on his abdomen at any time and anywhere, and he would have no worries when fighting powerful enemies. At that time, he would only need to use the power of the firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi and demon spirit. Supreme Divine Water is the source of all water, but its role is not limited to just that. If it is absorbed by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or a water attribute physique, the benefits are simply immeasurable. Moreover, it can also be used to refine water attribute artifacts, its uses are infinite. Lan Sun continued to explain. Gong Shan slowly exhaled and cupped his fists. This one understands, many thanks, princess. Humph, princess, her highness kindly explained this to you, so don't refuse. Xiaochen coldly snorted. No one paid him any attention. Lan Sun then pointed to the treasure that was exuding a 7-colored glow and said, I don't need to explain this, don't you recognize it? Kong Qi's face twitched as he said bitterly, could this be an emperor aura? It is definitely an emperor aura. Gong Shan seemed to have also noticed and said in a deep voice. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, yes, this is an emperor aura. If you have it, you can fuse it with an artifact that is closely related to you, and in time, it is very likely that an emperor artifact will be born. Emperor aura was the key to the birth of an emperor artifact. It was condensed by a master of the emperor realm and fused with an artifact. If successful, it would become an emperor artifact, but if it failed, the artifact would either be damaged or become a fake emperor artifact. Generally, when the emperor realm condensed an emperor artifact, they would directly pour their own emperor aura into the artifact. This emperor aura contained the essence of a master from the emperor realm, which was extremely rare. However, such a massive emperor aura could not be condensed by an ordinary master from the emperor realm. Even Xiaochen's father, Silver Star Envoy Xiaoyu Yang, did not have this ability. Only a third-order emperor realm master could accomplish such a feat. Condensing an emperor aura was a great loss to a master from the emperor realm, and it would take at least 100 years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a third-order emperor realm master would not condense an emperor aura and leave it outside. But this flowing time temple had such an emperor aura. This thing was fundamentally different from the pitch-black shield. The pitch-black shield had already been formed, so it was a fake emperor artifact. And had no possibility of being promoted to an emperor artifact. On the other hand, this massive emperor aura represented infinite possibilities, but it required time and effort. Between the two, it was hard to say which was more valuable. If one liked a ready-made one, they would naturally choose the pitch-black shield. After all, it was a defensive artifact, so its value and rarity were needless to say. If one had the ambition to refine an emperor artifact of their own, they would undoubtedly fall in love with the massive emperor aura. This is... Lan Sun's eyes turned to the fourth treasure. This thing looked like a spirit pill, yet not a spirit pill at the same time. Lan Sun's brow furrowed slightly, as if she was at a loss, but soon, her expression brightened and she exclaimed, Emperor Authority Bead. What? Luo Yuan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly exclaimed, Emperor Authority Bead. Are you sure you're not mistaken? As soon as this remark came out, Xiaochen could not help but coldly snort, pay attention to your words, the one in front of you is Her Highness the Princess. Luo Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, causing the two's eyes to meet and sparks to fly. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, this should be the Emperor Authority Bead. If Brother Luo doesn't believe me, you can break the barrier and take it out for a look. It's not that I don't believe you. Luo Yuan snorted, it's just. I didn't expect such a treasure to appear here. Lan Sun nodded and said, I didn't expect it either. This Emperor Authority Bead. I've never seen it before, but I've heard my father mention it a few times, so I didn't recognize it immediately. However, this Emperor Authority Bead is sealed with the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. If we can obtain this thing, it's tantamount to obtaining a trump card. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of mysteries this Emperor Authority Bead contained. This thing turned out to be able to seal the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Its wonders were somewhat similar to the Star Emperor token he obtained in the territory of the Homeland Star. The Star Emperor token also contained a divine technique of the great emperors of the star field. Everyone here was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If they could obtain this Emperor Authority Bead. Among those in the same realm, who could be their opponent? Even if they encountered someone from the Emperor realm, they would still be able to put up a fight. As Lan Sun said, this thing could indeed be used as a trump card, the kind that could determine the outcome of a battle. After all, which cultivator had not experienced life or death situations several times? At such a critical moment, this Emperor Authority Bead was undoubtedly the best trump card. Everyone's breathing quickened again. His face was burning. The last thing. Lan Sun frowned again as she stared at the longan-sized fiery red bead for a long time before slowly shaking her head. Sir, forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't recognize it. Does anyone have any impression of it? Even a character like Lan Sun did not recognize this fiery red bead, let alone the others, all of them shaking their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. Lan Sun, since it was placed together with all the other treasures, it's an extraordinary item. Her words were not without reason. Among the 5 items placed on the high platform, there was a defensive pseudo-emperor artifact, a drop of supreme divine water, and an emperor aura. And emperor authority bead. Treasures, treasures. Extinct, and which treasure was emperor in terms of value alone, it was hard to say which was higher. There was no reason for the 5th item to be a useless item. This fiery red bead was at least on the same level as the other treasures, it was just that no one knew what it was used for. Actually, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her gaze was fixed on the center of the high platform. There was an empty light screen restriction, and there was nothing inside. What I'm more concerned about is what originally existed here. What does your highness mean? Kong Qi asked. Lan Sun said, inside this barrier, there is a very strong remnant emperor pressure. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an emperor artifact here. An emperor artifact? Really? Impossible. Even though everyone present had experienced great storms, they were still shocked. An emperor artifact was not something one could obtain casually, so many of them couldn't help exclaiming. I can't be wrong. Lan Sun said confidently, not long ago, this emperor artifact was here, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, the remnant emperor pressure would not be so clear. Someone came here before us? Gong Wenshan's face sank. Damn it, who got here first? Kong Qi also cursed angrily. Lan Sun shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. If someone really got here before us, why would they only take one treasure? The rest of the treasures are also rare treasures, so there's no reason to let them go. What's more, this barrier is still intact. Then what's going on? Kong Qi was confused. I don't know, Lan Sun smiled helplessly. While they were talking, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about the pink cloud's phoenix robe. Recalling the emperor pressure Zhang Rua she exuded when she wore the pink cloud's phoenix robe and feeling the remnant aura on the high platform. Yang Kai immediately coughed dryly and said, whether or not there was an emperor artifact here, since it's gone now, it means we are not fated to obtain it. Let's talk about how to distribute the rest of the treasures. As soon as he said this, the somewhat harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone present secretly pushed their source chi to open up the distance between them and the others, their eyes vigilant and dignified. There were 5 treasures and 8 people, so it was obviously impossible to distribute them evenly. Some people were bound to get nothing. All of them were heaven's prides and powerful cultivators, so no one was willing to return empty-handed. Everyone, this Xiao has a proposal, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. Xiaochen suddenly said with a smile. Kong Qi didn't know what he was going to do, but since the other party had spoken, it wasn't appropriate to stop him, so he could only follow along. What good idea does Brother Xiao have? Why don't you tell us? Everyone else also looked at him. Seeing this, Xiaochen smiled heartily and said, in the Southern Territory, my Star Soul Palace is supreme, and just now, Her Highness the Princess generously shared a lot of information with everyone. Her Highness the Princess is so kind and selfless, shouldn't you show some appreciation? When he said this, everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Xiaochen continued, this Xiao thinks that with the status of Her Highness the Princess, she should take one first. What do you think? Everyone immediately cursed Xiaochen in their hearts. It was just that in front of Lan Sun, they couldn't vent their anger, so they all wore gloomy faces and didn't answer. Originally, there weren't enough treasures to go around, but now this guy actually proposed to let Lan Sun take one first. This was simply a shameless act. If it were anyone else who said such a thing, they would have drowned in spittle, but since Xiaochen mentioned Lan Sun, no one dared to act presumptuously. With Lan Sun's status, who dared to have any opinions about her? Did they still want to mingle in the Southern Territory in the future? Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan had a gloomy expression at this moment and didn't say a word. Although he didn't flinch in the face of Wu Chang, he also knew that there were some people in this world who couldn't be offended, and Lan Sun was one of them. What? Do you think this Zhao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiaoqin used a tiger's skin as a banner, but seeing no one speak, he coldly snorted and said, "Or, do you all look down on my Star Soul Palace?" With this big accusation, Kongqi immediately glared at Xiaoqin as if he had just sullied his mother, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This Morong Xiaoxiao was a kind-hearted person, so seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, she didn't know how to ease it after saying a word, causing her face to turn red with anxiety. Everyone else was silent and didn't say anything. Yang Kai observed Lan Sun's expression and saw her slightly frown, seemingly a little unhappy. He knew that this was not something she had discussed with Xiaoqin, but rather the latter's arbitrary decision. He nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was still quite good. If Lan Sun really wanted to use the name of the Great Emperor's and Star Soul Palace to take the treasures, no one would be able to do anything about it, but if that happened, Lan Sun's image would suffer a huge blow. Moreover, although the things on the high platform were extremely precious, with Lan Sun's status, she might not really care about them. The pitch-black shield was of little value to her because she already had a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperors. She had no use for the supreme divine water. There were plenty of spirit herbs in the Star Soul Palace, and they had all kinds of ages, so why would she need the supreme divine water to ripen them? As for the Emperor Aura, she was currently in the First Order Dao Source realm, so it was useless to her. As for the Emperor Authority bead, if she really wanted one, she only needed to act coquettishly with the great emperors, and the great emperors would definitely refine a few for her. In any case, the great emperors had profound strength and were not afraid of consuming a few hundred years' worth of secret art. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lan Sun suddenly smiled and said, "Since no one has any objections, then Big Brother Xiaoqian and I will take one first." Hearing this, Gong Wenshan raised his brow, seemingly understanding the meaning behind her words. He stared at Lan Sun in amazement, but soon, his amazement turned into relief and he smiled lightly. Kongqi frowned but also understood the meaning behind Lan Sun's words, smiled, and nodded. If the princess wants to take one first, this Kong naturally has no objection. I have no objection. Bian Yuqing immediately expressed her opinion. Everyone present was a shrewd person. Although the meaning expressed by Lan Sun was similar to Xiaoqian's, the intentions of the two were completely different, so how could they not understand? What about you? Lan Sun turned her head to look at Luo Yuan and the others. Your Highness can do as you please. This Luo may not trust others, but he can trust your Highness. Lan Sun gently nodded, many thanks for Brother Luo's consideration. Since Luo Yuan had expressed his opinion, how could Yang Kai and Morong Xiaoxiao have any objections? While everyone nodded in agreement, Xiaoqin became anxious and said with reddened eyes, Your Highness. The smile on Lan Sun's face disappeared as she stared at him coldly and said, Big Brother Xiaoqin, since no one has any objections, I'll have to trouble you to take our. At this point, her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to the high platform and pointed, Take back the pseudo-emperor artifact. The value of these 5 treasures was really difficult to judge. Because everyone's needs were different, the functions of these 5 treasures were also different. But for Lan Sun, of the 5 treasures, the least valuable was the pseudo-emperor artifact shield. Because this thing was completely useless to her. Even the fiery red bead, whose purpose she didn't know, might be a rare artifact that would be of some use to her. But she still chose the pseudo-emperor artifact. Lan Sun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she did not want to pressure others with her power, she also did not want to return empty-handed. Regardless of whether those things were useful to her or not, she had come this far with her own ability, so she should have her own share of the spoils. With her and Xiaoqian's strength, they were definitely qualified to snatch at least one. However, she did not really want to have any conflicts with the others over something that was not very useful, so she casually chose one of them as a token. This way, she would be able to account for herself and others. Your Highness. Xiaoqin shouted in a low voice, as if he still wanted to persuade her. Lan Sun's expression was indifferent as she calmly said, Big Brother Xiaoqian, do you want me to take it myself? Meeting her gaze, Xiaoqian's heart sank as he realized that if he continued to pester her, he would really make Lan Xun unhappy. Gritting his teeth, Xiaochen squeezed out a smile and said, "Then, Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." As he spoke, his figure flickered and he leapt onto the high platform. Someone acted as the vanguard, working hard to test whether there was any danger on the high platform, while the rest of the people naturally watched with wide eyes. Fortunately, there were no traps or dangers on the high platform except for the barriers that covered the various treasures. Xiaochen stood in front of the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, and although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could only summon his sword, push his source chi, and slash at the semicircular barrier covering the high platform. Even if he did not use his full strength for this attack, he used at least half of it. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. With a flash of light, the longsword landed heavily on the light screen. However, the light barrier was extremely sturdy, and after being slightly dented by the huge force and slash, it directly bounced back, unscathed. Oh? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While lamenting the strength of this barrier, they were also calculating how much power they would need to break it and snatch the treasures. Xiaochen's failure to break the barrier made him feel a little embarrassed, so he withdrew his sword, shook it, and slowly recited, "Plum blossoms hide in snow, fragrance comes naturally." As the sword was drawn, plum blossoms bloomed. This killing move was displayed at this moment, and it was poetic and picturesque. A mesmerizing aroma wafted in the air. The plum blossoms that lingered around the tip of everyone's nose suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights that violently bombarded the light screen. Intense vibrations spread out, and the light screen flickered wildly. Although the color continued to dim, there was still no sign of it being broken. Xiaochen was enraged. The sword turned again. Another ultimate move appeared, Slanting Moon Imperial Crushing Mirror Sky. Another sword skill that was pleasing to the eye was displayed, and the violent power continued to bombard the screen of light. Crack. Finally, cracks appeared on the light screen. When Xiaochen saw this, he circulated his origin energy and thrust his sword forward. With a loud crash, the barrier was completely destroyed and Xiaochen grabbed the pseudo-emperor artifact shield in his hand, leapt up, and landed next to Lan Xun. "Your Highness, I've got it." "Yes." Lan Xun nodded lightly but did not look at the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, instead turning to the others with a smile and saying, "Then Lan Xun will take her leave now. Everyone, good luck." Saying so, she turned and walked towards the light gate on the right side of the hall. Although Xiaochen was full of unwillingness, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Lan Xun. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others, as if to say, "Count yourself lucky this time." After a short while, the two from Star Soul Palace disappeared into the light gate together. "Your Highness is quite good." After a moment of silence, Kong Qi suddenly said. N. Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. "In the end, she is the daughter of great emperors, her breadth of mind is extraordinary." "This Gong is ashamed." "You really should be ashamed." Kong Qi looked at him bitterly. At that moment, a burst of giggling rang out as Bian Yuqing looked around with her beautiful eyes and said, "Although your Highness and that attendant have left, the remaining people and treasures don't seem to have enough to share." On the high platform, there were originally 5 treasures, but now that the pseudo-emperor artifact shield had been taken away, only 4 remained, but there were still 6 people. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over and curled his lips. "Why?" Kong Qi also said, "If you want to seize treasures, naturally you have to rely on strength. Your Highness taking one first, I have no objection, but if you want to take one first, I have a big objection." Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which could only be regarded as a medium-sized sect in the entire southern territory, but Kong Qi was from Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The weight of his backer alone was different, so how could Kong Qi be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly as he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said, "If anyone is not convinced, come forward and try." Kong Qi could not help showing a cold look on his face as he slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude really makes this Kong feel a little uncomfortable. This Kong would like to ask for some advice from this friend, but... Bastard, what are you doing?" Before Kong Qi could finish his words though, his face suddenly changed and he couldn't help shouting. In the next moment, everyone became angry. Because while these people were arguing, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on top of the high platform, stretched out his hand, and slammed it towards one of the light curtains. Bold! How dare you! Luo Yuan shouted as he also pushed off with his feet and flew out. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and all used their movement skills to chase after him, lest they fall behind. However, when Lan Xun asked Xiaochen to take the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure to snatch. After all, the remaining 4 treasures had different functions and everyone's preferences were not the same. As such, when the 6 of them jumped onto the high platform, they all chose different targets. Yang Kai's goal was the fiery red bead that even Lan Xun could not recognize. The reason he chose this was not because he recognized it, but because of what Zheng Ruoshi had said before. She had told Yang Kai. Xianxia had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized. So it looked the most useless. Xianxia was a divine spirit, and he had even given Zhang Ruoshi the pink cloud's phoenix robe, so there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead. And this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead. Although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary, before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people. They set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority Bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority Bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive. There was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Morong Xiaoxiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority Bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately changed direction, rushing to the Supreme Divine Water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Bai had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan because he was very dangerous. Xiao Bai was not sure he could win against him. Morong Xiaoxiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Bai's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Morong Xiaoxiao breaking the barrier on their own while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiaochen breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority Bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the two of them, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan were shrouded in smoke, not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Morong Xiaoxiao anxiously urged her artifact, the heavenly feather ring, to continuously bombard the supreme divine water barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived directly beside Morong Xiaoxiao. Junior brother Yang. Morong Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to coordinate with Morong Xiaoxiao's heavenly feather ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the two, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with a drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Morong Xiaoxiao, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Yang Kai was not an insatiable person. At this moment, he had already snatched a treasure and helped Morong Xiaoxiao obtain the supreme divine water, so naturally, it was best for him to leave first. Morong Xiaoxiao heard this and had no objections, immediately holding the jade bottle in the palm of her hand and putting away her heavenly feather ring before following closely behind Yang Kai. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the light gate and disappeared. Just as the two of them left, on the high platform, Luo Yuan let out a shout and a surge of source qi burst forth. Kong Qi's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You!" As soon as his words fell, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. When he landed, his face was filled with shock. He never expected that Luo Yuan's strength would be so high. Both of them were cultivators from the third order Dao source realm, but at the final moment of their source qi competition, Luo Yuan was able to directly injure him. Kong Qi was also a heaven's pride, the #1 rising star of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Luo Yuan, the difference between the two was obvious. Overconfident. After Luo Yuan shook off Kong Qi, he had no intention of chasing after him and instead smashing the barrier with his palm, easily taking away the Emperor Authority bead that sealed the full power of the Master from the Emperor realm. Then, he turned his gaze to the place filled with smoke, let out a low roar, and rushed over fiercely. But at that moment, the rolling smoke parted on its own, and when Luo Yuan rushed over, the thick fog burst like a bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing remained in place, looking around blankly and gnashing her teeth. A figure flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the light gate. Soon, it entered. Then, it disappeared. "Where's the Emperor Aura?" Although he had some guesses, Luo Yuan still shouted at Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing said with a look of grievance, "How should I know? I was trapped in that smoke and couldn't see anything. Waste." Luo Yuan cursed before chasing after the figure and disappearing into the light gate. If he was not mistaken, that figure should be Gong Wenshan, who had definitely snatched the Emperor Aura and escaped. "Why are you yelling at me?" Bian Yuqing felt wronged. In the blink of an eye, only the pale-faced Kong Qi and the dejected Bian Yuqing were left in the hall. The latter glanced at the former and pursed her lips into a smile. "This little brother." Kong Qi glanced at her and smiled bitterly, "Don't call me so intimately, I didn't get anything, it's useless to try and scheme against me." Bian Yuqing bitterly curled her lips and said, "A bunch of bastards. I'm so angry." Aside from Lan Sun and Xiao Chen, who had left at the beginning, Lan Sun and Xiao Chen were the only ones left. Only Bian Yuqing and Kong Qi were left with nothing. The rest of the people divided the rest of the treasures equally, which naturally annoyed Bian Yuqing. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the weakest among them. In terms of strength, she didn't think she was the weakest either. But in the end, he returned empty-handed. She was naturally unable to accept such an opportunity. Outside the flowing time temple, somewhere, with a flash of light, Yang Kai and Morong Xiaoxiao appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, so he didn't know if they had been teleported somewhere else, but the light gate was indeed a passage out of the flowing time temple. There was no doubt about that. After waiting for a while, there was still no trace of anyone else. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they all passed through the light gate at the same time, they would appear in different places. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Murong Xiao, who was looking at him gratefully. Yang Kai had helped her obtain the supreme divine water at the last moment, not taking the opportunity to snatch it from her, which was enough to make Murong Xiao very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai could have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch the supreme divine water. Murong Xiao opened her mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a buzzing sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. This sound was so loud that it spread in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 kilometers could hear it clearly. At the same time as this sound came out, the flowing time temple suspended in the sky emitted a dazzling divine light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. An amazing pressure spread from there, spreading in all directions. Kong long long, the sound continued. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao called out with a dignified expression. Yang Kai did not answer, but instead narrowed his eyes and observed in that direction. After a while, he sighed, this temple seems to be going into hiding again. I don't know what kind of opportunity it will take the next time it appears, and I don't know when it will appear again. As he said, after the dazzling light dissipated, the flowing time temple in the sky no longer existed, and just like its bizarre appearance, it once again returned to the void. However, in the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black dot standing there. This is... Yang Kai looked over and could not help narrowing his eyes. In the sky, a strange beast appeared out of thin air. This beast was burning with flames and was extremely tall. It looked like a tiger or an ox, as if it was made of flames. There was a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and scales all over its body. It exhaled a flame-like breath from its nostrils, melting the void, and wherever its 4 feet stepped, flames burned and space distorted. Xianxia! Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. Murong Xiao could not help but cover her red lips with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born in the Azure Sun Temple and an elite disciple in the sect, she had naturally heard of the name Xianxia. These 2 simple words represented extreme evil, endless slaughter, and eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit. Xianxia was a ferocious beast with a notorious reputation. Countless heroes had died to its flames, and very few experts had the heart to resist it. At this moment, it was just standing quietly in the void, but its cruel and fierce aura was like a deadly poisonous gas, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling all over. Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. Roar! A roar came out. Xianxia roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited, and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the 4 Seasons realm, in a nameless valley. There was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in midair. The many cultivator who had gathered here had already poured into the 4 Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiaoyang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple, Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Tsing Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Dao Source realm masters entered the 4 Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. For masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts, or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiaoyang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ha 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 ha. This uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit. Xianxia. Xiaoyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source chi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiaoyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Xianxia was, but none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Xianxia. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Xing Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Xianxia's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low, muffled voice, "I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out." As it spoke, a string of crystal-clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Asterisk Gudong, asterisk the sound of saliva swallowing rang out, but the source was not Xianxia, but the masters from the Emperor realm who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Xianxia's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiaoyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, "Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy, Xiaoyang, greets Master Xianxia. May I ask why Master has appeared here?" Star Soul Palace? Xianxia heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territory's overlord sect. Xiaoyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. "It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first?" Xianxia looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking? Xianxia said sarcastically, "If you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid." Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiaoyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiaoyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Xianxia. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted, "The souls of the great emperors have descended?" He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Xianxia focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Xianxia in this world. Mingyu suddenly said. Xianxia didn't back down and said coldly, "When I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me?" It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, "What? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast." As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse, and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant, the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Master Xianxia, you must be joking. As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Xianxia's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, what do you know? Mingyu said, when I was young, I heard that the flowing time Great Emperor Master had a playmate, Divine Spirit Xianxia. Unfortunately, after the flowing time Great Emperor Master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if Master still remembers those happy times? The flowing time Great Emperor. Xianxia seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Mingyu said, I wonder if Master Xianxia is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the flowing time Great Emperor Master, perhaps I can give it to Master. Humph, it's useless to flatter me. Xianxia shook his head and snorted, then said, this Master is hungry. Mingyu smiled and said, I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it. Xianxia said in a loud voice, since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Xianxia left, Xiao Yang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. Farewell, Master. Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter. Xing Yuan said with a lingering fear. And if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today. Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us, it wasn't this Xiao's credit. However, with Xianxia's appearance, I'm afraid the southern territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Xianxia was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range and heading towards the winter territory. Not long ago, while he and Morong Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Baiyi through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Baiyi naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Baiyi on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Baiyi's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Baiyi would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other two, he set off for the winter territory alone. Halfway there, he took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for, no matter how he probed it with his divine sense or poured his source chi into it. This bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Xianxia, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the summer territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the winter territory, it was a completely different world from the summer territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the winter territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the winter territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, they were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yan to travel with him. Lu Yan was a fire attribute artifact spirit and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yan also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the winter territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment, he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur, but the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yan asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yan pursed her lips and smiled, "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction and I'll get out of here eventually." Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh, "But searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything." "Unfortunately, I can't help you with anything," Lu Yan replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned, "Staying by my side is the biggest help you can get." The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yan stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, "Master, I seem to have found something very interesting." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Saying so, Lu Yan turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yan returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yan didn't answer, but said to the side, "Come out, don't be afraid." Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yan wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yan said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment, it still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yan squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yan suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer, and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Xianxia still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Xianxia's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yan said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Xianxia looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Xianxia exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yan nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Xianxia immediately understood. Lu Yan himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yan had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yan. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Xianxia asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yan could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Xianxia, which showed that Lu Yan didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yan smiled slightly. "Good idea." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Lu Yan frowned and said, "But its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Xianxia grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Xianxia looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yan and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yan suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Xianxia and Lu Yan looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Xianxia and Lu Yan came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yan said. "Let's see." Xianxia had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Xianxia buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. "Good, good." Xianxia smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. "It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly." As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? Do your job well, or I will melt you. Lu Yan played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yan timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yan. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yan nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Dao source grade, and there were even some emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yan had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yan. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yan had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted, as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward, and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, a strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior, so when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down, as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded, "I'll go take a look." "Master, you must be careful," Lu Yan exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, he observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator like him didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Dao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact, they didn't have much strength, so naturally, they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Xianxia didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was, but heading towards the center should be the right choice, so while investigating the surrounding environment, he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yan watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Xianxia, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Xianxia went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Xianxia saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Xianxia's arrival. However, when Xianxia's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Xianxia's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became even more sluggish. The woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Xianxia fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Xianxia whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Xianxia was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yan, who had been paying close attention to Xianxia's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Xianxia was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Xianxia, but he didn't dare to. Hee hee. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Xianxia's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sex female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Dao Source Realm cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Xianxia couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Xianxia. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, source chi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Tao source realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Tao source realm cultivator." His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Kong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor Pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Chi 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 chi. The long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In Yang Kai's opinion, this exotic beast was only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, but its soul was comparable to a peak Tao source realm cultivator. With such a powerful soul, its physique couldn't be much stronger. However, the round body was extremely elastic. When the sword light struck, many of the sword chi flew away along the surface of the radiance, causing only a small amount of damage to it. However, the 7 or 8 tentacles were not so lucky and were directly cut into countless pieces, scattering across the lake. This time, the exotic beast looked even uglier. It had completely turned into a round ball with eyes growing all over its body. Seemingly aware of the crisis, the exotic beast didn't intend to fight Yang Kai to the death and instead sank directly to the bottom of the lake, quickly diving downwards. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boldly daring, he rushed into the lake and chased after the old man. The lake water was extremely clear and there was blood flowing out along the way, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about losing it. This lake was at least a few dozen meters deep, and the deeper he went, the darker it became, but Yang Kai didn't have to worry about not being able to see it at all. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai followed the tracks to the bottom of the lake and looked forward, raising his brow. He saw the exotic beast sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake, and about a meter or so from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence with something placed on top of it. It was a bead. A bead about the size of a longan, exuding a green glow. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Because apart from a different color, this bead was no different from the treasures he had snatched in the flowing time temple. Even the size seemed to be carved from the same mold. It can't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast was standing there quietly, the green bead giving off a dense green light that enveloped it. Under the protection of this green light, the wound that had been inflicted by Yang Kai had completely healed and was no longer bleeding. Of course, the tentacles couldn't grow out for the time being. No matter how strong the vitality of this exotic beast was, it was impossible for it to regenerate a severed limb. This should be the most precious thing in the winter territory. Yang Kai looked at the green bead and thought to himself. Little Snowflake had brought him here, and in this lake, apart from the exotic beast, there was only this bead placed on the altar. It couldn't be said that the exotic beast was the most precious thing in the winter territory. Apart from this green bead, there was no other explanation. The arrival of Xianxia seemed to have alarmed the exotic beast that was healing itself. It didn't need to turn its head as the dozen pairs of eyes on its body had already discovered Xianxia's presence. In the next moment, it opened its big mouth and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, having lost its tentacles, it couldn't use any decent killing moves. It could only condense its spiritual energy again and attack Xianxia through the dozen pairs of eyes. "You're courting death." Xianxia's face sank, and as his left eye opened and closed, the demon eye of annihilation appeared. In the golden pupil, a budding lotus flower slowly took shape, and with a spin, it disappeared from Xianxia's eye. In the next moment, the exotic beast froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Xianxia, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Xianxia grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Xianxia sent out a palm strike, and space force surged as he muttered, "Exile." A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Xianxia was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. This was the monster core of a monster beast at the level of a second-order Dao Source Realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Xianxia put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Xianxia checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Xianxia didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Xianxia slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Xianxia's face changed slightly and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems it's because of the existence of this green bead, this lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Xianxia secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Xianxia turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yan just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Xianxia. "Continue," Xianxia said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Xianxia's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Xianxia kept wandering around the winter territory. With the little snowflake's guidance and search, as long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Xianxia's space ring. Xianxia's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaoyang to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He secretly He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaoyang. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day, in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. Above the fruit tree, there was nothing, but at a certain position on a branch, there was an obvious mark of being plucked. I miscalculated, someone got here first. Yang Kai had an annoyed expression on his face. This fruit tree was the fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of the little snowflake, it took a full 10 days of searching before Yang Kai finally found a fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. However, the tribulation fruit that should have been there had been taken away. Judging from the traces of being plucked, there should have been a spirit fruit on this fruit tree just a few days ago. Master, you did your best, don't blame yourself. Lu Yan saw that Yang Kai's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. I just want to know, who took this spirit fruit? Yang Kai frowned. Although the tribulation fruit was precious and rare, it didn't have a wide range of uses. Even if it was taken away, it wasn't really useful. If he could find out who took the spirit fruit, Yang Kai could take out a corresponding treasure to exchange for it. As long as the other party wasn't a difficult person to talk to, they should be happy to make this deal. At worst, Yang Kai could just give the other party a little more. But the current situation was that Yang Kai didn't know who took the tribulation fruit. This made it impossible for him to implement this method. Is there any such fruit tree in the winter territory? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the little snowflake expectantly. The little snowflake's vague facial features appeared and she slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's last hope was shattered. He sighed softly and began to ponder. After the Four Seasons realm opened, the cultivator who entered could stay there for 33 days. When the time limit was up, they must rush to a specific location and leave the Four Seasons realm. Otherwise, once the time limit was up, they would be trapped there. Counting the days, it had been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of this time in the winter territory. From here, it would take a few days to get to the location of the exit, so there wasn't much time left for him. What's more, he had almost run through the entire winter territory, and more than half of the spirit grasses and medicines in the winter territory had been taken by him. Now that the tribulation fruit had been taken by someone else, it was useless to continue to stay here. It was better to rush to the exit first, wait for the disciples of the major sects to return, and find an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly made a decision. He turned to the little snowflake and said, "Send us out of here." "Master, are you leaving?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. "N." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Yan naturally had no objection, but the little snowflake seemed to be a little unwilling. During this period of time, this lonely creature had experienced too much fun. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Yang Kai grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression, but soon, its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yan whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Yang Kai was stunned. Lu Yan said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel, a tree without roots, water without a source, it won't survive for long." Unless what? Yang Kai asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yan replied. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world and could place the little snowflake there, but it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless, if there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Yang Kai also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again, and even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time, he might have already become an Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, it got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Yang Kai saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Yang Kai and Lu Yan bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Yang Kai went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear, it was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Yang Kai smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in midair. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Yang Kai did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source pills, which he had not used after refining them last time, but these things were only useful to peak Origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of Immortal Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the 3 great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master and the spiritual energy of their soul to remain in the place of their death. Only then could soul-cleansing divine water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining 2 were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing, perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary, such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source liquid, there was no place to find it. Because Immortal Source liquid was a derivative of the Immortal Tree. It was the life essence of the Immortal Tree. A drop of Immortal Source liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only Immortal Tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain Immortal Source liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the Immortal Tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it. Using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit, presumably no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of Immortal Source liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure like the Immortal Tree would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai, with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which flashed and disappeared. However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first, it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed, it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains, in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon, Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. The birth of a rare treasure? Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, the phenomenon of the birth of a rare treasure was very likely to attract a lot of people, and the more time passed, the more people would be attracted. At that time, it was bound to cause a scramble, and blood would flow like a river. At that time, his plan to exchange the immortal source liquid for the tribulation fruit would definitely be disrupted. So when he saw the natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement, but annoyance. He felt that the timing was really bad for him. However, even though he was cursing in his heart, the natural phenomenon was so obvious that he naturally had to go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and pushed his source chi, turning it into a stream of light that shot over. The speed of the wooden boat was very fast, and it took less than a dozen breaths to cross 100 miles. As the distance closed, Yang Kai smelled a strange fragrance from the heavens and earth. When the fragrance entered his nose, it made him feel refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. Is it a rare medicine? Yang Kai silently judged in his heart. Moreover, this was a rare medicine that could help a cultivator's cultivation, because as the fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai faintly felt that the bottleneck of his first-order Dao Source realm was showing signs of loosening. Yang Kai had only broken through to the Dao Source realm not long ago, and although he had been fighting and cultivating diligently these days, and even obtained an opportunity on the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the second-order Dao Source realm. But now, this gap had been narrowed significantly, which showed how heaven-defying the effects of this rare medicine were. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. Now, on this plane, he was probably the only one who had arrived ahead of time, so if there were no traces of others, perhaps he could monopolize this rare medicine. This was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. After all, Yang Kai had rushed to the entrance ahead of time with the intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. While his thoughts were racing, Yang Kai had already arrived near the top of the mountain, landed on the wooden boat, and looked forward quietly. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, there was a budding flower that stood quietly. This should be a lotus flower. Its petals were pure white and untainted by even a speck of dust. Dazzling spiritual light flowed endlessly on the petals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted from it. It looked as if it didn't exist in the real world, blurred and enchanting. Not only that, there were some mysterious runes on this flower bud that were the size of rice grains. They were faintly discernible and seemed to contain great mysteries. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice, "This is." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure lotus." Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, Emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the Emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the Star Boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xiaosheng, Wu Chang, or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, they would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The Emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of every the Emperor realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon, his expression became extremely gloomy. Because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time, otherwise its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world, there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with, Yang Kai muttered to himself, but when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this, but his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved, otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. These 4 people were obviously also nearby and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, he had the cultivation base of the third-order Tao Source Realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only second-order Tao source realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The two of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having second-order Tao source realm cultivations. At this moment, all four of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were four of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivators active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother he. What kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother he slowly shook his head and said, I don't know either. As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. Brother Xianxia, do you recognize what the spirit herb is? At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. No idea. The man called Xianxia answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either? Bao Peng smiled and said, How can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Xianxia doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, Do you know the two from the flowing shadow sword sect? When brother he heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Xianxia turned his gaze to Xianxia and shouted, Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here? What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it. I don't know. Xianxia looked bewildered and stammered, I was just attracted by this vision. What a bunch of trash. Xianxia didn't wait for Xianxia to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. You can't even recognize a stock of spirit medicine, yet you still ran over here. His words scolded everyone. Brother he and the young woman from the flowing shadow sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this, but Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Xianxia's temper and didn't mind. At this time, Xianxia spoke again, No matter what this spirit medicine is, this Qing wants it. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Qing for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, Brother Qing, this is not good? You have a problem? Xianxia looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted, If you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences. The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, Brother Xianxia misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the flowing shadow sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it. Hearing this, brother he nodded and said, Yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Although Xianxia was a master from the third order Tao source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. Do you two want to test this Chang's ability? Hearing this, Xianxia grinned ferociously and said, I've heard that the flowing shadow sword sect's flowing shadow sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, let this Qing experience the two of you. As he spoke, the source qi around Xianxia's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off, The two of you better not disappoint me. At this point, he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the flowing shadow sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. Be careful. Brother, he shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. Asterisk sing sing, asterisk two soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother, he and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword chi suddenly burst forth. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Brother, he shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing he to burn with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman, Junior sister, there is no need to show mercy. Don't worry, Junior sister will let him experience the power of the flowing shadow sword art, the young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Xianxia. At the same time, senior brother he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Xianxia was also a master from the third order Dao source realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger, spreading out his palms as he fought one against two without falling into a disadvantage. In an instant, the three of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain, sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. Huh. Suddenly, Xianxia sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, this spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet, rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined? The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the three people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng who was standing not far away. I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words? Xianxia shouted again as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus, and from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. Bao Peng. After seeing this person's face, Xianxia could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. You. Bao Peng, who had been hit by Xianxia, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Xianxia as he shouted, little brat, you court death. In his opinion, if not for Xianxia's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled, but because of Xianxia's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. I'm sorry. Xianxia scratched his head helplessly, if possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable, it's simply too vile. He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning, but what Xianxia really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening, so how could Xianxia allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work. That's right. Xianxia shouted, after not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Qing has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks. Although he had been fighting the two from flowing shadow sword sect before, he had not used his full strength and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him standing in place and not making any moves that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The two from flowing shadow sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment, but they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick, yet it had been seen through by Xianxia. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Xianxia's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. Brother Qing, please calm your anger. Baopeng hurriedly cast a flattering look at Qingtai and said with a smile, I didn't succeed and was seen through. That's because you're unlucky. Qingtai snorted coldly, if you were lucky enough, wouldn't you have taken the spirit herb and run away by now? It's not a matter of luck. Baopeng stared deeply at Xianxia and said coldly, what this Bao used just now is a secret technique of my five-essence sect, the cicada shedding carapace. Even a master a level higher would not be able to see through it. It has always been an excellent escape secret technique. So it's the cicada shedding carapace. Qingtai whispered, obviously having heard of this secret technique before, his eyes complicated, I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to be willing to teach you this secret technique. That's not important. Baopeng still looked straight at Xianxia and said coldly, this Bao is just curious, how did a mere first-order Dao source realm trash like you see through my tracks? Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Xianxia had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising though. Xianxia's clothes were extremely ordinary, he didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect, and his cultivation was only at the low level of the first-order Dao source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a first-order Dao source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Sun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Baopeng naturally didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. Facing his question, Xianxia tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, my luck is good? I said it wasn't a matter of luck, you really are courting death. Baopeng grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Xianxia, so at this moment, he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. This is your business, deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Qing will be taking it. First. At that moment, Qingtai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Fulling Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Baopeng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Xianxia at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for the spirit flower to mature? Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way. Qingtai remained unmoved and quickly shouted. Please cooperate. Xianxia looked at him sincerely. What if I say no? In just a few words, Qingtai had already rushed in front of Xianxia and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Xianxia. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Xianxia in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way. Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand. Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Xianxia's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, one sword for 1,000,000, one man against the pass. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Xianxia as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. What? Qingtai's face changed drastically. A moment ago, he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. Emperor pressure, this is emperor pressure, this is an emperor artifact. Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, he once again used the 5 Essence Sect's secret technique, Golden Cicada Shell Shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot as he dodged in the nick of time. The senior brother and junior sister surnamed he from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword appeared, the Dao Source Grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the two men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the two of them were from the same sect and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk xiao 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 xiao. Asterisk sword chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the 4 people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in 3 different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Chungtai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor Artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now, can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Chungtai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor Artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Chungtai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial First-Order Dao Source realm possess an Emperor Artifact? Thinking of this, Chungtai couldn't help feeling apprehensive. Not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Song Tian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying Saint Palace, so how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding, I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile. Bao Peng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists. Many thanks, friend. This Bao still has important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he actually turned around and left the place at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, secretly thinking that if this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great man in the future. Just from this person's decisiveness, it could be seen that he had an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that there was no benefit for him to stay any longer. Instead, he might attract danger, so he made a prompt decision to leave. Compared with Bao Peng, Chungtai and the other 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed somewhat indecisive. Because even after witnessing Yang Kai's methods, these 3 still didn't show any intention of leaving, as if they were still holding on to an inexplicable hope in their hearts that their luck would defy the heavens and allow them to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. Chungtai's attitude was one thing, he was seriously injured, and he was extremely wary of the great force behind Yang Kai, so he was obviously reluctant to leave. Brother He of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, on the other hand, was filled with greed. However, at this moment, his eyes were more focused on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. After all, compared to the extraordinary treasure lotus, which he didn't know how to use, this myriad sword was a genuine Emperor Artifact, and a sword type one at that. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was a sect famous for its swordsmanship and most of its disciples cultivated sword skills. If he could obtain this myriad sword, his strength would be greatly improved. This gave birth to many ideas in his mind. Friends, why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai looked at the group with a faint smile. Qingtai pursed his dry lips and stood in place without moving, but he didn't show any hostility either. He just silently urged his source qi to prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, after Brother He heard this, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, the two of them exchanging glances. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura spread out from the two of them and merged with each other, causing the aura of the two second-order Tao Source Realm cultivators to soar. His black hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the place. Senior Marshal Brother He stretched out his hand, and the young woman placed the soft cloth on his hand as if they had a tacit understanding. The moment the two of them met, their already powerful aura soared to a new height and a halo of energy visible to the naked eye soared into the sky, like a pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Peerless Spirit Consonance Art. Qingtai saw this scene and suddenly shouted, his expression becoming dignified. After listening to him, Xianxia immediately understood that this peerless spirit consonance art should be a kind of secret technique of flowing shadow sword sect similar to dual cultivation. After using this secret technique, a man and a woman's auras could be connected and their strength would be greatly improved in a short period of time. After performing this secret technique, Senior Brother He's temperament underwent a great change. He seemed to have become extremely confident and arrogant. Holding his sword in one hand, he slowly drew a circle in front of him before staring coldly at Xianxia and saying, "Hand over the Emperor artifact in your hand and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, the young woman did the same thing. The tips of the two people's swords moved, creating a visible sword halo. After speaking, the two semicircles suddenly merged together and condensed into a circular sword seal. This sword seal gave off a clanging sound, as if it contained a great amount of power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Xianxia remained unmoved, simply standing in place and staring at the two of them calmly, his eyes clear and cold. "Enough nonsense." Brother He shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want to?" "Then you can die." Brother He shouted coldly as he leisurely pointed his sword forward, his movements casual and unrestrained. However, when the sword was pointed out, it caused the world spirit chi to go berserk. The circular sword hummed and suddenly shot forward. Along the way, the sword seal split into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with these circular sword seals, covering a large area of heaven and earth, giving people the illusion that there was no way to avoid them. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Xianxia, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel, Qingtai's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Qingtai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Xianxia would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an Emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Qingtai thought to himself. However, what he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Xianxia, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late, asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk a strange sound rang out as Xianxia's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. "What?" Qingtai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that? This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike, and the scene before him was rather difficult for Qingtai to accept. But soon, he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Xianxia was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his Emperor artifact. Xianxia's strength was only at the level of a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother He also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother He's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Xianxia's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother He's face stiffened as he cried out, "After image." Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. "Brother, be careful." The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother He's neck and pierced through his back. Senior Brother He's expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. "I am dead?" A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. Pu. Brother He's death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. In a panic, she fell down, flailing her arms and legs in the air, but was unable to stabilize her body. Not long after, she fell into the rubble and was smashed to pieces. Backlash? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Although this peerless spirit rhino art was extremely powerful, it seemed to have a lot of drawbacks. He had only killed Brother He, but he didn't expect that this action would also cause the death of this young woman. Two rays of light suddenly flew out from the bodies of Brother He and the young woman, wanting to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and in a flash, he caught the two rays of light in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot, and when Yang Kai looked down, he saw that there were two more star seals on the back of his hand. These two star seals originally belonged to the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but after these two people died, the star seals became ownerless and could be easily obtained. The grade of these two star seals wasn't too high. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that one was a triangular star seal, and the other was a rhombus-shaped star seal like the one he had obtained before. In this way, he had obtained as many as 3 star seals in the Four Seasons realm. Star seals were actually very difficult to obtain. He had stayed in this sealed world for more than 20 days, and apart from obtaining one by chance, he hadn't obtained any other star seals, which showed how rare these things were. But now, he had obtained 2 more. Just as he was observing the star seals, Qingtai, who was quietly watching the development of the situation, felt cold all over. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He didn't even see what Yang Kai had done, but the cultivator surnamed He of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had been beheaded. Qingtai immediately understood that he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy's cultivation was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, his real combat strength couldn't be judged by cultivation. He was definitely the kind of elite who regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence. Thinking of this, how could Qingtai still have the heart to stay? He secretly regretted that he had left earlier. If he left now, he didn't know if the other party would make things difficult for him. But staying here wasn't a solution either, so Qingtai could only brace himself and cupped his fists. This Qing has offended you before, please forgive this friend. Farewell. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly glanced at him coldly and shouted. Friend, what else can I do for you? Qingtai's face twitched, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, but he didn't dare act rashly. You wait a moment. Yang Kai had no intention of killing him, instead flying down to the 2 corpses of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Cultivators, taking their space rings and sweeping them with his divine sense, seemingly searching for something. Even so, Qingtai still stood in place obediently. He knew that in his current state, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the other party, he would end up like the 2 corpses. There's nothing useful here. Yang Kai muttered with some dissatisfaction after checking the contents of the two space rings. In fact, this was not the case. The He brother and sister were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so naturally, there were many good things in their space rings. Whether it was source crystals, pills, or artifacts, their value was quite good, but for Yang Kai, there was nothing he wanted at the moment. Saying so, he stepped forward and stood in front of Qingtai, pondering for a moment before asking, "If it's convenient, can Brother Qing let me take a look at your space ring?" Hearing this, Qingtai's face paled, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so he still squeezed out a smile and said, "Naturally, there's no problem." Saying so, he took off his space ring with a pained expression and tossed it to Yang Kai before eagerly saying, "If this friend has nothing else to say, this Qing will take his leave. Sorry for disturbing you before. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "You don't want your space ring?" Qingtai looked stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai would say such a thing. "Do you think I want to rob you?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Do you think I would do such a despicable thing?" The expression on Qingtai's face changed constantly, and he really didn't know what to say. "Haha. I found something useful." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed, and with a thought, he took something out of Qingtai's space ring. Qingtai looked over and saw that it was a charcoal black spirit grass. To be honest, Qingtai didn't know what this spirit grass was or what it was used for. He just felt that its grade was not low and its value was not low, so he collected it. This thing came from the autumn territory of the Four Seasons realm. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would take it out at this moment. Qingtai was completely at a loss. As for what was in his space ring, he was naturally well aware of it. In terms of value, there should be many things more precious than this spirit grass, but this strange little brat in front of him had actually taken out this spirit grass and left everything else untouched. While Qingtai was in a daze, Yang Kai directly threw his space ring back to him and played with the spirit grass in his hand, a look of joy filling his face. "Friend, do you want anything else?" Qingtai asked cautiously. "I already said I'm not robbing you." Yang Kai glanced at him and shouted, "Why haven't you scrammed yet?" "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing this, Qingtai felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly grabbed his space ring and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Qingtai disappeared, Yang Kai leisurely landed not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus. Looking at the black spirit grass in his hand, he muttered to himself, "With this black flood dragon, I only lack 3 raw materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. And I already have most of the materials, but these 3 are a bit difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone else has them." While muttering to himself, Yang Kai looked around. At this moment, he was actually hoping that someone would be attracted by the appearance of this extraordinary treasure lotus so he could collect the raw materials to refine the pill. If he used the extraordinary treasure lotus as the main material, he could refine a heaven-defying spirit pill called the extraordinary treasure pill. This spirit pill had all the effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus and was even more powerful. An extraordinary treasure pill was enough to increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm by 1/10. If possible, Yang Kai hoped to refine this extraordinary treasure lotus into a pill when it matured. This way, not only would it be preserved for a long time, but it would also be able to fully display the precious functions of the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, and they were not easy to accomplish, especially since he had yet to gather all the necessary materials. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud, its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged not far from this spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian, not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces, but at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the first-order Dao source realm to the third-order Dao source realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, "Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead?" The person he asked was Jingli, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yang Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the third-order Dao source realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chang, but at this moment, he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jingli pondered for a moment before saying, "This kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter." "Oh?" The person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, "Does Brother Jing also think so?" What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it, so he continued, "I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is." "How would I know?" Jingli rolled his eyes. "There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value." Heh heh heh. Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, "Perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming." As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jingli quickly said, "Now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous." Ha 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 ha. He let out a long laugh, as if he had already obtained the opportunity. "Bah! You think you're worthy of this opportunity?" A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "Brother Zhou Huai seems to have a problem with me?" Jingli coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Anitya Helgard. After all, Anitya Helgard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the third-order Dao source realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? "I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you." Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, someone has arrived first." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him, there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Shio shio shio. No one dared to hesitate and quickly sped up, arriving not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus in the blink of an eye. All of them stared greedily at the spirit flower. Jingli took a moment to glance over at Yang Kai, secretly feeling that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but after noticing the other party's cultivation, he couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of trash from the first-order Dao source realm. I was wondering who it was. After saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai. The same was probably true for everyone else. Noticing that someone had arrived at the place where the spirit flower was located before them, they were a little flustered, but when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was so low, they immediately calmed down. After these people arrived, their eyes swept past Yang Kai and stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement, all of them wearing excited expressions. Although they didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, for it to produce such a heavenly manifestation before it even matured, its preciousness could be imagined. "Brother Peng Hai, if this Jing remembers correctly, you're also an alchemist?" Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fat man in the crowd. Hearing this, the fat man smiled slightly and said, "This Peng has indeed studied the alchemic way a little, but his alchemy skills are low, only at the origin king grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said this, there was an extremely proud expression on his face. That expression seemed to say that this was not something that was not worth mentioning, but was extremely proud of it. He had the capital to be proud. There were very few alchemists, and high-grade alchemists were even rarer. Their status was noble, and as a cultivator, being able to raise his alchemy skills to the origin king grade while cultivating was a testament to his talent. Generally, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation was secondary. While improving their alchemy skills, they often lost time in cultivation, so the cultivation of alchemists was generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the Origin King-grade alchemists were Origin-returning realm masters, with very few Origin Kings among them. But this Peng Hai was a second-order Dao Source Realm master. He had made great achievements in both the martial Dao and the alchemic way territory, and was even better than most cultivator and alchemist, so naturally he was very proud. Origin King grade. Jingli was also a knowledgeable person, and after hearing this, he exclaimed, a look of sincere admiration appearing on his face as he said, "Brother Peng Hai is really amazing, this Jing admires you greatly." Although the others didn't speak, they also showed shocked expressions. Peng Hai was obviously very pleased with this, his fat cheeks filled with smiles as he waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. Brother Jing is too serious. In fact, if it weren't for the alchemic way delaying my cultivation, this Peng would have already broken through to the third-order Dao Source realm." In other words, his aptitude in the martial Dao was no worse than anyone else's, he was just distracted by alchemy. If it weren't for this, he would have even competed with Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and the others. "Brother Peng Hai, since you are an Origin King-grade alchemist, do you recognize what the spirit flower is?" Jingli changed the topic and asked. Everyone else also looked at Peng Hai, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Peng Hai's expression became serious as he turned his eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, pondering for a long time before saying, "If this Peng is not mistaken, this should be the legendary." He paused here maliciously, whetting everyone's appetite. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the opinion of this fellow alchemist. Peng Hai said with certainty, "Profound Frost Sacred Lotus." Pooh. Yang Kai couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Peng Hai immediately glared at him fiercely. On the contrary, Jingli and the others' eyes lit up and they shouted, "This is the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus? The Profound Frost Sacred Lotus that is rumored to cleanse one's knowledge sea, purify one's soul, and greatly enhance one's spiritual energy?" Jingli had obviously also heard of the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus, and at this moment, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reactions of the others were similar, almost like the word greed was written on their foreheads. N. Peng Hai nodded heavily, "This is definitely the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus. I trust Brother Peng Hai." Jingli swallowed hard. "It's not that I don't trust Brother Peng Hai, it's just that looking at this little brat's demeanor, he seems to know something." Zhou Huai looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, "And he was the first to arrive here, why don't you ask him?" Although he said so, he didn't ask for the opinion of the others and instead directly shouted at Yang Kai, "You brat, this Zhou wants to ask you something, if you know, answer obediently, otherwise, humph." Zhou Huai's expression was full of malice. "And, ask away," Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. "How long have you been here?" Zhou Huai asked. "About an hour," Yang Kai replied. "So, this heavenly manifestation has been here since an hour ago?" Zhou Huai's complexion changed as he looked around vigilantly, muttering to himself suspiciously, "Then why hasn't anyone else come here?" Although he felt strange, he didn't continue to investigate, thinking that others were too far away and hadn't discovered this heavenly manifestation or were on their way here. He then asked, "When Brother Peng Hai said this was the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus, you had a look of disapproval on your face, could it be, you know what kind of spirit flower this is?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle. "You don't know and yet you still put on such an expression, how ridiculous." Peng Hai coldly snorted and said sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what this is, I know that this is definitely not the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus." Speaking up to here, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he earnestly explained, "The Profound Frost Sacred Lotus grows in an extremely cold place with 7 petals, deep roots and long stems, and a delicate and enchanting fragrance. It doesn't match the spirit flower in front of you at all. Most importantly." His tone suddenly became low as his lips curled into an evil grin, "When the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus blooms, no one can approach within a 100-kilometer radius. The fragrance is enough to affect the divine sense of the Emperor Realm's masters, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from the hallucinations and fall into an illusion forever. If no one comes to rescue them, they will likely die from exhaustion." He spread his hands and said, "None of you are affected at all at this moment, nor are you hallucinating, so how could this be the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus?" Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded while Peng Hai's face turned red. In fact, he didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, but he didn't think anyone else would either, so he casually said the words profound frost sacred lotus. In any case, no one could prove it, so he could seize the opportunity for himself. Because of this, he could weave some words to his advantage, making it easier for him to take action later. But in the blink of an eye, he was exposed by Yang Kai, and the other party's words were so convincing that he couldn't refute them, so he couldn't help feeling a bit angry. This friend, what you say makes sense. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up as he turned to Peng Hai and said, Brother Peng Hai, what do you think? I think your whole family's 18 generations of ancestors. Peng Hai couldn't help cursing in his heart. At this point, Peng Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, Brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Peng is an origin king grade alchemist. If I say this is the profound frost sacred lotus, then it is. As soon as this statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Peng Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, I'm also a Dao Source grade alchemist. He was telling the truth, but unfortunately, no one believed him. Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all. Peng Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. Good. At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. Enough with the idle chatter, Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you're here, do me a favor. Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, hand over your space rings. Huh? Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon, several people flew into a rage. Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Dao Source realm dares to rob us? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring and we'll spare your life. Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Xiao Huai and said, earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate, it's just that everyone who came was chased away by me. You? Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer, are you joking? Yang Kai shook his head. There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. These two are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Jingli observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai nodded. You actually killed them. Jingli looked at Yang Kai in shock, you actually killed them. No wonder there was always a smell of blood, so that's why. Zhou Huai frowned, the smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance, damn it. I didn't even notice it. So what if you really killed these two people? Peng Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, these two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the five of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. The other party was just one person, so even if he had some strange means, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. AI. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. If possible, I don't want to make a move against you. I just want to find a few herbs. But if you don't cooperate, then. As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, the expressions of the 5 people changed greatly and they all released their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, wherever their divine senses covered, they found nothing. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared from this world. This strange situation made the faces of the 5 people turn ashen and a feeling of uneasiness surged from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on Jing Li's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared behind Jing Li and his ghostly voice came from behind. I can do it myself, but you must not resist, otherwise, if I am not careful, I may accidentally kill you. Jing Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning, cold sweat dripping down his back as he stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. He could feel that the large hand on his shoulder secretly contained a vigorous power, like an ocean that could engulf him at any time. That power was so strong that he simply couldn't resist. Xiao xiao xiao. The other 4 people's figures flickered almost at the same time as they scattered, distancing themselves from Jing Li, all of them circulating their source qi as they vigilantly stared at Yang Kai. Before Kai Yang opened his mouth to speak, none of them knew how this person had appeared behind Jing Li. All of them were thinking, if he had attacked them, would they have been able to avoid it? The answer was obviously no. Thinking so, everyone began to break out in cold sweat. Friend. Jing Li gulped, large drops of sweat sliding down his forehead as he struggled to speak. There is no grievance between you and me, and this Jing has never. Enough. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish before interrupting. I don't want to take your life. Although it would be easy for me, since there is no grievance between us, I have no reason to kill you, right? Yes. Jing Li nodded repeatedly, squeezing out a smile. It's good that friend understands. As I said just now, I just want to find a few herbs. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached out and grabbed Jing Li's space ring. Effortlessly, Yang Kai took the other party's space ring, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he frowned and tossed it back to Jing Li. You can go now. Yang Kai smiled and patted Jing Li on the shoulder. Jing Li's body shrank and he almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, he had a strong will and managed to suppress his fear as he released his divine sense and swept his space ring. The next moment, he let out a cry of surprise and looked up at Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai frowned and said, there is nothing in your ring that I want. So that's how it is. Jing Li suddenly understood and cupped his fists ecstatically. Many thanks. After saying so, he hurriedly used his movement skill and fled into the distance. Although he had been frightened for no reason, he was fine and his things were all intact. This was already a result he could not hope for, so how could Jing Li be dissatisfied? Naturally, it was best to leave first. Next? Yang Kai looked at the remaining 4 people and grinned. Take the initiative, don't force me to attack you. However, you can rest assured that if you don't have what I want, I won't take it casually, but if you do, then you can only blame your bad luck. The 4 people looked at each other, their faces pale, but none of them dared to leave without permission. Judging from the movement skill Yang Kai displayed just now, none of them had the confidence to escape and would likely be caught if they made the slightest move. This friend, what are you looking for? If you don't mind, please tell me. If this Zhou has something, I won't hide it. Zhou Huai thought for a while before speaking. The others also nodded vigorously and said, yes, if we have something, we will definitely give it to you. Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai did not seem to have taken anything from his space ring, everyone had their own secrets, and these secrets were often stored in their space rings. No one was willing to hand over their space ring to others for inspection. Don't bother, I'll look for it myself. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I'll count to 3. Those who don't hand over their space rings will have to bear the consequences. Murderous intent filled his face and he didn't seem to be joking, directly beginning to count. Huh. Seeing this, Zhou Huai could only sigh and not make any unnecessary attempts, quickly taking off his space ring and tossing it to Yang Kai with a wry smile. I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai didn't say a word, catching the space ring and inspecting it, but after a while, he tossed it back without taking anything. Zhou Huai gladly caught it, not even bothering to say any polite words, and directly fled. Among these 5 people, the 2 strongest had fallen to such a fate, so how could the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After exchanging a glance with each other, they all took off their space rings and handed them to Yang Kai. After a round of inspection, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it was the 3 herbs he needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill or the tribulation fruit he needed. If he couldn't collect the required herbs, he wouldn't be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If that was the case, he could only wait until this extraordinary treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. But doing so would greatly waste the medicinal efficacies of this spirit flower, so Yang Kai wasn't willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. After dispersing the remaining 3, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the next person to take the bait. He'd already planned in his heart that he had to gather the things he needed as much as possible before those true experts arrived. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be unavoidable once those people arrived. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai guarded the extraordinary treasure lotus, not leaving it at all. Many cultivators were attracted by this heavenly manifestation, but whether it was by luck or by necessity, none of them were the ones Yang Kai feared, only some of the weaker cultivators. These people's fates were naturally the same as Jingli and the others, coming in high spirits but leaving in disgrace. Those who were tactful obediently handed over their space rings so that Yang Kai could inspect them and leave safely. Those who didn't, Yang Kai naturally subdued them, snatched their space rings, and inspected them himself. Although Yang Kai's approach would offend a lot of people, he didn't take things too far. He didn't rashly kill people, nor did he really rob them, so the situation wasn't too serious. If he really robbed everyone he met, it would be completely over. As soon as he left the 4 Seasons realm, he would become the target of all the major sects. At that time, unless he joined Azure Sun Temple or Gao Shui Ting was willing to shelter him, he would inevitably be punished by the masters of other sects. But by doing this, he not only ensured that he wouldn't offend anyone, but also guaranteed a harvest. 2 days later, Kai Yang had already collected 2 of the 3 herbs he was missing. Only the last one was missing. According to his observation, this extraordinary treasure lotus would fully mature in a day at most, and if he couldn't find the last auxiliary herb by then, he would have to swallow it. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the exit of the 4 Seasons realm closed. Yang Kai was quite anxious. Because if he guessed correctly, those few true powerhouses should already be rushing towards the exit, and they should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. After a while, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "They're here already. It seems a bit early." In the sky over there, a dazzling light was rushing over. Inside this light, there were many auras, obviously more than one person. One of them gave Yang Kai an unusual feeling, as if he was much stronger than the others. This person was obviously one of the Tao Source Realm masters who were strong enough to make Yang Kai take them seriously. But before they could get close, Yang Kai didn't know who they were. Just as he was observing, the light had approached the top of the mountain and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. As soon as these people appeared, a man in his 30s pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brother Zhuang. It was this bastard who robbed me and junior sister Su earlier and stole our space rings." As he spoke, a beautiful, fair-skinned woman in the crowd also nodded. She glared at Yang Kai with a look of deep hatred, as if she had a deep grudge against him. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that the man who spoke and the woman who nodded looked familiar. He had seen them yesterday. However, the fate of these 2 people was the same as the others who came here. They were all subdued by Yang Kai's superb means. He snatched the space ring and inspected it. "Oh? So the 2 of you are from the Orthodoxy Palace. My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Kai smiled at the man who spoke and cupped his fists. He had not inquired about the origins of these 2 before, but now that he saw them together with Shuang Bufan, he naturally understood. The Orthodoxy Palace was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As the elite disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace, they were naturally very proud. He was robbed for no reason. How could he swallow such a grievance? Most likely, after they left yesterday, they had tried to contact their eldest brother, Zhuangbu Fan, hoping that he would help them vent their anger. Of course, the most important thing was the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Zhuangbu Fan came here, not only would he be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance, he might even be able to snatch this precious world spirit flower. Bah! The man who spoke heard these words and spat towards Yang Kai's direction, coldly snorting, "Boy, don't try to act like that, it's not too late for you to admit your wrongs. If you obediently kneel down and kowtow a few times and slap yourself a few times, Senior Marshal Brother Zhuang may not necessarily not spare you. Senior Marshal Brother has always been benevolent and righteous, and he has never killed innocent people. However, if you want to stubbornly resist, humph." The meaning of his words was self-evident. Compared to the submissive attitude he had displayed yesterday after being intimidated by Yang Kai, at this moment, he felt like he had someone backing him up, causing him to become extremely arrogant. "Friend, what are you saying?" "I don't understand," Yang Kai responded casually. "Don't pretend to be confused." The man shouted angrily, "You know what you've done." "Haha." Yang Kai chuckled before turning his eyes to Zhuangbu Fan and asking, "Brother Zhuang, what do you say?" Since arriving here, Zhuangbu Fan had not spoken, his eyes shifting back and forth between the extraordinary treasure lotus and Yang Kai from time to time, the look of doubt on his face growing stronger and stronger. He had two doubts. The first was about the extraordinary treasure lotus. He was the chief Dao Source Realm Master of Orthodoxy Temple, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. He could vaguely tell what kind of extraordinary treasure lotus it was, but he could not be certain, causing him to feel somewhat suspicious. The second was about Yang Kai. No matter how he observed him, the other party seemed to only be a first-order Dao Source Realm Master. With this kind of cultivation, he had easily subdued his junior brother and junior sister. If it were not for his junior brother and junior sister speaking with such certainty, he would not have believed it. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhuangbu Fan frowned and cupped his fists. "May I ask your excellency's name?" Although he had come here to avenge his junior brother and junior sister, he still showed a courteous look and did not rush to attack Yang Kai, showing that his temperament was quite good. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied. "This Zhuang remembers. Brother Yang came here with the people from Azure Sun Temple, right?" The doubt on Zhuangbu Fan's face became even stronger, "But, why did I never know that Azure Sun Temple had a brother Yang?" Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and praised, "Brother Zhuang has good eyesight and a good memory. I really did come here with the people from Azure Sun Temple." This was the first guy who remembered that he came with the people from Azure Sun Temple. At that time, there were hundreds of people gathered in the Nameless Valley, and it was not easy to remember Yang Kai's whereabouts in the vast sea of people. The reason why Brother Zhuang did not know is because this Yang is not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It was only because of some reasons that this Yang traveled with Elder Gao. So that's how it is. Zhuangbu Fan nodded slightly and did not ask anything more. In his opinion, Yang Kai probably had some relationship with a high-level member of Azure Sun Temple, which was why he could come to the Nameless Valley with Gao Shueting and enter the Four Seasons realm. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Originally, this Zhuang's two junior brother and junior sister suffered a little under Brother Yang's hands, and it was their fault for not being good enough. This Zhuang should not have come here and put on a posture to denounce him. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me for this." He did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Yang Kai because of his low cultivation. Instead, he deliberately explained, and there was a hint of disappointment in his words, which made the man and woman blush and feel quite ashamed. I understand. Yang Kai chuckled and felt that this Zhuangbu Fan's character was not bad. "But, as a brother, you have to act like a brother." Zhuangbu Fan changed the topic and his face became solemn as he said calmly, "Junior brother and junior sister have a request, and this Zhuang cannot pretend that he did not hear it. As a brother, you have to protect your junior brother and junior sister." As soon as these words came out, the people gathered around him showed a moved expression and all of them looked at his back, as if they were staring at a mountain that could withstand a storm, making them feel safe. "Brother Yang, tell us how to solve this matter." Zhuangbu Fan looked at Yang Kai lightly and said. He didn't seem to want to use his strength to bully the weak, so he directly handed the initiative to Kai Yang. His words were filled with incomparable confidence, as if no matter what Kai Yang said, he would be able to resist. Yang Kai grinned and said, "The whole story. Brother Zhuang must have heard about it?" Zhuang Bufan nodded and said, "Yes. They said very clearly that Brother Yang subdued them and then robbed them." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "If they say I subdued them, I won't deny it. But if they say I robbed them? Haha, I can't agree." "What's wrong?" Zhuang Bufan frowned and said with some displeasure, "Brother Yang did this, but you don't dare admit it." "It's not that I don't dare admit it, but how can I admit something I didn't do? Isn't this just throwing a bucket of **T on my head?" Yang Kai wore an extremely wronged expression as he stared at the man and woman and said, "You say I robbed you, so why don't you tell me what you lost?" The man heard this and was suddenly at a loss for words. He really hadn't lost anything. Yang Kai had only snatched their space rings at the time and returned them after checking them. He hadn't explained this matter clearly to Zhuang Bufan. Seeing the expression on his face, Yang Kai immediately understood and laughed. "Brother Zhuang, you don't seem to understand the whole situation." Zhuang Bufan's face sank slightly as he turned to look at the man and asked, "What happened?" The man nodded submissively, his eyes drifting, not knowing how to explain. Zhuang Bufan then turned to the other woman and asked, "Junior sister Su, did they steal anything from you?" The woman surnamed Su bit her red lips lightly and shook her head. "No, we didn't." "So that's it." Yang Kai directly interrupted her, turning to Zhuang Bufan and saying, "They didn't lose anything, so how could they have robbed them? As for fighting, and how can there be no conflict when a cultivator cultivates? Just because these two are my friends from Orthodoxy Temple doesn't mean I can't touch them." After saying so, Yang Kai's voice sank and his expression became cold. "Besides, there was a reason why I fought with them." "Because of the spirit flower behind you?" Zhuang Bufan was also a smart person and immediately understood the key point. "Yes." Yang Kai sternly said, "With Brother Zhuang's eyesight, you can probably see that this spirit flower has not yet matured, so rashly picking it will only greatly damage its medicinal properties. That's why I've been guarding this place, lest anyone who doesn't know what's good for them takes advantage of this heaven's gift. I've also sent away many people these past few days, and yesterday, when your junior brother and junior sister came here. And you don't need to say anything, I can probably guess what happened next." Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple seeing how precious this spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was, so they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. "It's good that Brother Zhuang understands." Yang Kai laughed when he saw Zhuang Bufan being so easygoing. "There's no need to say anything else, Brother Yang, let's fight." Zhuang Bufan's expression suddenly became serious as he spoke. "Ah?" Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before shouting, "I explained so much just now for nothing. Brother Zhuang, did you not understand?" Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, "I understand. Everything from the beginning to the end. This battle is not for my junior brother and junior sister, nor is there any grudge between us, it is simply for that world spirit herb." As he spoke, he pushed his source chi, causing his clothes and black hair to flutter without any wind, causing his aura to rise steadily. He continued, "Although this world spirit herb was discovered by Brother Yang first and has been guarding it all this time, since it has not been harvested, it is without an owner. This Zhuang does not want to miss out on such a precious treasure, so, we can only fight." Yang Kai stared at him in a daze, and after a long time, he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, Brother Zhuang really is an open and aboveboard person. Speaking openly about your intentions is much better than those sanctimonious people who speak righteous words but have a belly full of evil tricks. This is very admirable, but I still want to ask, do we really have to fight? Is there no other way to solve this? Brother Yang, if you feel that you cannot win, you can leave now." "This Zhuang does not want to bully the weak," Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied. "Fine." Yang Kai sighed helplessly, "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." Saying so, Yang Kai's body trembled as a sea of source chi surged out from his body, creating a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan's eyes shrank. He shouted in a deep voice, Brother Yang is indeed extraordinary. My 2 junior brothers and junior sisters didn't die unjustly by your hands. Haha, Brother Zhuang, be careful, don't let the same thing happen again. While Yang Kai was laughing, he had already swung his fist forward. Dazzling energy wrapped around his fist, as if he wanted to smash open the heavens and earth, directly landing on Zhuang Bufan's head. It came crashing down like a mountain. All of you, step back. No one is allowed to interfere. At the same time, Zhuang Bufan let out a low shout, and at the same time, he turned his palm upwards, and a gust of wind and clouds surged out from his palm, transforming into a torrent of energy that rushed towards Yang Kai to counterattack. At the same time, he chanted, Flying Cloud Palm, Imperial 4 Extremes. The energy visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm and transformed into a flood dragon. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed into the clouds and directly swallowed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan did not have the slightest bit of joy after succeeding. Instead, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. Because he found that Yang Kai didn't try to dodge his attack, but instead took it head-on. It was falling towards him at an even faster speed. Brother Zhuang! Yang Kai's shout came from behind. Amidst the raging energy around him, Yang Kai appeared to be a little unstable. This Yang wants to end this quickly. After all, I am your only enemy while I have many. This Yang does not have the time or energy to fight with you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into a palm, and directly pressed it against Zhuang Bufan's palm. Kong, the moment the 2 palms collided, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body suddenly sank down and a huge crater appeared where he was standing, and countless cracks appeared in the ground around him. A competition of source chi? Zhuang Bufan's expression changed greatly as he instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. This opponent who only had a cultivation base in the first order Dao source realm had given up all opportunities to compete with secret techniques and artifacts and instead chose to fight in such a fierce and direct manner, forcing Zhuang Bufan to compete with him in terms of source chi. It was undeniable that this kind of battle would result in a very short time because no one could dodge or retreat. The side with more source chi would win in the shortest amount of time. Is he really that confident? With a trivial cultivation base in the first order Dao source realm, he wants to compete with me in source chi? Zhuang Bufan's mind flashed with distracting thoughts as a trace of anger appeared on his face after being underestimated. While his palm was still in contact with Yang Kai's palm, Zhuang Bufan spun around and raised his other hand as he shouted, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Although Zhuang Bufan was the strongest Dao Source Realm Master in Orthodoxy Temple, he was different from Xiaxia and Wu Cheng in that he had a unique advantage. Although it had never been proven, the disciples and elders of the great sects all knew that Xiaxia had a special physique, but as for what this special physique was, no one knew except for the elders of Azure Sun Temple. As for Wu Cheng, needless to say, his yin and yang dual body allowed him to be much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm from birth. However, as a pillar of his sect's Dao Source Realm Master, Zhuang Bufan did not have such conditions. His physique was extremely ordinary, but he was still able to compete with Xiaxia and Wu Cheng. He had even fought Wu Cheng several times without falling into a disadvantage. What supported him to achieve this was his solid foundation and vigorous source chi. He was the kind of person who worked extremely hard and cultivated diligently, so while he put in more effort, he also made up for the congenital deficiency of Wu Cheng and Xiaxia. Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan had a physique like Wu Cheng or Xiaxia's, his achievements would definitely be far greater than what he currently had. The words of a third-order Emperor Realm Master were highly credible and also reflected Zhuang Bufan's hard work in his cultivation. What Zhuang Bufan was most proud of was his pure and vigorous source chi. His origin energy was just like his entire being. It was as immovable as a mountain, like an abyss. He felt that this was his greatest asset, his foundation that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaxia and Wu Cheng. But now, someone wanted to compete with him in what he was best at, and that person was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuang Bufan had a good temper, at this moment, he was a little angry. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful secret art, the heaven and earth inverting phantom secret art. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. Moreover, he was going to face this competition in his strongest state. The moment the second palm reached out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss, pouncing towards him, wanting to swallow him up and tear him to shreds. With a roar, his entire body seemed to swell up in an instant as popping sounds rang out from his body. Along with the popping sounds, the dozen drops of pure golden blood he had stored in his body instantly burst open, all of them transforming into pure source qi that filled his limbs, causing his entire body to glow with a dazzling golden light. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk a gust of wind, like a sword cutting through the air, held. The few cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple who had followed Zhuangbu Fan here were all dumbfounded. What they saw was Yang Kai and Zhuangbu Fan's palms facing each other, one hanging upside down while the other stood still, staring at each other, sparks flying as their eyes met. The place where the two of them stood had become the source of the energy frenzy, the golden and white light blooming there, intertwining and clashing constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He can actually compete with Brother Zhuang in source qi? Is this person really from the first order Dao source realm? Could it be a third order Dao source realm cultivator pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He's just trying to be brave, Brother Zhuang will soon deal with him. While the cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple were dazzled, they did not forget to mutter a few words. However, things did not develop as they had imagined, and Zhuangbu Fan did not manage to repel Yang Kai in a short period of time. Instead, the two of them maintained the same posture, pushing their source qi madly to suppress each other. As time passed, Zhuangbu Fan's expression became more and more dignified while Yang Kai's eyes became crazier and more ferocious. It was not until this moment that Zhuangbu Fan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai had explained so much to him before was not because he was afraid of him, but because he did not want to fight with him. As he said, Zhuangbu Fan's only enemy was him, but Yang Kai had many enemies. As long as he wanted to protect the immature spirit herb, he would inevitably become enemies with the masters who came here. These masters included Wu Chang, Xiaoqian, and Lan Sun. It was for this reason that Yang Kai chose to use source qi to quickly determine the winner. This method was not opportunistic in the slightest. All the secret techniques and artifacts he had cultivated were useless, all he could rely on was his own confidence and the strength he had obtained through cultivation. Looking at the crazed look in Yang Kai's eyes, Zhuangbu Fan knew that in a sense, he had already lost. Because this guy who was competing with him in source qi had a cultivation 2 minor realms lower than him. If he had suppressed his strength to the same level as Yang Kai's, there would have been no need to fight at all to determine the winner. In this world, there was actually such a freak. Zhuangbu Fan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance was suddenly broken, and the golden and white light that filled the world suddenly showed a difference in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Orthodoxy Temple disciples, the golden light was actually suppressed. How is this possible? Brother Zhuang is being suppressed? Where the hell did this little brat come from? No way, it must be Brother Zhuang showing mercy. Big Brother is a benevolent and righteous person, yes, that must be it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, none of them could believe that Zhuangbu Fan had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a battle of source qi. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuangbu Fan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. Brother Zhuang, please stop. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuangbu Fan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." Facing Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuangbu Fan turned a deaf ear to it, a trace of madness flashing across his usually calm face as he shouted, "In this Zhuang's world, there is no such thing as retreating." Good. Yang Kai roared as the dazzling golden light around him grew even brighter. At the same time, his body shook violently as the source chi in his body surged outwards. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Asterisk Kong, asterisk accompanied by a loud bang, the golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it whole. A huge crater had appeared where Zhuang Bufan was standing. Above the mountain, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! Amidst the dazzling light, a figure suddenly shot out and stood in midair, gasping for breath and covered in blood. The people from Orthodoxy Temple glanced over and were greatly shocked. Although he couldn't see clearly who was standing in the void, inferring from the posture of competing source chi just now, this person should be Yang Kai without a doubt. Turning their gazes towards the giant crater, they saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee, his clothes tattered and his hair disheveled. His body was also covered in blood, giving him a miserable appearance. "Brother Zhuang!" The people from Orthodoxy Temple shouted. Zhuang Bufan did not seem to have the strength to respond to them and could only maintain his posture, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and looked up in the direction of Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai kept his fists and quickly said. Zhuang Bufan did not answer and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground, reached out from his space ring, took out some healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to meditate. Seeing this, the people from Orthodoxy Temple immediately glared at Yang Kai, but in addition to anger, there was also a strong sense of fear and shock. Because just a moment ago, right before their eyes, Yang Kai, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm, had defeated Zhuang Bufan in a competition of Source Qi. Although the final result seemed to be a lose-lose situation, a victory was still a victory. Was this guy really capable of such a feat? In the territory of origin energy, Brother Zhuang lost to him? Even Xiaxing and Wu Chang might not be able to do it. All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through their hearts like bolts of lightning, and they didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. In their eyes, Yang Kai was shockingly an existence that could be compared to Zhuang Bufan. In fact, he was even more terrifying than his eldest brother, because he was currently only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he were to cultivate to the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which Dao Source Realm cultivator in this world would be his opponent? This person was perhaps another bright star in the star boundary. One day in the future, it would definitely blossom with extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky of the star boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly descended and sat down cross-legged, taking out a large number of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. His condition seemed to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his recovery ability was also very strong. However, after this battle, his strength was no longer at its peak. He needed to recover in the shortest time possible to cope with the various troubles that might arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't come to compete for anything. This person was very open and aboveboard, so since he had been defeated by Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't covet the extraordinary treasure lotus. Regarding this, Yang Kai was quite relieved. "Yo!" Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, and a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them, casually glancing around. Smiling casually, he said, "I was wondering who was making such a big noise here. It turns out it was you too." "Oh?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showed a smile, and said slowly, "The second one to come here is you. Brother Xia." He didn't need to look back to know that the person who had come must be Xiaxing. In an instant, Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. He was really afraid that Wu Chang would suddenly come here at this time. After all, he urgently needed to restore himself at this moment. If Wu Chang were to come here, it would be a bit troublesome, but Xiaxing was different. He was acquainted with Yang Kai, so he shouldn't act rashly. "That's me," Xiaxing smiled lightly. Xiaxing smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that the entrance was about to close, this Xia originally wanted to go over there and wait for my fellow junior brothers and junior sisters so that we could return together. However, I didn't expect to see the heavenly anomaly and the sounds of people fighting here, so I came over to join in the fun." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly said, "It looks like the battle between the two of you was quite intense." His tone was inevitably a little shocked. Because he had never expected that Yang Kai's strength could be compared to Zhuang Bufan's. Before this, although he felt that Yang Kai was extraordinary, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and a character like himself. There were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and one of them was Zhuang Bufan. But now, Yang Kai being able to fight Zhuang Bufan to the point where both of them were injured was a big indication of their strength. Although Xiaxing didn't know who had the upper hand in the battle just now, everything he observed now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. He had clearly underestimated him before. Saying so, his eyes turned to the extraordinary treasure lotus again and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Hua, this is really a good thing. Xiao Bai, do you recognize what this is?" His last sentence was directed to Xiao Bai, who had followed closely behind. He didn't know when the two of them had met up, but Morong Xiaoxiao was also with them. "I don't know, I've never seen it before," Xiao Bai stood not far from Xiaxing and said concisely. "I don't know either." Before Xiaxing could ask, Morong Xiaoxiao took the initiative to answer. Xiaxing shrugged helplessly as his eyes swept between Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, suddenly showing a sly grin as he said, "If you don't know, then I'll just swallow it. And, I wonder which one of you discovered this thing first." Yang Kai didn't speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered a bit of strength at this moment, said, "When this Zhuang came here, Brother Yang was already here and sent away a lot of people." "Brother Yang discovered it first?" Xiaxing raised his brow and muttered softly, "That's difficult. If Brother Yang discovered it first, he would have just snatched it. But since it was Brother Yang who discovered it first. Although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, he still came here with me. If I were to snatch it, wouldn't that be unjust?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Brother Xia, I heard everything you said." Xiaxing was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled, it's okay, it's not something you can't hear anyway. "Brother Yang, let's make a deal. Isn't it too much to split heaven and earth treasures in half?" "It's too much," Yang Kai replied solemnly. "Then I'll have to snatch it," Xiaxing replied solemnly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Brother Xia, please." "You." Xiaxing looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly, "Are you sure I won't do that?" Yang Kai grinned and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked around. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? In his perception, there were actually many cultivators continuously flying over from all directions. Obviously, they were all attracted by the heavenly phenomenon here. He said with a strange expression, "Isn't there still 2 days before the entrance closes? Why are they all back?" "There's something you don't know." Xiaxing shook his head and explained, "This is an unwritten rule every time the Four Seasons realm opens. All the disciples of the various sects and families will return to the entrance about 2 days in advance, and then everyone will exchange what they don't need for what they need. Counting the days, it's almost time for everyone to return." "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "Why else do you think we came here so early?" Xiao Bai glanced at Yang Kai faintly and said, "You're in big trouble now." Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and nodded, "Indeed." He thought that there were still 2 days before the entrance closed, so even if the heavenly vision appeared here, it wouldn't attract many people. When the extraordinary treasure lotus matured tomorrow, the heavenly vision would naturally disappear. But how could he have known that his plan couldn't keep up with the changes? Now that so many people had come, once there was a conflict, the situation would be out of control. Even though Yang Kai was very confident in his strength, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. While the 3 of them were talking, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, one cultivator after another appeared, all of them staring towards the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement and greed. However, at this moment, with Zhuang Bufan and Xiaxing here, no one dared to act rashly, but each of them seemed to be scheming something, their eyes exuding complex emotions. Seeing this, Xiao Bai sneered. Suddenly, Xiaxing put his hand over his eyes and made a sweeping gesture, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he quickly said, "Brother Yang, you'd better be mentally prepared, there's a ruthless." Before he finished speaking, a familiar roar rang out from the distant horizon, one that Yang Kai was familiar with. "Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you taste all the torture in this world." This voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent, causing many people who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines. "Wu Chang!" Someone cried out in a low voice. Everyone recognized the owner of the voice. When this cry came out, many cultivators revealed fearful expressions, their expressions anxious and uneasy. It was obvious that the heavens chosen of the Southern Territory had left an indelible fear in the hearts of countless people. However, Wu Chang's words were somewhat puzzling. It was unknown who he was chasing, causing him to be so angry, and from what he said, it seemed that he had been chasing for a long time without success. Ha ha ha, idiot, you'll just eat the dust behind your father's butt. With your garbage skills, you'll never catch up to me. Another voice called out, this one extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Chang in his eyes at all. Not only that, he even called himself father and constantly mocked Wu Chang. The group of people was shocked and turned their heads dumbfounded in the direction of this voice, only to see two streams of light chasing after them from the horizon, arriving in the blink of an eye. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that the guy running away in front of him was none other than Array Master Gong Wenshan. In an instant, Yang Kai had a rough guess about the scene in front of him. Before the Flowing Time Temple, Gong Wenshan and Wu Chang had a grudge. Because after Gong Wenshan cracked the barrier at the entrance, he actually used it to prevent Wu Chang from entering, ruining his opportunity. Wu Chang was extremely decisive at that time, realizing that he couldn't enter the Flowing Time Temple, so he left directly. However, Yang Kai didn't know if Wu Chang had been lurking in the Two Seasons mountain range waiting for Gong Wenshan to come out or if he had accidentally encountered him later. In any case, judging from the previous incident, Wu Chang naturally wouldn't let Gong Wenshan off, so the two obviously had a grudge. But for some reason, even someone as strong as Wu Chang couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan and had chased him all the way here. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Gong Wenshan had already passed over everyone's heads and landed in an open space nearby. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he reached out and took out a few jade tokens from his space ring, muttered some incantations, and pushed his source chi. The jade tablet then turned into streaks of light. They shot out in all directions and then disappeared. At the same time, the place where Gong Wenshan stood seemed to have become somewhat different, and everyone felt a threatening aura emanating from him. Array plate! Someone in the crowd shouted. Although no one knew what array plate Gong Wenshan had just used, he didn't even blink. The fact that he could take out 3 or 4 of them at once showed that he had a lot of resources. It should be said that he was worthy of being a disciple of an aristocratic family that specialized in formations. What others wanted but couldn't get, he had so many that he couldn't use them all. After summoning the array plate, Gong Wenshan didn't move, simply standing in place, gasping for breath as he took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. From the looks of it, he had probably been pursued by a Hellguard for quite some time. He had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he actually planned to use the protection of the array plate to recover a little. Boom! Wu Chang followed closely behind and landed a few dozen meters in front of Gong Wenshan, his eyes spitting fire as he stared forward. His origin energy was about to go berserk. His entire body was filled with an incomparably ruthless aura, causing others to not dare to approach him. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was even more frightened when he felt this violent aura, his face turning pale. Come out! Although Wu Chang was furious, he wasn't a fool. Gong Wenshan had summoned so many array plates in front of him and stood in place calmly, so he obviously had full confidence in them, so he didn't dare to rush over. All he could do was shout from a distance. Come in! Gong Wenshan had a sloppy look on his face as he beckoned to Wu Chang, like a brothel keeper trying to attract customers. If you have the guts, come out! Wu Chang shouted. If you have the guts, come in! Gong Wenshan responded. Come out! Come in! Everyone! Wah! Wu Chang almost went mad with anger and couldn't help roaring. His enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and this was in front of so many people. How could someone as strong as him endure such humiliation? Along with his roar, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, suddenly shot up from his body, like 2 dragons that intertwined with each other, broke through the clouds, and immediately descended like meteors towards where Gong Wenshan stood. Wu Chang had obviously lost the patience to argue with Gong Wenshan, so in a moment of anger, he attacked. Seeing this, Gong Wenshan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a strange smile as he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a thick light curtain 10 meters away from him. Hong long long, the red and white energies slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to cave inwards, but it quickly bounced back. Not only that, but it also bounced back Wu Chang's violent attack. In an instant, the violent energy waves scattered in all directions. Gong Wenshan, you piece of shit. I'll fuck your mother. Are you crazy? A group of onlookers shouted one after another as they saw the fierce energy wave hurtling towards them, cursing loudly as they tried to avoid it. They didn't dare to curse Wu Chang, but they didn't hesitate to curse Gong Wenshan. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also became cold. Ignoring his wounds, he stood up and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of him, like the maw of a great beast, swallowing all of the scattered energy beams. Brother Gong, be careful. Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan coldly. If he hadn't taken action just now, the energy beams that bounced back would have hit the extraordinary treasure lotus and destroyed it. He didn't know whether Gong Wenshan was doing this intentionally or not, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. You dare stop me? Suddenly, Wu Chang shouted, turning his head around coldly before finally fixing his eyes on Yang Kai, a murderous look filling his face. Yang Kai frowned and said, Brother Wu Chang, are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened just now? Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Chang was trying to do all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because he couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan, so he took this opportunity to attack others to regain some face, or perhaps he just wanted to vent his anger. In any case, after everyone blocked the energy beams that bounced back, Wu Chang's expression became gloomy. I don't care, whoever dares to resist, I'll take their life. Wu Chang replied overbearingly, if you don't want to get hurt, scram. As soon as this statement came out, some people really retreated a great distance in fear. Huh? Wu Chang. Xiaxia suddenly grinned and looked at him mockingly, if you want the spirit medicine, just say it. Why do you have to put on such a tiring act? Do you think that if you say that, the others will leave and let you get closer to them? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank, but after carefully observing Wu Chang, he found that although this guy's face was full of anger, his eyes were extremely calm. Perhaps it was just as Xiaxia said, the reason why he was suddenly acting so unreasonable was simply to play hard to get in order to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. This guy's schemes are quite deep. Most likely, when he arrived here, he had already shifted his attention to the extraordinary treasure lotus. After all, he could take revenge at any time, but with such an extremely precious spirit flower in front of him, no one would want to miss it. Wu Chang's furious expression calmed down in an instant as he glanced over at Xiaxia faintly and said, do you think you're so smart? Xiaxia sneered, it's better than someone pretending to be crazy. Humph, since you pointed it out, there's no need for me to waste any more effort. This spirit flower is mine. Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered as he prepared to rush towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. But at that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, Brother Wu Chang, please wait, you can't touch that spirit flower. After hearing this voice, Wu Chang actually stopped in place and no longer made any movements. Yang Kai, who had been circulating his source qi, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight Wu Chang, but there was no other way. Now, with just a few words from this person, Wu Chang had temporarily calmed down, something he was quite happy to see. Wu Chang was an arrogant and unruly person, and basically no one could make him obedient. In the entire Four Seasons realm, if there was anyone he needed to give face to, it was only one person, the Pearl of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Sun. So when Lan Sun said this, Wu Chang didn't make a move, instead turning his head towards the source of the voice and quickly saying, Your Highness had best give me a reasonable explanation. The implication was that if the explanation couldn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give the princess any face. Humph, daring to talk to the princess like that, you court death. Wherever Lan Sun appeared, Xiaoqin would always follow her like a shadow, and this time was no exception. Accompanied by a low shout, a man and a woman descended from the sky. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her face was stunning while the man had an imposing appearance. Who else could it be but these two from Star Soul Palace? Lan Sun was as bright as the moon. Not to mention her status, her appearance alone was enough to drive any man crazy, so wherever she went, she would be the focus of attention. At this moment, it was the same. Countless cultivators' eyes were fixed on her, flashing with admiration. Lan Sen seemed to have long been accustomed to this and did not show the slightest restraint. On the contrary, Xiao Qian's eyes widened as he looked around, using an oppressive aura to force the other cultivator to withdraw their gazes. If Brother Wu Cheng wants to explain, naturally, Lan Sen first glanced at the extraordinary treasure lotus before turning to Wu Cheng. Speak. Wu Cheng said coldly. Lan Sen didn't care, pursed her lips, and smiled. Is there anyone here who can recognize the spirit medicine? Xiaoxing shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't. Most people also shook their heads, giving Lan Sen enough face. Zhuangbu Fan, who was recuperating, suddenly spoke. This Zhuang has some guesses in his heart, but I'm not sure. However, since your highness has said so, you must have some understanding of this spirit flower. This Zhuang won't show off his slight skill in front of an expert, so I hope your highness can explain one or two things. Yes, your highness, if you know something, please tell us. Your highness is so knowledgeable that it's really admirable. Your highness is as beautiful as a flower, has a gentle temperament, and is neither arrogant nor impatient. This is a blessing for my southern territory. Before Lan Sen could reveal the answer, a series of flattery rolled over. Everyone, you're flattering me too much. I just happen to have some understanding of it. Lan Sen responded modestly, without the slightest arrogance or complacency from being flattered. Her tone was neither fast nor slow as her beautiful eyes fixed on the extraordinary treasure lotus, her expression solemn as she quickly said, this spirit flower is the extraordinary treasure lotus. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and could not help secretly praising Lan Sen's extraordinary background and knowledge. If he had not obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip, it would have been impossible for him to recognize the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this world, there were not many people who could recognize the spirit flower and its effects. Sure enough. Zhuangbu Fan gently nodded to the side. It seemed that he had guessed the same before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Lan Sen's words, he immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Among the onlookers, after hearing the words extraordinary treasure lotus, most of them still wore blank expressions and didn't show much of a change in expression. Only a few of them wore solemn expressions, apparently having some idea of what was going on. Princess, what is this extraordinary treasure lotus? Can it be eaten? Xiaoxing suddenly asked with a grin. You idiot. To the side, Xiao Bai held his forehead and shook his head, looking ashamed to be associated with Xiaoxing as he muttered, if you don't know anything, don't open your mouth. The temple's face has been lost because of you. Morong Xiao. Xiao also blushed and nodded vigorously, looking at Xiaoxing with a look of disgust. The performance of Xiaoxing, the temple's first brother, really made the two of them feel a little ashamed. Xiao Bai, do you know? Xiaoxing immediately turned his head and looked at Xiao Bai. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, that's right. In the temple, you're the only one who has read so many books, maybe you really know something. Quickly tell me, this extraordinary treasure lotus, what is its use? Xiao Bai's face became sullen as he glared at him, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Slowly explaining, the extraordinary treasure lotus is born from the world's luck, formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is a peerless treasure, a supreme medicine. The environment and conditions it grows in are impossible to predict and the places it appears are also strange. In this world, regardless of whether there is world energy or not, the extraordinary treasure lotus can be found. However, the extraordinary treasure lotus is unique in this world, and under the premise that there is only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it is impossible for a second one to appear. Hearing this, Xiaoxing could not help but whistle. He said in surprise, this is really too precious. Xiao Bai ignored him. He continued, and its function, to a cultivator like me, is tantamount to a great blessing. It can increase the probability of us ascending to the Emperor realm, and it's an absolute increase. In other words, if you, Wu Cheng, or Brother Zhuang were to take this extraordinary treasure lotus, you would be able to reach the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. If it were me, it might take 10 years or even longer. There's still me. Xiaochen was ignored by Xiao Baiyi and immediately shouted with an unhappy expression. Xiaoxing grinned and said, even without this thing, I can still break through to the Emperor realm. In that case, it's not too precious. What do you know? Xiao Baiyi glanced at him coldly. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses like you who thought that breaking through to the Emperor realm was as easy as blowing off dust, but in the end, they were all stuck at the final juncture, unable to take another step forward for the rest of their lives. In this world, no one dares to claim that they can absolutely break through to the Emperor realm, and those who dare to think so often end up failing. There are some who don't have the best aptitude, but who are determined enough to succeed. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a kind of guarantee, a guarantee for those who break through to the Emperor realm. When Xiaoxing heard what Xiao Baiyi said, he suddenly fell silent, frowning as he stood in place and pondered. On the contrary, the onlookers, after hearing Xiao Baiyi's explanation, all showed a fiery look as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus. What they saw was not just a spirit flower, but a broad road leading to the Emperor realm. All the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were Dao Source realm cultivators, with many of them being third order. These cultivators were only one or a few steps away from the Emperor realm, so with such a huge opportunity in front of them, how could they not be tempted? If it weren't for the masters from the top sects guarding this place, it was likely that someone would not be able to restrain themselves and try to snatch it. At that time, the summit of this mountain would definitely be filled with blood and swords. In front of such a spirit flower, it was likely that no one would be able to maintain their rationality. Once their eyes went red, even if their brothers and sisters stood in their way, they would kill their way out. I understand the preciousness and uses of the extraordinary treasure lotus, but what does this have to do with your highness obstructing me from taking it? Wu Chang suddenly said coldly. It seemed that he still cared about Lan Sun stopping him from snatching the spirit flower and wanted an explanation from her. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Xiao Bai has already said a lot, so let this junior sister explain. On the other side, the corners of Xiao Baiyi's mouth twitched as he felt extremely sad in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to erase the title of Xiao Bai for the rest of his life. Even someone like Lan Sun had called him this more than once, causing him to suddenly reveal a sad expression as tears flowed down his cheeks. On the other side, Lan Sun continued, although the extraordinary treasure lotus is extremely precious, in the end, it is just a spirit flower and is extremely fragile. Before it matures, its medicinal efficacies are naturally not at their peak. If Brother Wu Chang had rashly picked it just now, its medicinal efficacies would have been greatly damaged and it would no longer have such heaven-defying effects. I think Brother Wu Chang would not want to see that happen, right? She asked this last sentence while looking at Wu Chang with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, Since your highness has said so, I will wait a little longer. However, how long will it take for this extraordinary treasure lotus to fully mature? Lan Sun was silent for a while, observing the extraordinary treasure lotus for a moment before saying, about a day or so. Just before the exit closes. Wu Chang muttered to himself before immediately shouting, Good, then I will wait until then. Before then, if anyone dares to have any ideas about this extraordinary treasure lotus, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around, his red and white eyes exuding a strange light that caused those who looked at him to shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Wu Chang acted as if he wanted to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, there would definitely be no waves until the spirit medicine matured. Once it did, everyone would have to compete for it using their own means. Little sister would also like to ask everyone to wait a little longer until this extraordinary treasure lotus matures, Lan Sun said seriously. But there is one thing I must say. After the extraordinary treasure lotus matures, if it is not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours, its medicinal efficacies will fade away. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a heaven-defying treasure after all, so with its heaven-defying effects, the world principles will naturally create some shackles to restrain it. Lan Sun smiled slightly. Then it's simple, when it matures, we'll just eat it. Xiaoxing grinned. Xiao Baiyi turned his head and glanced at him coldly, Why do you only know how to eat it today? Xiaoxing scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lan Sun suddenly sighed again and said, If possible, it would be best to refine it into an extraordinary treasure pill. There is only one spirit flower, and when the time comes to compete for it, swords have no eyes and fists are ruthless. She was, after all, the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Realm. Many times, she did not consider things from her own perspective, but from the interests of the entire southern territory, just like how she had only taken the pseudo-emperor artifact from the Flowing Time Temple. At this moment, although she was happy that an extraordinary treasure lotus had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, she was also worried about the possibility of a great battle. Everyone present was an elite of the Southern Territory's Dao Source Realm masters, so if they suffered heavy casualties because of a single spirit flower, it would definitely be a loss to the Southern Territory. Princess must be joking. If you want to refine this kind of world spirit flower into a pill, I'm afraid only an emperor-grade alchemist can do it. According to Princess, this spirit flower must be taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matures. How can we find an emperor-grade alchemist in such a short time? Wu Chang coldly snorted. Lan Sun shook her head and said, we don't need an emperor-grade alchemist, just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. It's just that we all focus on the martial Dao, so how can we have time to study alchemy? It's not easy to find a Dao Source-grade alchemist. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly feeling a headache coming on. She felt that there was no way to resolve this crisis and that she had missed a great opportunity. There was only one spirit flower, and if it was taken, only one person could obtain it, but if it was refined into a pill, it would be a different story. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded, if your highness trusts me, why don't you let me try? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked startled and turned to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Lan Sun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, Brother Yang. You? Xiaochen also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while, he couldn't help but sneer, do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said, didn't you hear it clearly? Naturally, I heard it clearly, Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuangbu Fan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xiaoxing suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist will soon be exposed. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. Although Xiaoxing's words were light, everyone present had sharp ears and naturally heard them clearly. For a moment, everyone glared at Yang Kai, feeling that this guy was simply too despicable and shameless, daring to scheme like this. I'm not pretending. Yang Kai smiled confidently and said proudly, I am a Dao Source-grade alchemist. As soon as this statement came out, everyone stopped talking and just stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. As the wind blew, the summit of the mountain fell silent. Ha ha ha. After a long time, a burst of laughter rang out as Xiaochen pointed to Yang Kai and said contemptuously, You think you're a Dao Source-grade alchemist? What do you think alchemists are? You think you can just grab a handful of them off the street? Boy, you'd better think carefully before you speak, disaster comes from the mouth. At the end of his words, he no longer concealed the disdain in his eyes as he spoke viciously. Does Brother Xiao know me well? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen coldly snorted and said, If it weren't for this trip to the Four Seasons realm, this Xiao wouldn't have known a nobody like you, so how could I know you? He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's right. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Since Brother Xiao doesn't know me, why are you so sure I'm not a Dao Source-grade alchemist? Your logic is quite strange. This? Xiaochen frowned, unable to refute, but he still stubbornly said, In any case, it's impossible for someone like you to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist. If you just want to fish in troubled waters, this Xiao advises you to give up on that idea as soon as possible, otherwise, humph. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuangbu Fan suddenly spoke up, Brother Yang. You've been guarding this place all this time, not letting anyone get close to this extraordinary treasure lotus. Is it because you already knew everything about it? Just now, he had a great battle with Yang Kai. Although he lost at the last moment, it didn't affect his good impression of Yang Kai. Just like how Yang Kai felt that Zhuang Bufan was a good person, Zhuang Bufan also felt that Yang Kai was a good person. Therefore, at this time, Zhuang Bufan wanted to help him. "Oh?" Zhuang Bufan said. Lan Sun raised her brow and looked at him in surprise. "What Brother Zhuang means is that this place has always been guarded by Brother Yang. And, when I arrived here, there was only Brother Yang here. When this extraordinary treasure lotus appeared, he was the first to arrive." Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. "Brother Yang, what Brother Zhuang said." Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. "When the extraordinary treasure lotus first appeared, I came here. I also knew what it was and what its purpose was, so I decided to guard it. I sent away a lot of people who didn't know what it was and wanted to guard it. I wanted to wait until it matured before picking it. But I didn't expect everyone to return early, and then, the situation became like this." Speaking of this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Are you really an alchemist?" Lan Sun's eyes flashed. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he accurately identify a world spirit treasure like the extraordinary treasure lotus? Even a character like Zhuang Bufan could only speculate and not be certain. Only a skilled and knowledgeable alchemist would have a great chance of identifying the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Lan Sun still had some doubts about Yang Kai's words before, thinking that he was just pretending to be an alchemist to fish in troubled waters as Xianxia said, now she was certain. But now, Lan Sun was more or less confident. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Are you also a Dao Source Grade alchemist?" Lan Sun's expression brightened. "I said I was, but unfortunately, some people don't believe me." Yang Kai spread his hands as his eyes swept over Xiaochen intentionally or unintentionally. The latter couldn't help saying with a straight face, "It's just a random rumor, anyone can believe it." This Xiao also said he was an emperor-grade alchemist. "Would you believe it?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "Whether it's true or not, we can verify it with our own eyes. As long as Brother Yang can refine a furnace of Dao Source grade pills on the spot, this problem can be solved. It's still early, enough time for Brother Yang to refine pills. I wonder if Brother Yang thinks." Before Yang Kai could speak, Xiaochen cut in. How could he have such courage? If he really did that, wouldn't he be undermining himself? Lan Sun couldn't help glaring at Xiaochen, stopping him from talking. Yang Kai frowned and said with a look of embarrassment, "Must he do this?" Lan Sun smiled and said, "Does Brother Yang not have confidence in himself? Although I also feel that Brother Yang is unlikely to tell such a lie, but, this is a matter of great importance. If Brother Yang doesn't have the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, it would be better not to act rashly, otherwise, it would be a waste of heaven's precious gifts." What Princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan also nodded. Although refining pills will give more people a chance, if the spirit herbs are damaged, the gains will not be worth the losses. At worst, when the spirit herbs mature, everyone will compete for them. Brother Yang, you should think about it carefully. He also intended to give Yang Kai a way out, which was why he said this. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before saying, "There's nothing wrong with proving it, after all, no one trusts me." "You really are a Dao Source grade alchemist." Xiaoxing was shocked and looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan also had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only the two of them knew how strong Yang Kai was. Of these two, one had fought with Yang Kai on the Dao discussion stage, while the other had just competed with Yang Kai in Source G. But Yang Kai had defeated both of them with his first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. Being able to achieve such a feat with such a cultivation was obviously the result of his daily accumulation. It was not hard to imagine how hard Yang Kai usually cultivated. How could such a person have the time to study alchemy? On top of that, he had become a Dao Source grade alchemist. Even if someone started cultivating in their mother's womb, it was impossible to reach such a level. But Yang Kai's tone and demeanor showed that he was indeed a Dao Source grade alchemist. This shocked Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan greatly. "But, even if I prove that I am a Dao Source grade alchemist, I still can't refine the extraordinary treasure pill." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Lan Sun asked in surprise. Alchemy requires materials, right? Yang Kai looked at her and said, the extraordinary treasure pill recipe requires a total of 19 kinds of herbs. Before this, I deliberately collected the materials needed for alchemy, but unfortunately, I only managed to collect 18 kinds of herbs. One of which is missing. It turns out that he was looking for materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill by checking other people's space rings. Zhuang Bufan's heart flashed as he suddenly understood why Yang Kai had made such a puzzling move before. If it was a robbery, he had only checked the space rings of his junior brother and junior sister but had returned them without taking anything. If it was not a robbery, what did his actions mean? Only at this moment did Zhuang Bufan suddenly understand. Understanding this point, Zhuang Bufan no longer had any doubts about Yang Kai claiming to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist. If he had not been preparing to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, how could Yang Kai have used such a method to collect materials? He had probably been forced into a corner. After all, this was the Four Seasons realm, and the extraordinary treasure lotus was about to mature, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to others. This guy, Zhuang Bufan, was shocked in his heart, but he suppressed it on the surface, not showing the slightest trace of it. I wonder, what other materials does Brother Yang lack? If you don't mind, let's hear it. There are so many people here, perhaps one of them will have it. Lan Sun asked with a smile, but after speaking, she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, wait a moment, the materials needed for alchemy are extremely precious. Even if someone has it, they may not be willing to contribute it willingly. What Princess says is correct, Yang Kai nodded lightly. If anyone doesn't contribute, I'll just rob them, Xiaochen coldly snorted. Wu Chang sneered, idiot, if others don't say they have it, how are you going to rob them? Are you going to check everyone's space rings one by one? Why not? Xiaochen replied. Oh? In that case, if I wanted to check your space ring, would you be willing to do so? If I have the materials, I won't hide them, so there's no need for you to check them. Xiaochen replied solemnly. Enough, enough. Lan Sun frowned and waved her hand to interrupt him. After pondering for a while, she said seriously, I have a proposal. How about this? If anyone has something that Brother Yang needs and takes the initiative to contribute it, when the extraordinary treasure pill is refined, he can take one directly. Princess's words, are they really allowed? Yang Kai was shocked. The faces of the others also changed, none of them having expected Lan Sun's proposal to be so shocking. After all, even if Yang Kai was really a Dao Source-grade alchemist and successfully refined a furnace, how many pills could he refine? One of the pills had already been divided in advance, so anyone would feel a little reluctant in their heart. Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, in front of opportunity, everyone is equal. Don't you men like to gamble? Why is it that all of you are shrinking back now? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd one by one. Brother Yang hasn't said what kind of spirit herb he needs yet, so what are you all afraid of? Maybe that spirit herb is in your space ring. When the time comes, you just need to contribute it and you can get an extraordinary treasure pill. What a good deal. It's also possible that we won't get anything. Xiao Bai muttered. If Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would indeed get nothing. However, this Zhuang has a question. Zhuang Bufan said. Please ask, Brother Zhuang. Lan Sun looked at him with a smile. If the last material Brother Yang needs is in the possession of 2 or more people at the same time, how can this be resolved? That's a possibility. I was careless. Lan Sun heard this and was startled for a moment before smiling. That's easy to handle. If such a situation really occurs, then we'll compare the medicinal age of the herbs. Whoever offers the highest medicinal age will be the one Brother Yang will use. Good idea. Zhuang Bufan nodded. The higher the medicinal age, the more potent the medicinal effect will be. It will also have a chance of improving one's alchemy. If everyone agrees, then. Lan Sun looked at the crowd with a smile, waiting for a reply. I have no objection, it's a matter of luck, everyone's the same. Finally, someone was the first to express their opinion. To everyone's surprise, it was Wu Chang, who seemed to be very interested in this proposal. Well, like this proposal, I have no objection. Xiaoxing shrugged. Then we'll do as Her Highness says. Zhuangbu Fan also spoke. With these three saying they had no objection, even if the others had any, they didn't dare to voice it. What's more, this proposal was made by Lan Sun, so refuting it at this time was tantamount to disrespecting Lan Sun. The princess was gentle, but Xiaochen was not so easy to get along with. Suddenly, everyone's opinions were unified and they all expressed their approval of Lan Sun's proposal. Many thanks for giving me face. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lan Sun smiled and turned to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, now you can tell me what the last herb you need is. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent and looked towards Yang Kai, many of them showing looks of anticipation and nervousness. After all, this was an opportunity that depended entirely on luck. Once Yang Kai reported the herbs they would have a great chance of obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill. That was a spirit pill that basically gave one emperor pressure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Dong dong, dong dong dong, many people even felt their hearts beating fiercely. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and declared, I need a jade blood mushroom that is at least 5,000 years old. Jade blood mushroom, a rare herb. Lan Sun heard this and raised her eyebrows. She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips into a smile. She looked around and said, I wonder if anyone has something that Brother Yang needs. If you can provide it, it will be the same as obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill, a rare opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. From her words, it seemed that she had great confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that as long as she gathered the herbs, Yang Kai would definitely be able to successfully refine it. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Her voice fell. Many people immediately looked disappointed. Obviously, there was no jade blood mushroom. A few cultivators, on the other hand, were immersed in their minds as they rummaged through their spatial rings. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man with a second-order Dao source realm cultivation. His face was filled with excitement. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was startled and quickly restrained his smile. The expression on his face became extremely interesting. Has this friend found something? Lan Sun looked at the man with a smile. The man quickly jumped out from where he was standing, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and replied with a serious expression, Thanks to your highness' blessing, this one does have a jade blood mushroom here. Oh? Lan Sun raised her brow and said with some joy, Please take it out and let me have a look. The man hesitated slightly, but Lan Sun understood. Lan Sun immediately said, You can rest assured that what I say is true. If you really have the herbs Brother Yang needs, you will definitely be able to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. Many thanks, Your Highness. The man had been waiting for Lan Sun to say this, and after hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a spirit mushroom about half a meter long from his space ring. This spirit mushroom was completely red in color, as if it was made of blood. It really is a jade blood mushroom. Yang Kai glanced over and knew that the other party was not lying, quickly saying, Let me have a look. The man held the jade blood mushroom with both hands and could not help trembling slightly. It was as if he was not holding a spirit flower, but rather his own great future, for fear that he would accidentally drop it and shatter it. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he carefully handed the jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai before standing there with a nervous look on his face. What dog shit luck. Why didn't such an opportunity fall into my lap? The heavens are jealous. Damned heavens, I refuse to accept this. All around, there was a cacophony of voices, some filled with jealousy, hatred, envy, and so on. And when the man heard these discussions, he could not help feeling a smug expression appearing on his face. This is indeed a jade blood mushroom. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, But it's not mature enough, only about 3,000 years old. What? When the man heard this, his expression changed greatly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, shouting incoherently, You, what did you say? You, look at it again. No need to look. As Yang Kai spoke, he returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party and said, Every 1,000 years, a jade blood mushroom's color will change slightly. Although this one you took out is a mature jade blood mushroom, enough to refine most spirit medicines, it cannot be used to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Impossible. The man cried out involuntarily. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that an extraordinary treasure pill would be within his grasp, but now that such a thing had happened at such a critical moment, how could he accept it? Look at it again carefully. He glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, if you don't trust me, you might as well find someone else to take a look at it. I think that among the people here, there should be someone who can also identify its medicinal age. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuangbu Fan shouted, this friend, this one is Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuangbu Fan. Although his understanding of medicine is not as good as Brother Yang's, he has at least dabbled in it. If you trust this Zhuang, why don't you let me take a look? I trust you, I trust you. The man heard this and immediately rushed over to Zhuangbu Fan and handed the jade blood mushroom to him. Compared to Yang Kai, who was a nobody, Zhuangbu Fan's name was naturally like thunder to this man's ears. The other party's words were also authoritative, so this man did not hesitate to pin his hopes on Zhuangbu Fan, hoping that Zhuangbu Fan could overturn Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuangbu Fan had already carefully observed the jade blood mushroom. Not only that, he also took a deep breath of the spirit medicine's medicinal aura while using his fingernail to pick up a little bit of powder and put it into his mouth to taste. His movements were methodical and extremely skillful. At a glance, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. After a while, Zhuangbu Fan slowly shook his head and returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party, saying, Brother Yang's research on herbs is much more profound than this Zhuang's. Just by looking at it, you can tell its medicinal age. This Zhuang admires you greatly. Friend, this jade blood mushroom of yours is indeed only 3,000 years old. How could this be? The man muttered to himself with a look of disappointment, not to mention how sad he was. When Yang Kai said that this jade blood mushroom was only 3,000 years old, he did not believe it, but since Zhuangbu Fan said so, he had no choice but to believe it. Those martial artists who were previously envious and jealous of this person couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at this moment. There are so many people here, is there no other friend who has a jade blood mushroom? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before shouting loudly. No one responded. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Brother Yang, if you use that 3,000-year-old jade blood mushroom to refine. Lan Sun frowned at him. It would just be a waste. Yang Kai replied, Your Highness should know that the more precious a spirit pill is, the more stringent the requirements of the herbs needed to refine it. Not to mention the 2,000-year-old jade blood mushroom, even if it was a few hundred years old, it still wouldn't be able to be used as a medicine. Huh. Lan Sun sighed slightly. How could she not know what Yang Kai was talking about? She was just asking for a fluke. It's all fate. Xiaxing suddenly shook his head and said, the jade blood Ganoderma isn't a common spirit medicine. It's already not bad to have one here. How can there be a second one? It looks like we'll have to rely on our own methods to fight for it. Actually. Lan Sun looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I do have a jade blood mushroom that should meet Brother Yang's requirements. Huh? Xiaochen was surprised when he heard this and asked, then why didn't your highness take it out? Yang Kai also looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face, but soon, he grinned and cupped his fists, this Yang admires. Your highness righteousness. At this moment, Yang Kai understood why Lan Sun had not taken out her jade blood mushroom for so long. It wasn't that Lan Sun was reluctant. She was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Even if a spirit medicine was precious, why would she be reluctant to part with it? She probably didn't take it out because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she repeatedly confirmed it with others. But in the end, she had no choice but to stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect that what Yang Kai needed would be in her possession. The people present were not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they only needed a little thought to understand the whole story. For a time, they couldn't help casting admiring glances towards Lan Sun. Lan Sun's cheeks were slightly red, making her look even more stunning. How about this, I can take out the jade blood mushroom, but as for the extraordinary treasure pill, I don't want it, Lan Sun pursed her red lips and said. How can that be? Xiaochen was the first to jump out an object. You shut up. Lan Sun frowned and scolded him, I have the right to deal with my own things. Xiaochen opened his mouth, but he really did not dare to say anything. His face turned ashen as he felt depressed. Your Highness is mistaken, Xiaoxing smiled and said. Xiaoxing smiled faintly and said, since we've already agreed on this matter, then what should be obtained by your Highness should naturally be given to you. If you insist on not accepting it, then wouldn't that be equivalent to making everyone who obtains the spirit medicine owe you a favor? After all, no one knows if the spirit medicine they obtain originally belonged to you or not. This is a very bad deal, this Xiao won't do it. Humph, Xiaosheng, although your words sound like you're trying to act innocent, it's exactly what I wanted to say. I, Wu Chang, do not owe anything to the heavens or the earth, nor do I want to owe anyone a favor. Wu Chang also said. Zhuangbu Fan smiled and said, Your Highness, what's yours is yours, there's no need to refuse. Lan Sun couldn't help feeling dumbfounded for a moment. Yang Kai wiped his cold sweat from the side and said, listening to what you're saying, it seems my furnace of extraordinary treasure pills must be refined successfully, otherwise, wouldn't I be letting down your Highness' painstaking efforts? What's wrong, are you not confident? Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. It's not that I'm not confident. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's just, no alchemist can guarantee that they will succeed when refining a pill. Just in case, I'd like to ask, if the refinement fails, what will you do? I'll kill you. Wu Chang looked at him coldly. The pressure is so great, Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Lan Sun smiled and said, just work hard. As she spoke, she handed over her jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and after inspecting it, nodded and said, Your Highness, this one is correct. Its medicinal age is at least 8,000 years, enough to be used for refining. And, judging from its color and traces of plucking, it doesn't seem to have been obtained from the Four Seasons realm. Yes, I brought it with me. It was in my space ring a few years ago, Lan Sun replied. Good, now that the materials have been gathered, Yang Kai stuffed the jade blood mushroom into his space ring before looking around. Shouting loudly, he said, Do you still want me to refine another furnace of Dao Source-grade spirit pills? Do you want me to prove my ability? He paused for a moment before continuing, Let me say this first, I can prove myself, but as you all know, alchemy is very energy-consuming. If the extraordinary treasure pill refinement fails because of this, I won't be responsible. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately frowned. Because what Yang Kai said was indeed correct. If everyone wanted him to prove his ability, he would have to refine a furnace of Dao Source-grade spirit pills. However, doing so was extremely taxing on his energy, and after a day, the extraordinary treasure lotus should mature. At that time, Yang Kai would have to refine another batch of spirit pills. In other words, he would have to refine 2 batches of spirit pills in 2 days. Any Dao Source-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to handle it. Not being in peak condition definitely had an impact on refining the extraordinary treasure pill. In my opinion, there's no need for that. Lan Sun smiled slightly, the reason why I made that proposal before was because I wasn't sure if Brother Yang was a real alchemist or not. I think all of you should be able to confirm it now. If Brother Yang is not an alchemist, how could he know the pill recipe for the extraordinary treasure pill, and how could he identify the medicinal age of the jade blood mushroom in such a short time? What the princess says makes sense. Zhuangbu Fan nodded, just from the fact that Brother Yang had already started preparing the alchemy materials before we arrived, there is no doubt that he is a Dao Source-grade alchemist. Brother Yang, you should rest well and wait until the extraordinary treasure lotus matures tomorrow before you begin refining. Since you say so, I'll take a good rest. Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the situation and said. Without any explanation, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although there were still some people who were suspicious, with Lan Sun and Zhuangbu Fan's words before them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to voice them and could only wait until the next day when everything would become clear. The scene suddenly quieted down. The cultivator who came here also found a good place to sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to restore themselves to their peak condition. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would have to bear everyone's disappointment and anger, but if he succeeded, apart from the extraordinary treasure pill that had to be given to Lan Sun first, the rest of the spirit pills would be up for grabs. In front of such a huge opportunity, even if Wu Chang, Xiaxing, Zhuangbu Fan, Xiao Chen, and the others stood in their way, no one would shrink back. If they missed this opportunity, many people would never be able to break through to the Emperor realm in their lifetime. However, if they could obtain this opportunity, many people would be able to break through ahead of time. The place where everyone rested seemed to be quite carefully chosen, invisibly surrounding the place where Yang Kai and the extraordinary treasure lotus were, seemingly preventing him from escaping. In particular, Wu Chang had no intention of resting at all, simply sitting cross-legged while staring at Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai made any strange movements, he would be able to react immediately. This was also the most important reason why everyone agreed to let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill instead of trying to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus. No one had the confidence to snatch it, not even the arrogant Wu Chang. Instead of fighting for it without any confidence, it was better to let Yang Kai refine the pill, which would greatly increase their chances of success. Yang Kai was just a trivial cultivator from the first order Dao Source realm, so with so many people eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to escape after refining the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this regard, everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror, so they could only wait for the arrival of tomorrow and let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Brother, the situation isn't good. While resting, Xiao Bai suddenly leaned over to Xiaxing and sent him a divine sense message. I know. Xiaxing responded calmly, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. After Brother Yang refined the extraordinary treasure lotus tomorrow, we can cooperate with him to open a bloody path and escape to the exit. Junior brother and junior sister are all waiting there to meet us. No wonder I didn't see anyone else coming, so they were all waiting at the exit. Xiao Bai asked with a look of realization. Xiaxing grinned and replied, how can a treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill fall into the hands of other sects? When the time comes, you can just ask Brother Yang to cooperate. What if he doesn't cooperate? Xiao Bai asked. Beat him. Knock him out and take him away, Xiaxing replied. Xiao Bai's mouth twitched as he said embarrassedly, I'm not his opponent. What? Xiaxing turned his head and stared at Xiao Bai in amazement. Xiao Bai, when did you become so unconfident? Brother Yang did beat Shui, which is amazing. If you and I were at his cultivation, we might not be able to do this, but after all, the gap between us is too big. There's one thing I'm ashamed to say. Xiao Bai suddenly looked solemn. What? In the Flowing Time Temple, I fought with him, Xiao Bai said, and I lost. Are you kidding me? Xiaxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could I joke about such a shameful thing? Xiao Bai said with a solemn expression, moreover, in my opinion, not only was I not his opponent, even Zhuangbu Fan was not. What do you mean? After Xiaxing asked, he immediately glanced towards the place where Zhuangbu Fan was standing thoughtfully and asked in amazement, you mean, before we arrived here, the result of the battle between these two, was Zhuangbu Fan? In all likelihood. How is that possible? Xiao Bai sneered, nothing is impossible. Why do you think Zhuangbu Fan was speaking up for Yang Kai just now? Xiaxing frowned and said, you mean, Yang Kai showed mercy before, so Zhuangbu Fan. Is there any other reason? Xiao Bai looked at him and asked. See? Xiaxing finally couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air and muttered, I know these two fought before, but I thought it was Yang Kai. He's only in the first order Dao Source realm, how could he have done such a thing? Who knows, he's a Dao Source great alchemist, do you believe that? Xiaxing's mouth twitched and he no longer spoke. After a long time, his expression became serious and he said, fine, I will negotiate with Brother Yang when the time comes. I believe he will cooperate. If he wants to live, he can only cooperate with us. I hope so. Xiao Bai responded with uncertainty. While the two from Azure Sun Temple were secretly communicating, most of the other cultivator were also having similar conversations. Those who were familiar with each other had secretly formed an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against these powerful enemies. As for what to do with the extraordinary treasure pills when the time came, that was not a problem they needed to consider at the moment. For most cultivator, what they needed to consider right now was how to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills from the hands of these powerful Dao Source realm masters. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai raced against time to restore his strength. Refining the extraordinary treasure pills was also a test for him, so he had to face this matter in his peak state. If he made even the slightest mistake, he might really fail. Once the refinement failed, he would become the target of everyone's anger. At that time, even if he had great ability, he would not be able to face them head-on. The strange movements around him, the occasional divine sense communication, and even Wu Chang's constant gaze were not enough to affect him. His state of mind gradually calmed down and became ethereal. Under this great pressure, he entered a mysterious state. A medicinal fragrance filled the air and a halo of light flickered. The heavenly manifestation became more and more obvious, and the 5-colored clouds in the sky began to fade. The pure white flowers of the extraordinary treasure lotus also gradually bloomed. At a certain moment, the world began to tremble and the surrounding world energy began to tremble. All the heavenly manifestations converged into an extremely terrifying energy that poured down from the sky and into the extraordinary treasure lotus like a funnel. The fragile spirit flower, after withstanding such an influx of energy, remained unscathed and instead became even more mysterious. Runes the size of grains of rice suddenly appeared around the extraordinary treasure lotus, each of them containing a great deal of mystery. Between the heavens and earth, a faint heavenly music rang out, like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, shaking the spirits of those who heard it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the petals of the extraordinary treasure lotus finally bloomed completely. An even stronger fragrance wafted out, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed. The seductive fragrance made everyone feel like they could not wait to rush up and swallow the extraordinary treasure lotus into their stomachs to taste its beauty. As if being driven by an invisible string, many cultivators showed greedy eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, a few of them even showing eager expressions. Whoever dares to move will die. Wu Chang suddenly roared as he swept his eyes around with a ferocious expression. Murderous intent filled the air, so thick that it was almost tangible. Those who were about to make a move instantly quieted down. They clearly felt that if they acted rashly, they would be killed in the next moment. The aura of death was so strong that it was suffocating, causing their lips to go dry and their bodies to go cold. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened as he shouted in a low voice, "Open the furnace." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, causing the black jade furnace to appear. The black jade furnace was a Dao source grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It was originally bought by Han Lang, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, at the auction in Maplewood City, but in the end, Han Lang died unexpectedly and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such an alchemy furnace was a rare treasure, especially for an alchemist. After all, only an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was better than it. But how could an emperor-grade alchemy furnace be so easy to obtain? Under normal circumstances, an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was more precious than an emperor artifact. When the black jade furnace opened, a fragrance different from that of the extraordinary treasure lotus instantly filled the air. Smelling this fragrance and seeing this alchemy furnace, many people were shocked and their confidence in Yang Kai immediately increased greatly. Because such an alchemy furnace was not something an ordinary alchemist was worthy of owning, only a Dao source grade alchemist was qualified to use it. The medicinal fragrance wafting from this alchemy furnace was enough to prove that this alchemy furnace had refined many spirit medicines in the past. All of this indirectly confirmed the fact that Yang Kai was a Dao source grade alchemist. The alchemy furnace opened. Yang Kai's divine sense surged. A scorching hot and invisible conflagrated spiritual energy poured into the furnace in an instant, causing the black jade furnace to hum loudly in the blink of an eye. "Lu Yan!" Yang Kai shouted again as he flicked his hand and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A loud and clear cry spread out in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, a strange-looking fiery bird phantom suddenly appeared and dove into the pill furnace. Artifact spirit. Lan Sun's eyes lit up. He could not help but exclaim softly. At that moment, although she did not see the true face of Lu Yan, she instinctively sensed that the stream of light was no small matter. Combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately deduced that it was definitely a fire attribute artifact spirit. A Dao source grade high-rank alchemy furnace and a fire attribute artifact spirit. The combination of the two was already the dream of most alchemists in this world. With the help of these two, it would be much easier to refine any spirit pill. Lan Sun couldn't help smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Yang can really refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Everyone, just wait and see. Hearing her say this, many people's spirits were lifted, and an extremely expectant expression appeared on their faces. On the other side, Yang Kai had taken out the herbs needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill one by one with a solemn expression. He methodically threw various rare herbs into the pill furnace one by one, his hands forming seals from time to time as his conflagrated knowledge sea surged. He began to inscribe spirit arrays inside the pill furnace. And as he did so, the heat inside the pill furnace seemed to fluctuate from time to time, making it difficult to grasp. Concocting pills required a calm mind, and the most important thing to avoid was to be too hasty. The most important thing was the control of the fire and the control of the timing of putting in the medicinal ingredients. This was not something that could be mastered overnight. It took a long time to accumulate experience and the advice of one's master. Yang Kai had never had anyone to guide him on the alchemic Tao. However, he seemed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent for this territory. In his early years, he had only relied on the true alchemic way left behind by great demon god to explore this path himself. Later, he obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in Yang Yan's Emperor Garden, and after coming to the star boundary, he obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong's son Mu. Yang Kai's alchemy technique was a combination of the strengths of these three forces, as well as his own insights and innovations. Yang Kai did not have a special constitution like Xianning Chang, who could perform alchemy as easily as eating and breathing, but he had his own unique intuition. When to throw in what herbs, when to control what kind of heat, these things had been engraved in his mind since birth and had become an instinct. If one had to investigate, it would undoubtedly be due to the grand alchemic Tao tone he triggered while refining the spirit pill. The grand alchemic Tao tone was the voice of the heavenly way. The heavenly way had taught him this knowledge and sublimated his alchemy skills. But even so, Yang Kai was going all out this time, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, so if he failed to refine it, he would have nothing left. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of everyone present. Yang Kai was not afraid of these cultivators, he was only afraid of wasting these herbs. Under great pressure, his condition was unprecedentedly good. Gululu. As time passed, the sound of boiling water bubbling came from inside the pill furnace. This was obviously a sign that the medicinal liquid was boiling, and a complex but pleasant aroma filled the air, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Looking around, although Yang Kai's movements were not fast, there was a sense of calmness in his every movement, which gave everyone a lot of confidence in his alchemy. In particular, the way he manipulated his source qi with one hand to control the heat while forming a series of hand seals with the other to inscribe the spirit array inside the pill furnace made many people gasp in amazement. Laymen could only enjoy the show, but only insiders could see the knack for it. Although almost 90% of the cultivators here had never refined a spirit pill before, if they had never eaten pork, how could they not have seen a pig run? Yang Kai's repeated use of the illusionary spirit array confused everyone present, but at the same time, they couldn't help admiring him. This kind of perfect control was not something an ordinary person could achieve, so it must be a result of his usual accumulation of merits. Brother, do you think junior brother Yang will succeed in refining? Morong Xiao asked Xiao Bai softly. Before the results come out, no one dares to say, Xiao Bai replied. After speaking, he glanced at her again and said, Why, are you worried that he will be beaten up if he fails? Morong Xiao nodded and said, In this situation, if junior brother Yang really fails, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Although he is not a disciple of my temple, he came here with us. Brother, you don't want anything to happen to him. He asked for it, Xiao Bai coldly snorted, I still don't understand why he is looking for trouble for himself. Indeed, if Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to stand up and say that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, no one would have tried to stop him. But he had stood up and publicly admitted that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, taking on the task of refining the extraordinary treasure pill. If this matter was done well and the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, he wouldn't necessarily gain many benefits, because according to the current situation, once the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, it would inevitably be the result of everyone fighting over it. At that time, who would care if he, the alchemist, dared not hand over the spirit pills? They would beat him to death. But if this matter wasn't done well, there would only be one result: Xianxia would be hunted down and killed by everyone. This kind of self-inflicted trouble was wrong no matter how one thought about it. Only a fool would do such a thing. That was why Xiao Bai had never understood why Xianxia would do such a thing. Was it just because of an alchemist's love for rare spirit herbs? It was said that alchemists were a group of extremely eccentric people. Usually, when others asked them to perform alchemy, they would usually ignore them, but if there was a spirit herb they were interested in, they would deliver it to you and pester you to refine it for them without any compensation. The extraordinary treasure lotus was undoubtedly one of the most precious spirit herbs in the world because it was unparalleled. Under the premise that there was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it was impossible for a second one to appear in this world. If Xianxia insisted on refining the extraordinary treasure pill for this reason, it would make sense. But, no matter how Xiao Bai looked at it, he didn't feel that Xianxia was a pedantic person. There was no reason for him to put himself in danger just because of a momentary interest. Or, did he have the capital to escape from the eyes of so many masters? Thinking of this, Xiao Bai couldn't help sneering, secretly feeling that he was overthinking things. It was undeniable that Xianxia was indeed strong, but he was just one person, so how could he escape from under the noses of so many people? Wu Cheng alone would be enough to pin him down. While the two of them were talking, Xianxia had already begun taking action. A total of 19 auxiliary herbs had been thrown into the black jade furnace and turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment though, Xianxia suddenly stood up, rushed over to the extraordinary treasure lotus in a few steps, and used his finger like a knife to directly cut down the extraordinary treasure lotus's flower. This mature spirit herb was instantly picked by Xianxia. In its place, a stem about half a meter long was left. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards the stem, a look of greed flashing across their faces. Although they didn't know why Xianxia didn't pick the entire extraordinary treasure lotus, this stem was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Even if it wasn't refined into a pill, swallowing it would still have miraculous effects. In front of everyone's eyes, a milky white liquid oozed out from the top of this stem, one that was as white and flawless as milk, causing everyone's appetite to soar. It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were staring at this stalk, even Wu Cheng, Xia Sheng, and the others were doing the same, but none of them acted rashly and instead turned inquisitive looks towards Xianxia, wondering why he was doing this. On the other side, Xianxia rushed back to the pill furnace and carefully continued to control the flame, waiting until it was about time to throw the extraordinary treasure lotus he had just collected into the pill furnace. It was just a few simple actions, but Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he was facing a great enemy. The moment the extraordinary treasure lotus entered the pill furnace, Xianxia immediately changed his hand seals to stabilize the situation inside. With a constant whirring sound, Xianxia secretly rejoiced that he had not hesitated to expose Lu Yan's existence to summon her before this alchemy. The difficulty of refining the extraordinary treasure pill was beyond his imagination. At this moment, if not for Lu Yan's assistance, he might not have been able to persist until the end. End of chapter 2190. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.